Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Let's just have a conversation.
Doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go and introduce the crew. We got the real Precious, Lady Dot, Mr. Lego, Trey Smooth, Casey, Penny, Sweeney, Paradise Paris, and myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Hey, hey, hey.
Excellent. It's a good day.
Wonderful, wonderful.
What up?
Excellent. Casey, I'm getting a little bit of feedback from your mic. I don't know what's do you have an actual microphone or are you using a computer?
I have my headphones on like I did last time.
Yeah, maybe.
You getting feedback still?
Let's see. I still hear it. Can y'all hear it?
Yeah.
Like an echo almost?
No, it's just like it's a feedback, like it's
buzzing.
Yeah.
A buzzing?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't work perfectly last time.
Maybe try to put headphones off. Let's see how that sounds.
You said pull them out?
Yeah, let's see how that sounds. See if it sounds better.
Oh yeah, I know that sounds fine. Hold on. I have to disconnect.
Sounds better, but you muted. Now it came back. Now it's gone. Okay, well, you get that situated. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. How y'all doing?
Doing
Great.
good. Doing good.
Fit. Everything's good on this side.
Okay, I still hear it, Casey. It's like it's overpowering your voice.
Yo, your mic is a little funny.
Now is it?
I think it's yours. Yeah. It's not coming in as clear as it usually is. And it sounds like you got a shower on in the background.
No, that's hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
It's Casey, yeah.
Casey. Okay, gotcha.
That's
Casey.
right.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. That's way better.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh wait.
But now y'all have a echo.
That's Precious Mike.
man, I don't know what's going on with y'all mics today, man. Y'all
Y'all get to see the background, the back scene.
yeah.
How we do in the back.
It probably was like, what's taking y'all so long? What's the point of the sound check, right? All right, Casey, sound check, Casey.
Here.
Okay, yeah, it's better. We can rock with it. Just mute in between. Again, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me see who we got up in the chat. Apologies. Ali is in the chat. What's going on, brother? Ed Hill. This is the Green Game. Mr. BX87, Joe Lee. SD is in there. S. Chanel. Sugar Curl Salon is in there. Dale Matthews. This is all Green Gang. They don't name it. If you want to become part of Green Gang, click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. Feel the Teej, as I always say. I appreciate the people that has been getting it. They've been sending me emails and pics of them copping the Teej, man. It actually works. I use it every day and every night. I do have a skincare routine, so I suggest you do too as well. And for all the women that have the masculine skin, Teej is Teej friendly. Okay, so
Oh, really? So the hairy women that have to shave. Let me stop.
well, not necessarily hairy, just like tough skin. You know, just tough. You know, the skin that don't jiggle, just firm. That didn't sound right, did it? Okay, let me go ahead and I kind of went left. Marcus Evans kicked it off with a super chat. $5 says, "What's going on, everyone? Let's have a great show tonight. Be good. Always, we will behave." Mr. Viral will be pulling up shortly. You know, he had to get his gym time on. You know, how he come on here, like ready to choke somebody or something, man. I don't want to put that out there, man. That was wrong again. I'm 0 for 2. Team Fatty is in the building as well. I see you, Fatty. Salute to you, sir. Well, let's go ahead and dive into our first topic of the night. Everybody has been hopping on Threads. Any of you guys joined on the panel?
I downloaded the app. I have not migrated over there yet.
No, I don't think they give you a test.
Listen, it's always a good idea to get ahead of the curve. So yeah, I jumped on like 7 o'clock this morning. Once I saw it pop, I saw it on the news, and I was like, "Wait!" I had to look up how to do it real quick.
Okay, so you was thirsty, Travis.
I tried. Yeah, you already know, man. Listen, this social media thing, you got to take advantage of every platform you could.
What's Threads?
No.
Okay, I know you're going to look at the topics, but Threads has crossed 30 million plus signups in less than 16 hours. And that was earlier when this came up. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it has exceeded that 30 million signups. But that is Threads. That's the way it looks right there. You're probably seeing people with a little message with the little squiggly stuff in the background. But Threads is a text-based app built by Meta to rival Twitter.
Yeah.
It went live. The app is built as a text version of Meta's photo sharing platform, Instagram. So it's like Twitter, but it's their competition is Twitter. It became available Wednesday night to users in more than 100 countries, including the US, Britain, Australia, Canada, and Japan. So everybody has been migrating, and whenever something new that comes out that's social media based, they seem to hop on. I just want to go ahead and open it up. This is the icebreaker. What are you guys' thoughts? Are you going to do the switch? Are you going to utilize it? Do you think it's a deeper meaning behind it, even though they say it's a rival for Twitter? Is it something to kind of suck us in, to distract us? What are you guys' thoughts about it?
I have a huge Twitter following. I'm a little over 20, right at 22K. So with Twitter being like that's my home base, I don't necessarily have an issue with other apps trying to mock it. But I have my reservations with this one because it was basically saying like they have strict guidelines on Threads, and everybody know Instagram is very sensitive now. You can post things and get restricted because of Meta. Facebook is very strict, and it's not Twitter. It's a lot like Twitter, but I don't want to lose one platform trying to be on another because Facebook, Meta, Facebook, Meta, their business portal, Instagram, all of those are combined. So you log into one, you can log into all of them, and that's a risk that I'm just not willing to take.
Okay. So you're not going to hop on the program with everybody else?
I have my reservations. I downloaded the app. I have not created a profile.
So are you afraid of change?
No, that's not what I see. I don't want to risk all of those apps being merged together. And with the sensitivity guidelines, if you lose one app, you lose all access to all your other pages.
Okay.
Well, I know like social media, you have you have your own authority, so you don't have to let it link. Like I have options for mine. I don't let them link unless it makes sense. So you could have like unclick and say I don't want it to connect to this platform. You should have a say. If they don't have a say so, then yeah, that would be kind of messed up. But I think you should have a say.
You have the you have the restrictions because most times people are signing up the same email, same phone number. If it's connected, it's not necessarily gonna link, but they can suspend the other one. Does that make sense?
If it's linked.
If it's linked, yeah.
Yeah.
So altogether, when it comes to social media, I've been waiting on the next app anyway. You have to always be open to what the next app is going to be so you can jump on it. Because if you don't jump on it, because I got on TikTok late because I thought, still think TikTok is stupid. I get stuff on TikTok, but I don't really like posting on TikTok. But if I would have jumped on TikTok early, I probably would have been at, 500,000 followers or whatever. But I never cared about TikTok. So I learned my lesson from seeing some stupid looking app and that you're not thinking about and everybody else jumps on it and it turns into one of the best apps. So I'm jumping on it.
Well, that's because you got to do a dance on TikTok in order to grow.
When it first came out, it was like dancing. Yeah. It was like dance for like 2 years. So I thought it was stupid.
Listen, if you could make it sound like a conspiracy theory, you could probably do it because I had a couple on TikTok that actually went viral. Not a lot, but I had 2 videos so far that hit some serious numbers. And I don't do anything specific for TikTok. Just repurpose my video on there. So I try to put something that's kind of appropriate to everything. Or just my type of content. I'm going to do me. So I put it on everything. And then whatever gives me something back for it, I'm cool with. If not, whatever. But it's another audience. Some people only use TikTok. So I think it's important to be exposed to every single platform. So I jumped on it right away. And I think for real, I think the whole meaning behind it is because, they beefing hard. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are supposed to fight. I don't know if y'all know that. They're supposed to have a whole
rivalry.
Fight. Yeah, so I think they're really just pissed off with each other, so they're going to try to go back and forth. I don't know. We have to wait and see if it's going to get the same type of traction, but they have the user base. And another thing that they did was they made it very easy to cross over. I did not have to rebuild my profile or anything. It was just streamlined. It took me about 15 minutes to optimize it to where it just let me in. I didn't have to relog in. I kept my same bio and everything. And sometimes you just want to say something. Twitter doesn't give me that much traction. It's difficult. That's one of the few platforms that show me no love. So to be able to post sometimes just your thoughts. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't mastered that algorithm yet. But either way, it's an opportunity for you to be able to jump in on that style of a platform and bring your audience that you already have. Not to mention, if you're one of the early jumpers, particularly with Meta, how they operate is if you use their new features that they're pushing, they're going to boost you in the algorithm. So right now is the absolute perfect time to get in while they're trying to get it started because it's going to push you. And the people who are given the most effort in their newest features are going to get the most love from the algorithm.
They'll also attempt to monetize. They'll find some type of way to monetize over Twitter. At Twitter, you can get subscriptions. Twitter, you can have like NFTs or Cash Apps linked. But there's really no real way to monetize on Twitter, even with like having Twitter Blue. Meta, they pay. They're all about trying to pay their creators, whether it's Facebook or whether it's Instagram. They're going to find a way to link for you to actually be able to generate income for helping to boost their platform.
They just killed my reels, though. I was getting a little bit of money off of my reels. I was getting a few $100s a month just from the reels, and then they stopped that. They just pulled the rug from underneath us. So now that's no longer a form of income. We just doing our reels for free now. So you can still get paid through like gifts and stuff like that. Yeah, people have to personally donate. It's not just from you getting the views like YouTube or TikTok right now.
And one thing I noticed, you can add a link so you can post something and put a link right in there, just like on YouTube. You can't do that on Instagram, but you can do that on Threads. That right there, I said, oh yeah, this is gonna make me some money. So that's how I'm gonna make money off my links.
Yeah, well, y'all sound thirsty as hell.
Circumvent, man. Listen.
I
Look. Hold on. We're not thirsty.
Yeah,
We
I ain't got no
hungry.
job, bro.
We hungry. We ain't thirsty. We hungry.
Right. I ain't got no job.
I think what they have working on their side is that they make it so easy. They make it easy for you, so you really don't have to do anything but click. They'll even it tells you to, you can follow all the people that you're following on Instagram. So if you have a large following, you can grab those people right away. But you're not only just capturing a younger crowd, older people are on Instagram and everything like that too. So to make it easy for them to, go right over to Threads, they're just making it easy for everyone. So that, I think that's what they have working on their side. You really don't need to think to use to get on there.
Well, I think social media obviously is a business. So if you think of like the storefront people, the people that have storefronts, if they just are focused on one area, then their money is not going to monopolize as much. But if you want to brand yourself and brand your business and expand and have a franchise, then you do that. So that's how I look at all of these platforms. If you want everybody that is on social media on different platforms to see your content, then you would use something like Thread. You would kind of like use everything. So it's just about building your brand.
All right. Casey, what's going on with you? Sister, you hopping on Thread? Hopping on the bandwagon?
I mean, y'all selling it, man. I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about it, but I did get in stories a lot of my like friends and people I went to school with in college. Like everyone was hopping on. And letting their followers know that they were on Threads. So today was like a really, really big day for that platform. So y'all make it seem really interesting. I'm not on Twitter. I think I may have created a page years back, but I've never posted anything on there. So this, maybe I'll try it.
Yeah, I think it was pretty smart.
I always have a lot to say.
I think it was pretty smart for them to integrate it with Instagram because you can just go right to it. You don't really have to go necessarily out of the app. I seen Mr. Lego and I seen Sweeney over there looking at it. Sweeney, have you hopped on the bandwagon or you just signed up right now? Nah, you're not gonna do it.
I'm liking it so far. I never did Twitter ever. Twitter was always stupid to me. And since it's connected to Instagram, I'm trying to figure it out. So I'm just dropping random thoughts, and people liking it. I'm like, okay. I would try to do something on Twitter. I ain't got no following because I never really got on Twitter. So you dropping random thoughts and nobody seems to care. You just be like, forget y'all then. So
let go about to get a little
that's kind of what happened to me.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I know, like for the ones that have a large following, all you gotta do is like snapshot your Twitter, your tweet, and put it on your platforms that have a large following, and it's gonna make the people that follow you on that platform. So.
Now I ain't gotta do that though. So yeah, I was too lazy to do that, but now I ain't gotta do that.
But the thing about Twitter though is like, as a person who's been on it since like 2009ish, they appeal to a certain audience. So if you were not already on it, and you're trying to jump into it, you're not going to like it because it's critical. They did a study and they basically said to a person getting 400 likes on Twitter on a picture is equivalent to a person having 10,000 likes on Instagram because it's more organic, it's more authentic, it's more traditionalized than how people think.
What do you mean though? Like
you can't manufacture it.
You're saying that if people weren't on Twitter before, they wouldn't like it now. What's the difference in the atmosphere or environment of Twitter that's different from the other platforms?
With Twitter,
and I'm not on Twitter, so I'm genuinely asking because I heard you could find corn on Twitter. So like
you definitely can,
but not just porn, right? Like I'm not just talking about porn. Twitter is a wide variety of a cultivated audience of a multitude of people. So whomever, unlike Instagram, you can't really curate your algorithm the way that you want. You don't get the option of just being, you can mute words, you can, block words and things like that. But if the algorithm is pushing a certain person, even if you don't follow them, you can end up on a whole nother side of the algorithm by simply just scrolling or engaging with another person who's retweeted something on your timeline. So whomever you follow, unlike Instagram, if you like something, it doesn't suggest what other people like to you. If you like something, it suggests that to everybody else. If you retweet something, it suggests that to everyone else. You're engaging with other people's followers who are engaged with other people's followers, et cetera, et cetera. So you're interacting with the masses.
So it's catering to the people and not necessarily to you.
Exactly. Whereas on Instagram, there's the For You page. You happen to go and jump into something different, right? And then on Twitter, it's more so like, even if it wasn't something you were into, you may not follow any porn pages at all, but you can't control someone else's following. And now they show you people's likes. So at one point in time, you weren't able to see other people and likes unless you went to their likes. Now their likes pop up on their timeline.
I kind of feel like talking to the Twitter spokesperson or something like that, a rap or something, right?
Yo, I didn't understand a word.
That's a long time.
I'm like, I'm so glad I never got on no damn Twitter. That shit sound crazy.
Man,
what the hell?
I didn't like it because my phone was like zzz, zzz, every 2 seconds. It's like, okay, I can't do this.
Yeah,
just turn the notifications
you're
off.
essentially having a conversation with yourself, and then other people are responding to you having that conversation. You're tweeting your thoughts.
Yeah, like if you
think I get random ass notifications on Twitter. I'm like, why the hell do I have this stupid?
It's trash. The notifications are crazy because the stuff that comes up is irrelevant. But Paris, let me ask you this: what do you find more success on, or as far as the Twitter was? Was it your thoughts as far as just put a text? Because that's what I see advertised all the time. Like if you watch an NBA or a particular show, something that goes viral is almost always somebody's thoughts. That's just a script, right? I know you can post pictures. I know you can post videos, but what do you find gives you the most traction?
That's what it is. It's your thoughts, because you can't manufacture that. Like if I post a picture, that can be doctored. If I post a video, that can be edited. I can make it look like what I want it to look like, but it's kind of different when you realize that you have the masses of people sitting here typing their thoughts, and everybody can't distinctly make things make sense in writing. Although you have people that are of all educations, all ethnicities, all types of religions, et cetera, coming together. And it's not necessarily a competition to get into the algorithm, because you don't know what will you really don't know what will pop. You really have no idea what will go viral, but it's the writing of it, because a lot of people can't write and be comedic and have a sense of humor. A lot of people can't write and be thought provoking. So that's what drives it.
But what does something viral going on Twitter mean? Like, I don't understand. You say some crazy shit and it goes viral. Then what? I don't know.
Culture, though, because everything that you're seeing on Instagram, it's influenced by what happens on Twitter, and everything you see on TikTok is influenced by what happens on Twitter. Everything starts at Twitter. That's the root, and then it branches out. A lot of the conversations that podcasters are having, it started from some of the most popular Twitter pages.
So if you want
to threads now, so I'm thankful.
If you want to
delete my Twitter app 1000% and never be on that stupid ass app again.
Yeah, I mean, some folks don't like challenges. If you're looking to do porn, then you want to keep your Twitter app, because I definitely have seen some crazy stuff on Twitter, and I was just like, oh, Twitter is uncensored. It's like Rumble, right? You just said
that's the one thing I appreciate about it, that it's not filtered, and not just necessarily for the corn, but for just for your thoughts to you to be able to express your thoughts without any type of censorship.
Right.
And Paradise, she is right though. Most of the conversations we have start on Twitter. It always starts with somebody's tweet. Half of the screenshots that we grab, most of that shit is tweets that we catch from, you know what I mean? That we
conversation. So I know.
Now, granted, I do believe that Twitter is a minority of a lot of the things. I do think it generates a lot of the conversations. However, I do believe that a lot of the conversations on there are still, you know what I mean, closed off from what the real world would think or what the real world would say. However, most of us only have opinions about shit that we see in on our TV screens or whatever through Twitter. So we'll see something that somebody said on Twitter and be like, oh, well, now I got something to say about that. You know what I mean? So then you see it perpetuate itself throughout everywhere else. But yeah, it definitely generates the conversations.
Well, to tailor it and take the negative out of it, because I know we talk about the porn part, right? Like that was one of the first apps where when artists and creatives wanted to reach out directly to a celebrity, they could, which is why a lot of celebrities don't interact anymore, because they realize like, oh, now the people have direct access to me. They're not going to treat me like they're fanned out about me. They're going to respond in a way that's critical or how they really feel. And that was something that a lot of celebrities shied away from. You don't see a lot of celebs getting on Twitter to tweet their thoughts. But when, for instance, 50 Cent had power and he decided to make changes, you can write them and tell them directly. I've had issues with customer service places. They get to you directly. It's a very much so organic way for consumers to be reaching people that they want to consume from. And I think that's the best thing about it, whether it's a politician, whether it's a business, whether it's a playwright or a screenwriter. You can literally find them and mention them. I've had opportunities from Twitter. NBC reached out to me and I got it directly from a DM on Twitter.
Yeah. And if your YouTube channel go down, you got to reach out to YouTube on Twitter.
Right there.
All right. We're dropping gems. I just dropped the gem. Shit. Anyhow, let's go ahead and keep it pushing.
I remember when that happened. Yeah, you told me about that. So yeah, you're right. So I keep the little stupid Twitter app just in case my YouTube channel go down.
Shit, I got into my first argument with a celebrity on Twitter.
I think I'm gonna look into it, but I'm not really like I don't make my money off social media, and I don't want a lot of followers. So I think whatever the mass is, pick one, and that's what I'll go to, just so I'm not like a dinosaur in technology or social media. So, but I just contact my family through social media and look at my nieces and nephews grow up in another state. So I think I'll get on there just to see what it's about, and maybe it'll be a new experience for me, but I can care less. I don't need 3 social medias. Instagram and Facebook is good for me. But if we're going to exit one out and pick the other one, let's do that and call it a day.
Well, if you're going to pick one, just pick OnlyFans.
All of them.
OnlyFans might be the way to go, man. You could just go in there and stroke your beard.
Yeah.
And people would just watch. So
when it comes to the social medias now, it's really a different dynamic, because Facebook has always been family oriented, right? And then you have Instagram. It's more so for people who are your networking friends and your socialites and people you want to reach out and brand with. When it comes to Twitter, you have some people who come on there and they hide. It's some heavy hitters on Twitter that they have little to no followers, but they can tweet their intricate thoughts, and they know nobody's going to come over here and find me and bother me because I don't promote it, or nobody sees me over here. I'm not trying to grow my followers. And it's very easy to do so. If you get on TikTok, right, most people don't realize how easy it is to go viral on TikTok. I blew up in TikTok off one video. So I definitely think you have to do what works for you, especially as a creator when you talk about your brand, because with Twitter now, we're seeing the same way a lot of people have a high rising, they have a quicker falling.
That's good information. Good information. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let's make sure we hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know some people are like, what's going on? Where's all the toxic topics? Well, this Threads thing was a hot topic. We like to heat up a little bit over here. So we're going to get to a little bit of toxic conversations a little bit later. Marcus Evans, I read this one already, but he said, what's going on, everyone? Let's have a great show tonight. Be good. Trish Main LaFleur, $2 says, what are we jumping on, Mr. Let Go? I don't know what that's about. Let Go.
Pause.
Yeah. Christopher J 199 also member says 30 million. Shit, more like 53,291,648. Trish Main again says Twitter, if worked correctly, it's like Backpage 2.0.
Wait, huh? I'm so confused.
I don't know. I'm just reading it respectfully. I want to say thank you to the people that has donated thus far. Let's go ahead and keep it cooking, man. Keep it cooking. I got something else a little mild that I want to play for you guys. We got to have a little bit of positivity, man. We can't just be toxic all night, right? Our next, hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Our next topic is removing low-level decisions fatigue. Removing low-level decision fatigue. We're going to play this clip.
A bunch of military men are so much more successful than, say, the everyman. It's because they've become so used to routine. My daily schedule used to vary wildly. And then I realized by watching my husband, he does the same thing every day, every chance he gets. It's called removing low-level decision fatigue. And so instead of deciding, well, today I'm gonna work out at 12 and tomorrow I'm gonna do it at 7, he's like, every morning, 7:30, I go and work out no matter what. Removing those small decisions allows you to open up the big decisions. My daily schedule today now looks like I get up at 6 every single morning. I go work out at 7, 7:30. I hit work from 8:15 to 8:30. The more I can keep my day simple, the easier it becomes all the deviations in life. Lots of people say, I don't want the routine to be the same every single day. But what you find out is that if you keep the exceptions, living by the rule opens up massive freedom.
All right, removing low-level decision fatigue. Let's go ahead and dive into it. What do you guys thoughts about that? Y'all like that? Y'all think there's some truth to it? Did you guys practice that? I know Mr. Let Go is pretty structured throughout the day.
I like it.
I'm all over the place. I don't even know what I'm gonna do.
Go ahead, Penny.
I literally have no idea what I'm gonna do.
I think most of the day I am looking for something different, and I get up in the morning and I say, what would make this day the best day? And so what can I do to make this day the best day? But I think I might try that and just go by routine and see if it does open up other opportunities to do other things. So I like that mind frame, or the frame of mind, should I say.
All right. Go ahead, Precious. You want to?
I think discipline in that way is important because you focus on what's important, your tasks that you need to get done, and you don't let other things affect you because you know you have to get certain things done every day. And using the military is a good example because they're up early, and they know they have to be up early, so they don't complain about it like a regular person, like, oh, I'm not a morning person. I just, those things can actually weigh you down. It's like they said, removing the low level fatigue. So you don't even realize how much is weighing you down rather than you just getting up early and just having that, extra push for the day, extra energy for the day and seeing more of the day than a regular person does. So I would agree with that, having those routine schedule. If you're not, some people they're just not used to it. Even in childhood, they don't have a routine of getting up, making their bed. You'd be surprised at how many people don't make their bed in the morning. And that's actually supposed to be a part of your routine. And it's simple, but it's something that you should do every day. And a lot of people get out of the bed and they don't make their bed every morning. So it kind of tells you what kind of day you're going to have too. So I think it's important. And I think that a lot of people should adopt, some type of discipline, routine, or task driven type of day, at least, 4 out of the 7 days. So you get used to thinking focus minded and not, your thoughts aren't drifted and your day is kind of all over the place. And then you look at the end, you're like, well, what did I do today? So I agree with that.
I want to say, like, I don't want to say it's a military thing. I know military does give you discipline, but it's a person. It's like an individual thing. So there's military people that will go to work and do the same thing every day, but outside of military, they nothing like that. So I know she's probably saying that because that's how her husband is. But the picture painted, is not all the way that way. There's people who are in the military life. They're in the military. You got military spouses. You got military brats. and they actually see the day-to-day life on people that are in the military. So I don't want to just pin it on military only. I do believe that discipline and having a schedule is great, because now you can really have your goals set. So if you have a goal and you want to get to that and be successful in it, sometimes you have to write down steps. In order to conquer your steps, you have to make sure that you put them down and you put it in a schedule from point A to point, to Z. So you want to make sure that everything is done properly. Because if you go out of order, sometimes your goals will not even get done. So I do think that everybody should definitely have a schedule. And yeah.
So I don't think that's what she meant by that when she said removing low-level decision fatigue. I think what she was referring to is that a lot of times people tend to get caught up in all the small decisions that they have to make on a day-to-day basis. So like she said, if you like, okay, well, this morning I wake up at 3, or tomorrow I'm gonna wake up at 5, or this, rather than saying, okay, well, I'm gonna wake up at 6 every single morning. That removes a decision you have to make the night before about what time you're gonna wake up. You say, the moment I wake up, I'm gonna go take my shower. That removes the decision that you have to go take a shower. It's all the small things that you constantly worry yourself about throughout the day. So what she's saying is that when you set your schedule and you set up a routine for all the small stuff, you start to realize how much time you have to actually make other decisions. So I think that's what she was saying. I don't think she necessarily, because I mean, you can honestly do absolutely nothing profound. But if you make a schedule, if you schedule yourself, it opens up your day to be able to do other stuff. So instead of you trying to scrounge and figure out, okay, well, I know I normally work out at 5 o'clock in the morning, but now it's already 10 o'clock. So I guess I can work out at 12. You already worked out at 5. So now you ain't got to worry about working out, getting in the way of you having to make decisions for whatever you may be grocery shopping for today or whatever, because you've already put that away earlier in your schedule. So I think that's what she meant by that. It's just removing all the small decisions by automatically putting it on the schedule in your day. That way, now you have freedom throughout the day to make other decisions that you wouldn't have otherwise had time for.
I also took from that's kind of what she was saying. Like, we overcomplicate everything. And once you start trying to negotiate with yourself, you miss the opportunity. And I think I understand it, because that's how I live my life. Every day I have a schedule. Whether it's in regards to me getting up to work out, I'm up. I don't negotiate with myself. I'm up, my feet on the floor, no later than 7:30. So if I done slept past 7:30, whatever else I have to do for the day, if it's leisure, it can't get done, because at that point I done sat there and I done wasted my time. And then going throughout the day, you have to be a little bit more calculated about how you invest into your time. Like, are you wasting your time? Are you actually investing into yourself? And I think a lot of times we make things overcomplicated because we're looking at how we can integrate leisure things into things that are priority.
All right, go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just gonna really add to what Sweeney and Precious was saying. Something to make it really simple to paint the picture. What I took from it is just think about like meal prepping and what you're gonna eat if you have a goal to lose weight. So if you already set the tone to say, this is what I'm gonna pack this food, I'm making this food for the week. This is what I'm eating for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most people are not successful at losing weight because what do they say? Oh, I got out. I didn't know what I was going to eat. I grabbed something quick or I don't know what to eat. So at lunch, what are you going to eat? It's always about what are you going to eat, what are you going to eat, because that's something that you do. Either you're fasting, you eat one time a day, so that meal is very special, or you're eating, multiple small meals 4 to 6 times a day. So removing those decisions ahead of time will make you a lot closer to your goals and make room in your brain for other smart decision making.
Okay. I think people do that already, but I think they pick and choose what they do it with. Because I know, like, women, they will hurry up and put something in their hair so they don't have to comb their hair to save them time, so they don't have to make a decision about their hair or their children's hair. So I think people do it, but they pick and choose what they want to do it for. So they may not meal prep when they need to meal prep, but they'll go ahead and they'll say, okay, let me put your child hair in some braids so I don't have to do your hair for the week. So I just think people pick and choose what they do it for.
Go ahead, Trey.
I would say I think it depends on the individual, right? Outside of grooming and getting up for my day job, which I have to do 5 days a week anyway. So I wake up at 6, boom, boom, boom. But even on like my off time, I can't go to sleep at night if I didn't do something productive. But what I normally do is I try to work with some passion. So depending on what type of mood I'm in, that's what I'm gonna go for. I'm going to be doing something productive, but it depends. So like, let's say I was been to filming a little while ago, right? So it might be a week where I just feel like, you know what, I'm gonna just write some scripts out. And then it might be another week where I just like, you know what, I'm gonna get on my edit game. So I find myself to be most productive when I kind of just lock in for a little bit, go away mentally, and then just do what I need to do. But if some days you might not feel like doing that, but I'm going to be doing something else that's productive. So, I mean, I could see how that structure would work for some people for sure. But for me, I'm kind of organized chaos, but I'm going to get something done.
Yeah, I believe in producing every day. I don't do the same thing every day, but I don't do something different every day. It's somewhat different because a lot of the content I talk about and post comes straight from what I've seen somewhere else and I'm responding to it, or so it's like emotions to it. And I think because a lot of the things that I talk about comes from my own emotions, it makes it seem like it's something different every day. It's like a different episode of a movie every day, but probably to the public, it looks the same. So with me, it's different. I can't imagine just doing the same thing every day, but somebody around me may say, you do the same thing every day. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, as long as I'm producing, because I ain't gonna be able to go to sleep until I produce. So I'll be up till 2 o'clock in the morning if I ain't produce nothing. So I gotta produce every day.
So somebody in the chat has been posting like perfect examples of another way of removing low-level decision fatigue. She brought up an example. One, she's about Mark Zuckerberg, where he talked about how, I don't know if it was gray shirts, but I remember him talking about how he wears the same thing every day so that he doesn't have to so that he can use that time to think about other things because he knows I'm wearing that same shirt. She also gave another example where she talked about how the reason why she got knotless box braids is because it removes a decision that she would have to make normally during the day. Like, okay, what am I going to do with my hair? It's the same reason why I got locks, because I didn't like, you know what I mean, having to figure out, okay, am I going to brush today? Am I going to do this today? So, you know what I mean? A lot of people do that as well. So she gave some perfect examples of it. And I think that'll help a lot of people understand exactly what the video was saying as well.
Yeah, that's the same reason why I just went on ahead and shaved all my hair off, man. I ain't want to have to make a decision on whether I wanted to rock the Amen or if I just wanted to, you know, get
now you just take as much time on your beard.
yeah. Facts. No, but I kind of like what she said, man, because I think when you attack your day, you have to think about what's the priority, like what has to happen, and then everything else is just fillers. So I can't stand sitting in the same spot, but I'm most effective in the morning. Like as soon as I get up, I'm most effective. As long as I'm not disturbed, I can go ahead and just knock everything out that I need to. But as the day goes on and I think about everything I have to do, then stuff just starts spreading out and start dragging, and then I become irritated, and then it just messes up the whole day. So I think stick to what's priority, whatever's priority. When you wake up, knock that out, then it can open up other avenues for you to do other things that you want to do, like reading a book or maybe spending time with the kids or just whatever you want to do, right? It just opens it up when you take care of the priority, because that priority is not lingering over your head, because you know it was done. It's been executed.
Not always.
One other thing I wanted. Oh, go ahead.
Not always in the morning.
One other thing I wanted to mention is one thing that I do is when I get ready for work, I'll take a picture of what I have on for the day. And then I'll take a picture of all my outfits. It's about 20 or 30 of them. And then I'll just go down the line of which one I'm going to wear and over over again, all over again. And so it makes you wear different things, but it's also organizes you and lets you know, okay, this is what I'm wearing for the day or for the week. You already have pictures of what it looks like already and what you're going to look like in it already. So you just pick through the week and just keep going. And you don't have to think about what you're going to wear next week because it's already in the picture lined up already.
When I was younger, my mom used to make us iron our clothes for the week.
I do that.
We was wearing all week. So,
I do that. And I put it on a hanger with the necklace, the bra, the panties, everything. So I don't have to look for anything.
Search for it, right?
For nothing. In the morning, just grab it.
I think certain things like Taco Tuesdays is another example. Like if you know that every Tuesday, us as a family, we eating tacos, that's one less decision you got to make on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, just make sure you got all the ingredients, man. Make sure I got that cilantro. That's what I need up. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to all the green gang that's in the chat. I see a lot of you folks in there are active in the chat. So salute to you. We did have one super chat that I read that one already. Practitioner her 499 says Mark Zuckerberg wears only gray shirts solely to limit his decision fatigue. So it's all about simplifying, right?
I just want to know why y'all run around looking for random panties. They're not in a drawer or something? I'm confused.
They are, but
it's all about
in the morning you just feel different. So you want to wear something.
Yeah, you could just get straight out the shower and you just have your whole outfit ready instead of going through the drawers to get this and then get this and this and get this. You like.
And sometimes some panties have like lines in it. You can see it through the dress. You can't see it through the dress. You got to figure out which one. All of that. So.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just like, y'all got panties laying all over the place or something, and y'all don't. Okay, I get it. That makes sense.
All right, now let's keep it PG, y'all. Trish Main LaFleur $5 says, "I'm all for structure, but wearing the same thing every day sounds like autism."
I love wearing the same thing every day. Every day.
I mean, private school field. That's probably why.
Uniforms. When I went to school, we wore uniforms, and I can honestly say it was far less stressful when you only had 3 shirt colors to pick from and 2 pair of pant colors to pick from. If you weren't wearing navy, burgundy, or white, and you weren't wearing navy pants or khaki pants, you were confused on days where you actually were like, oh, well, we can wear regular clothes. It just made it far more complicated. And as an adult, you appreciate simplicity because now the lack of having to do the extra work, being an adult is very overwhelming. Having to always make decisions is very overwhelming. You got to be in charge all the time. So I enjoy simplifying my life as much as possible.
Yeah, I didn't know because we wound up wearing uniforms my senior year. So I didn't have to wear uniforms all the way up until my senior year. And at first, I hated it. But then you realize, like, damn, I ain't got to go and look for nothing no more. It was just, all right, grab these slacks, grab this shirt on to school.
I think there's a good balance, though, because you still want to have your individuality. You still want to, I mean, if that's your thing, I guess fashion isn't everyone's thing but I think that the way that you present yourself is important. So if you get caught up in being very simple, let's just say your wife wants you to dress up and go, to this nice restaurant. You're going to be like, oh man, like, why can't I just, throw on some slacks and, so I think there's a good balance in being simple as well. Cause you could be simply, you could look real fly, but be real simple about it. You know what I mean? But I think there is a balance between, wearing something every day and not necessarily having an individual type of style to you.
I think the difference is if you have a choice or not. Because children don't necessarily have a choice when they're talking about going to school. I went to public school and we had uniform. When I went to a private school, there were no uniforms. And so it could be vice versa. But I think it makes a difference when you're an adult because now you're addressing your comfort level. As a child, you may be that child that's super fly, super fashionable. So you're the person that makes them implement the additional dress code restrictions because you know how to get around it. And, I can see where that could be complicated. Like now I'm limited who I am as an individual. I'm really into fashion.
I think on like if it causes issues. So like I think one of you guys mentioned working out and having that meal plan. So if you have a goal to lose weight, then you need to have that meal plan set, have a week out, 2 week out, even a month meal plan on what you're going to eat so you can accomplish the goal. So I think that, you know, this is more like for me, it's more of a goal driven. If you want to accomplish things, you got to have it set out. If you don't set it out, it's just not going to happen. But then there's some people who, if you're wearing the same shirt every day, it's because you have other things that's clouding your brain that you don't want to think about what you have to wear because it's going to waste time. Some people can't just pick an outfit and be like, yeah, this looks good. Some people, it takes them an hour, 2 hours just to pick what they want to wear. So why waste, depending on the person, why waste an hour or 2 hours when you could have successfully done 3 things? So I just think it depends on the person and what they are able to handle. If it's something that you want to eliminate and you want to take the time and you know, create your outfits, then do it. Whatever is going to make you successful, I think is what, to me, is what I'm looking at.
I think at the basis of this, we're all simply saying that structure is needed at some point in your life. And I think going back to like the military comment, that's the one thing that you get, regardless of your personality or how you were raised. You're going to get structure, you're going to get discipline. And when you're talking about simplifying decision fatigue, that's going to force people to be a little bit more self-conscious about the structure that they're implementing.
All right. I like that, man. I like that. Let me read these couple super chats. The AP accountability partner, $10 also member says salute to the panel. Well, except for let go. Seriously, salute to you all and you ladies. Ooh, fire. Mestro Stevens, $5 says, as a military brat, I grew up hating the routine life, then embraced it later in life. However, most modern women complain about it in relationships. Bravo Tech $10 says, shout out to Penny for her weekly meal prep. Closet edition.
Closet edition. What in the world?
Yeah, that's different. I haven't heard of that. I mean, I know like for kids, you do it, but you're doing it for yourself is interesting.
Yeah, it really works. It really works. Because sometimes when you get dressed as a woman, you'll think to yourself, did I wear this last week? And you forget and you don't want to wear the same thing. And then you still are expressive because you're wearing things that you like and the coordination that you like. But when you have something to remind you what you're wearing and you already have it laid out.
That's why
I got a question. Who on here can eat the same thing every day?
Me.
No.
I can eat the same thing every single day.
No.
So
that depends on what it is.
You do all kinds of other food, or wouldn't meal prepping be the same food every day, or what?
Well, for me, it's like I could eat my favorite foods every day. If it's something else, then I know I could not. I have to have variety.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
My morning breakfast, I can eat the same thing every day probably, but for dinner, I need variety.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm very
regimented, like with anything. I don't get bored with things, so I can eat the same thing.
As a matter of fact,
I'm a leftover person. I'm that person. Like I don't get tired of things really.
As a matter of fact, we had just at Sprouts, they had these what is it called? Pulled pork sushi rolls. Mm-hmm. I ate that shit like 6 times in a row. It was good, man.
Sushi rolls. What? Sprouts. What is a Sprouts? What is that?
And you eat it
it's like a Whole Foods
grocery store. Or
it's like
a Whole Foods, like a small.
How they putting pulled pork on sushi?
Man,
that's wild.
What does that look like?
You would think it sound, man, that shit was good.
And then I want y'all to listen to how it sounds. Pulled pork sushi rolls. It just sounds disgusting, like booty hole or something. This is disgusting.
What?
Disgusting. What are you eating, bro?
It sounds like you put mayonnaise with a peanut butter sandwich. Like, what are we talking about?
Look, I'm telling you.
I would try it.
Same thing when I looked at it.
It's probably deep fried.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the only reason why I got it though is because I don't.
Fried, Sweeney?
No,
it's not deep fried.
The only reason why I got it was because I can't eat raw fish. and I don't eat like shellfish or anything like that. So I was looking for something that was cooked. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, well, what do y'all have?
With some pork in it.
Did you say if it was hot or cold? I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, it was cold.
I'm looking for some fish with some pork in it. What?
What?
That's like pouring
fish?
hot milk on your cereal.
Was it chewy?
Stuff doesn't go together.
Cold?
It wasn't pork and fish, dude. You know you can make sushi with stuff
I mean,
other
they do
than
the same
fish.
thing with
Cereal
shrimp.
too?
You can make any.
Do you have an extra ground against pork or something?
Yes.
Cold pork.
I'm a vegan.
Well, I mean, that's
Cold
your
pork
prerogative,
sounds
but I eat pork on
I'm a
eggs,
Muslim
ribs.
vegan.
Shoot.
Oh, pork out the refrigerator like that.
You never heard of
You
a
have to go to
Muslim
Sprouts to
vegan?
look for this, Sweeney. Like, this is very suspect. They
I'm
cooked it
tell-
hot, then made it, then chilled it to put it in a roll.
No, I don't know
Right,
if it was.
that's
I don't.
disgusting.
What
I
else
don't know.
is in
I
it?
feel like
Is
it's
it
between my
cream
teeth because
cheese
it's cold.
and
Like,
like the seaweed? What else is with it?
I think it might have been
You don't know.
I
He
can't
just
remember
rolled
exactly.
through it.
I can't remember exactly what wrap they used, but it was like it was good.
And how
Hey,
often do you
come
eat
back
this?
later,
You
man.
say
He
every
don't have
day,
no
right?
details, man. Let him look it up and Google it or something. Man. He don't have the details on it. He just knows.
Hold on, Sweeney.
Huh?
I just gotta say this. If you keep eating this mess, please go get a colonoscopy. What the hell? That's disgusting.
Hey, look, I'll be dying
Go to the
happy.
hospital.
I would die with a smile on my face.
Take that mentality and put that in the trash. Do not say that.
Look, man, look, I like to eat what I like to eat, man. I ain't gonna sit here if I the same way that y'all felt about that pulled pork, that's how I feel about things like
like
what's
the lab grown chicken.
We don't eat nothing you about to
I
say,
would try
Sweeney.
it,
I promise you.
So I would try it.
that's how I feel about green grapes.
I eat black grapes now.
But
What's
no,
wrong with green grape?
I don't like sour grapes.
Yeah, you're supposed to eat
green grapes in a while.
black grapes.
Okay.
Black.
All green grapes are not
Red? Aren't they red?
That's true. They're not.
I'm so
Oh, no, every
No,
green
like
grape
red
I've
is
had
red
is
ones and then
fine.
there's black
10
ones.
weeks ago, and they were very sweet.
Yeah.
It was
They weren't
probably,
sour grapes.
yeah, it was probably cotton candy. They got cotton candy green grapes.
No,
Yeah, they
just
do got
regular
cotton candy
green
grapes.
I know the
Yeah.
cotton candy ones. I don't like that. That's too sweet.
Man, y'all
Yeah.
so picky, man.
Hey,
Y'all-
look, I'll put it like this. I like pork. I like grilling it. I make
I like
some
cotton
banging ribs. You know what I mean?
It's
Hey, look,
gross, man. I'm a
it's gross-
vegan.
It's gross to you.
I'm a vegan Muslim. You're offending me.
It's gross to you.
All right, y'all, let's go ahead and keep it moving, man. Z Jackson Kane 499 says my father was a Marine since 12. I work out, eat right, work at the same time dating. My athletic career was easy because of ritual. 100 hours a year equals an expert. Z Jackson again 199 says I have 30 outfits for work when I coach Diva Mode. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Mastro Stevens became a green member. Salute to you, sir, for becoming a member. It's time to get ratchet now. Y'all ready to turn it up a little bit?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Go ahead and turn it up, man. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's time to get into Keke and Darius. Let's get into Keke and Darius. Keke Palmer's child's father, Darius Dalton, was upset she was showcasing booty cheeks to please other men. But before we talk about that, I want to play this video of Darius and what he did.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this work?
When Darius posted this, it was all giggles, and now that the usher was singing to Keke, she suddenly needs to be a mom. Be for real. So this is Darius right here. He is filming his child's mother, Keke.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this work?
That we will be discussing tonight. All right. So he's upset because this happened. It is muted because I don't know if that audio is gonna get flagged, but this is Keke right here at an Usher concert. See what she's wearing. I mean, who doesn't love Usher, right? The ladies love Usher, just like they love the meat. Just seem to be vibing with him right there. Yeah. Okay. She seemed to be into it. He's serenading. She like she feeling good. She might have had a couple drinks. Those drinks right there. Yeah, she might have had a couple cocktails. Is this a concert? This what they do?
Oh yeah,
I think it
he
was
has a
at Usher's concert
residency
in Vegas.
in
I went
Vegas.
to his concert. It was great.
It's at Vegas, dog. Okay.
When
So
you're front row, they he always grabs a woman to dance with. So it's a normal thing.
okay. So he's in,
but her reaction is
he's doing what he do. It seems all friendly. A hug. Was that a kiss? Hold on. Was that?
I think she tried to kiss him, but he didn't allow it. That's her. Look at her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's thirsty as hell.
Oh, he faded her.
Okay, so that's what happened.
Reaction.
Keke was trying to give him that ass, and he was trying to be the best gentleman as he could. She was trying to give him that ass.
He was trying to do it. So after that happened, Darius posted this on his Twitter. We talked about Twitter earlier, right? We live in a generation where a man of the family doesn't want the wife and mother. Well, I thought she was just a mother. I thought I read he hasn't wifed her yet, but the wife and mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks to please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is. This is my family and my representation. I have standards and morals to believe what I believe. So here he says he has standards, but then,
y'all see this. Y'all see this work.
But then he filmed her doing this. So he says he has standards, but
y'all see this. Y'all see this work.
Okay, so we saw the work. And so he was pretty upset that she was out there like this. Usher looked like he was feeling it, right?
Look what you're looking at.
He's looking at that ass. He's like, all right.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about it, man. Let's go ahead and dive into it. Keke Palmer's child's father, Darius Dalton, upset she was showcasing booty cheeks to please other men. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Who want to hit this first?
I'll go first.
Let me jump in.
Hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
I got it.
You got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One, it's a difference between playing around with your girl on camera and she got something on and y'all together versus her being out somewhere else showcasing her booty cheeks out at the club or out whatever. Altogether, I don't see anything wrong with the dance with Usher because women want to have fun. Like, there's nothing wrong with going out or whatever, and Usher wants to serenade you. But the thing about it is, her thirsty ass, he's supposed to serenade you, which is you stand up and you do whatever women do, like, oh my God, and he does this, and yes, all this stuff. Her dumb ass goes wanting to hug him and dance, and putting a crotch all on him, and he's being a gentleman, but all together, he's supposed to be serenading you. Serenading isn't dancing. It's you stand over there and he sings to you. But she's so thirsty, she had to get all up in his face, which was to a certain degree inappropriate if she was married. This cornball is running around talking about he wants his woman to be traditional, but his dumb ass did not marry her. So you can't put a baby in a woman and don't marry her and then start running around talking about you want to be traditional. The dude is a bum and he's upset, in my opinion, that he couldn't afford to go to the Usher concert. He couldn't afford to make it out.
What makes you think he a bum?
Okay. That's just my opinion. So my whole thing is the reason why he's doing all these things is one, he don't have control over his baby mama. She used him for a baby because he's mixed with some shit. This is what a lot of women do. Women are pookie pickers and they look for a dumb dude that looks good so she has a baby by him. And this literally is the typical pookie picker shit that a lot of our women do. So she ain't thinking about this man at all. She used him for a baby because she wanted a damn baby with a dude that looks like, I don't know who the hell. The dude doesn't even realize he's not self-aware. He woman Two, she don't want to be with your ass. She just used you for a baby, and she's out here dancing with Usher, wanting to give him some ass because she don't want to be with you.
I'm still trying to figure out what makes him a bum.
All right, I got a little bit of an answer for that. Well, this to me, in my opinion, is typical hypergamy at its finest, right? So, Mr. Letgo did refer to him as a bum. I can't say he's a bum. He's technically a fitness trainer. They range anywhere from 39,000 to, at the very, very high end, 150,000. Right?
Likely, he's at the bottom.
He has a net worth of nearly $1 million.
Right.
Okay. Well, guess what? Keke has a net worth of nearly $10 million. So that's the problem right there, right? So,
which makes him a bum.
Now,
come on, bro.
So I mean, compared to her,
based off of somebody else's money.
Wait. Kind of. When you're talking about hypergamy, right? She realized that she's very close to the wall. She's 29 years old, and she realized that she had to find some type of a specimen to create a child with until she's able to get the man that she actually feels like she qualifies for, but will never actually qualify for due to this type of ratchet behavior. First of all, she's a mom. The baby is not even a year old yet. They were born in February. That's not cool. You're a brand new mother. You shouldn't have a sheer outfit outside like that. I don't care what you are, the celebrity. Once you're a mother, in my opinion, you should know how to conduct yourself, and the cakes ain't for everyone. The dude has already displayed that he's a sucker just by showing off his cakes to the rest of the world. He's a chump, and that's why she doesn't respect the fool in the first place, and he's never going to get the respect. The problem is she thinks that she's going to be able to exhibit this type of a behavior and still be able to obtain, which is nearly impossible, and retain, not possible at all, for her to be able to get the man that she actually wants, which is somebody who is making more than her. Women typically want a man to make at least 30 to 50% more than her just to even consider you an actual man to her. This is one of the dudes that should have been invisible, but because she was so close to that 30 age, it didn't make any sense for her to wait. You have the option of freezing your eggs or going ahead, having a baby, and then start your life later on. The dude is not known for anything except for Keke's boyfriend. Nobody knows him. So women also look for status. So even if he's not a bum technically by his dollar, he doesn't have nearly the status that she has. And this is false. The other main component. Say again?
That's false. He had his own following before her.
Not like her. Not
what
like
was
her.
he?
And that's what I'm saying. They want the woman to have more.
What was he?
It's not about. It's not
what
about.
Was he?
He's a fitness trainer. He has his
a fitness
own
trainer.
YouTube channel. He has his own career long before he met her. How do y'all think they even wound up in the same space?
But it's not on the same. It's not on a level of. It's not on a level of her. That's why she don't respect him. Women who respect their man don't behave like this.
We call bums.
But y'all,
I ain't call him a bum. I never called him a bum. I said he's making a certain thing, and women are into hypergamy.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I disagree with y'all about who Keke is. I honestly think she was acting for the camera. Keke is an entertainer. She's known to turn up and be silly, be wild. Whenever there's a camera, she's a host. She does all kind of shows and does clips. She is a true entertainer. She knew the camera was on her and she was having a good time. I really think that Darius wasn't serious in his initial post of this. It's that outfit though, you're a mom. I really don't think that it was that serious, and then it turned into something else. But I really don't. I think him and Keke have been together for a very long time. They were broken up. They got back together. Right. I believe he really does love him, regardless if they're married or not. But I believe that is her personality. I believe he knows what her personality is, right? Because they've been together. Everything is a joke to her. Everything is wild and over the top. And I mean, if you've seen when she had her baby, she posted baby videos, and it's like crazy. I don't know what to do with this baby. Like all kind of crazy stuff. Like that's who she is. That's her personality. So I think this has been blown out of proportion. I believe that they're fine.
I mean, at the same time,
yeah, but when
even
do
if
we
it's your
draw the
personality,
line of women just wanting to show their ass? I mean, you got Sierra. It's just like women in the industry, performers, whatever they are. It's just like at some point, it's just like, all right, gotta show my ass now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that's part of her personality and things like that. But at the end of the day, you did just have a baby. Like, you did just have a baby. So why have your ass out? Why can't it be covered, but you still look nice and you still look sexy? Why do you have to have your ass cheeks out?
Go ahead,
Paris. I'm going to give her the quote unquote benefit of the doubt, and I didn't even necessarily agree with what she did, but I have a huge disagreement with the perception of who she is in this conversation. For one, Keke had fertility issues. She had PCOS way before her and Dalton was even a thing. It was hereditary for her. So she's always struggled with her weight. She's always struggled with fertility. She wasn't rushing to become this age to get a man and make a baby because he was light skinned. Before him, she was in a long, steady, private relationship. Secondly, Dalton is a writer in Hollywood, and he is a personal fitness trainer, and his brother is also a actor in Hollywood, and he's been in movies. So to insinuate that he's broke or some pookie or looking down upon him, when you guys say these things, you have to really think about it, because you're speaking that to her partner. She's a reflection of him. So if you're speaking negative about him, then you're saying something negative about her inadvertently. And as far as Keke is concerned, there are not going to be a lot of men who are going to make the Disney money that she is making. She was way before streams. She was when people were buying VHS and things like that. So it's like, you're not going to have Akilah in the B with somebody who can always make 30% or higher than her, because unfortunately, that's just not the lane for a Black woman in Hollywood. It don't work that way. That's not the mold for her. Furthermore, I agree with Dalton having his boundaries set, but the way that this is being tailored, it's giving Keke was fangirling. And he didn't like her outfit because of the fact that it is sheer and it's showing booty cheeks. But if, when being honest, that was her being out and not her actually playing this caricature that everybody sees online, this happy, fun, go-lucky girl. He knows her, she knows him. They've been together for quite some time.
But Paris, you said yourself, saying something about him is a representation of her. Well, she's out here with her booty cheeks out, which is a representation of him. So how can you say the word representation without saying the word booty cheeks?
You can say it without saying it, because Dalton and Keke are a couple together. Even when he did that, he was absolutely wrong for how he went to say it online and double down on it, because Keke's like Black Twitter's America's sweetheart. Like, everybody on Black Twitter love Keke. Everybody on the internet love Keke. She does no wrong. So when you're saying, oh, Dalton is this pookie, or Dalton is broke, or he living off of Keke, et cetera, you're basically minimizing her, saying, well, all these years we've never seen her with the man. She went and made a bad decision. It's like, nah, she's been around the industry. She's seen so many negative perceptions of people. She's seen the ins and outs. She was the one Black girl who was able to get out without the drugs. She's not giving Raven Simone. She's not giving the Kyla Pratt. She's actually a positive image. So even for her doing this thing, it's not a huge stain on her. The stain comes in with the fact that her man is saying, I don't appreciate that. And even by minimizing him, saying, oh, he's not traditional, et cetera, we don't know if they're married. We're told that they're
That's not. The whole point of the conversation, Paris. You got to remember, he started this. We're not talking about Keke Palmer. We're talking about her loser baby daddy. So it's not really... Like I said, just in my opinion, like, I can only speak for me. I have no problem with her dance with Usher. This is what Usher does. Usher dance with Joe Budden's girlfriend. It's what they do when you go out there. But the fact that she's out here with her booty cheeks out is one thing, and the fact that this cornball, literally, like you just said, tried to weaponize her own fan base onto her, which is some female shit. You just said she's a Twitter darling, right? So why, instead of calling her up like an actual man does and be like, yo, what is you doing? Why is you doing this?
Exactly.
your goofy ass, or his goofy ass, goes on Twitter. She's a Twitter darling and tries to weaponize her own fan base onto her.
He shouldn't have posted on Twitter.
He's a pure cornball.
He shouldn't have. That was corny.
So you can call him Pookie, cornball, whatever you want to call him.
I'm not calling him a Pookie because he's
problematic.
The insinuations about who that man is crazy.
He's feminine.
I'm going to tell you why we can insinuate that.
I think he's genius.
You can't insinuate that he's a Pookie.
I'm going to tell you why.
I'm not going to
the lady,
feminine, whatever you want to call him, trash. He's trash.
But Paradise, why are you protecting and defending Keke Palmer? So what I want to say is we have mothers, right? Are you a mom?
No.
Oh, okay, so I get why you said that. We're just talking about a mom, right? A mother that's showing her ass. Let's forget him, right? Because if I seen the video and he didn't say shit, I would be like, why is her ass out? She just had a baby. Okay. Let's talk about her exposing herself, being a lady.
I gotta disagree, lady. I gotta disagree.
Okay, that's fine. Being a lady, okay, you have women out here that would show a whole bunch of stuff. They're revealing themselves, cool, right? But then we look at it and be like, wow, was that the right decision? So let's say, she had a daughter, right? She has a son, but let's say she had a daughter. I'm just making that point. And the daughter is thinking, okay, I can wear this type of outfit. When I get older, I want to be just like mommy. So then when she's 14 years old, thinking that she could wear these outfits, and you're saying, no, you can't do that. You have to wait. Or no, you can't do that at all. And you try to make her some type of wholesome girl so she won't be out there for the streets. Then you're going to say, oh, well, you're not going to look at your parenting and say, hey, I didn't do something. It wasn't me. You're going to say, oh, it's
the lady died.
I'm not done. You're going to say it's the culture that's raising her when you're the one that's portraying this type of outfit. So if you're going to be protecting children, let's protect them by what the hell we're putting on.
I don't have to protect children in this sense because the children weren't a part of the conversation, Lady Di. The issue
is part of the children.
Children is part of the conversation. She just had a baby, and her baby daddy is talking shit. Baby daddy.
And we got a difference in opinion of how women perceive respect to their partners. That's the issue. If we start at the head and we work with the head, the body will fall. So if we address the adults in the situation, why women felt like it was okay to overstep that man's boundaries, then we can worry about the girls and the boys and how they perceive everything. Because what Dalton said was not wrong. I'm not going to sit here and make it seem like it's okay for her wardrobe choice as a parent. What I'm saying is the way that people are perceptualizing him, minimizing him, you're making it seem like she made a bad choice.
He minimized himself by acting like a bitch on Twitter.
The reason why people are saying that about him is because he's the one that's portraying things about himself. So if you show something about yourself and you show your character and you showing your own girl's booty cheeks, he's just making it bad on him. That has nothing to do with her. He the one that posted that. He
right.
Outfit about him with his drawers on.
So
my main point.
Where is the line?
Hold on, Casey wanted to come in.
Conversation, because everybody is hopping on the whole she's a mom thing. I'm a mom, and my husband. I've dressed provocative. I was a professional dancer. He met me wearing little to nothing when I performed as a dancer, and that I love wearing sexy clothes, and that's what it is. And my husband loves it, and we're very secure in ourselves and who we are. So we would never have a Keke and him type of situation. Me being a mom shouldn't have anything to do with that. And I really think social media is a whole nother element, because if you put into where she was in Vegas at a concert. If there was no social media for the world to pick apart her outfit, no one would know that she had on the outfit with a thong underneath. So are mothers not supposed to wear thongs on the beach? Are mothers only supposed to wear one pieces and never bikinis?
But what about the 15-year-old that's there, Casey?
Wear their stomach out. Like, where's the line at between what y'all think a new mom should wear if her body snapped back and she can fit it? Why can't she wear it if it's
but
okay?
you can do it without having your cheeks out. You can still look good as hell without having your booty shaking in front of everybody.
Go out wearing dumb shit like that, and only certain men will allow that.
Cardi, you have to stop. Like,
yeah, she's not a good mom either.
Every night in thong pieces with her booty out. So
Who?
like,
Cardi is a stripper. Was a stripper.
Cardi B was a stripper.
I just said Beyonce. I just said
Beyonce.
everybody else. Where is the line drawn?
Beyonce don't wear that when she out. She don't wear that when she
In her
entertains.
concert, in her tour right now, she has
She's
about
on
4 outfits
stage
with her
Beyonce.
booty cheeks hanging out with a thong on.
Beyonce been showing her ass since her first video. So we're not talking about people that actually do this for a living, right? You just said that you show yourself because you're a professional dancer. You made that statement. So
I didn't say my booty cheeks are out. I said I dress sexy when I can, and I always have been.
So you wouldn't walk around with your booty cheeks out? Is what you're saying?
That's besides the point. I'm asking
That is not
y'all,
besides the
where is
point.
the
We're talking
line
about booty
drawn
cheeks.
for
Why
you
do y'all
tell
want to
the
go
women
away from booty
when
cheeks?
and what she
That's
can
what
wear?
the whole point is. Booty cheeks.
Y'all are saying she's a mom, so she shouldn't have that on. So I'm saying if she wasn't a mom at the same age, she can have that on.
No, it's about parenting. Why
It's about parenting. If you're not a mom, it wouldn't be so bad.
She's not parent. She's at a concert.
She's a
She's
parent.
at a school.
What is wrong with y'all?
It's parenting.
Casey, you mentioned security, and what I'm here to tell you is that
shit is crazy.
men are not secure when they tolerate that. It is actually men who are insecure of their of themselves that will actually tolerate that. And we also mentioned respect. And the reason why I say she looks down on him, the reason I say she looks down on him is because women who engage in that type of activity do not respect their man. No woman who ever respects her man will behave like that. Not for her, not for him, not for the children.
Right.
There is no respect there at all. There is, and that's why I say she looks down on him, because it's no respect there.
Because she wore a thong to a concert.
Yes.
Yes.
And everybody saw your ass. Yes.
What are you talking
That's
about?
a big deal. That's a big deal.
Casey, I went to
That's
that,
a big
that
deal.
concert, and it's a long walk to get to them seats. Everybody saw her ass, even if it wasn't on social media. Let's say we don't have social media or whatever. There are still a whole bunch of people that saw her cheeks. It's
And
just,
no
it's like, as a
respectable
woman, how do
man
you
is
even-
going to allow that. That is partly what makes the dude a bum.
Well, he did express that you said it as if he literally said he didn't like it. So it ain't like he said he literally spoke out about it.
Sweeney is talking. Chill. Sweeney is talking. Stop interrupting people. Go ahead, Sweeney.
He literally, I mean, you can't say that he allowed it. Who's to say he wasn't at his house and she walked out her own house? But he obviously spoke out and said, "Hey, look, I don't care what none of y'all say. I don't rock with that. Whether she listens or not, it's neither here nor there. She's a grown ass woman, and I've been telling y'all this for weeks on end. People who do not want to listen won't listen. People who do not want to follow you, don't want to submit to you, will not follow. I don't care how good of a man you are, how alpha you may think you are. It does not matter. If you're dealing with somebody who's going to do what they want to do, they're going to do it. With that being said,
and women who respect their man don't do that. Women who respect their man don't do that.
Let me ask you a question, Sweeney. Do you think that type of woman, because I'm looking at him and not her, because in my opinion, Keke Palmer is one of those uncontrollable women that don't ever need no man. Just stay out here, just do what the hell you want to do, right? So I'm looking at him as his choice of woman, right? Nobody can control Keke Palmer crazy ass. I don't have a problem with Keke Palmer, but nobody can control her. Whether she should be controlled, shouldn't, that's not the point. He's going to go Keke. So looking at him, for one, choosing her, two, putting a baby in her without giving her his last name, which may actually give him a little more control over an uncontrollable woman, and three, tweeting about this shit instead of saying it to her face. Those are the reasons why because to me, it's not about money. When I say bum, it's about character. And for you to tweet and go off on your lady on Twitter, you're a bum. It's not about money. That's bum.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna get viral right now. Go ahead, viral.
What's the deal, bro? Y'all talking about this Keke Palmer shit?
Yeah.
everybody tripping on the outfit. I'm tripping that nobody's tripping on the way she was all up on Usher like that. Like, damn,
I
bitch,
did.
and you got a dude at home, and you all over this dude, crotch to crotch, while he's fucking serenading your fucking vagina through your clothes that you barely even got on, and everybody talking about the outfit. Like, how about this bitch laying on a whole nother man and you got a man at home?
We ain't even get to that part
let's
yet.
cut the bitch part out, bro.
I can't cut the bitch part out, bro, because that's how bitches behave. That's
bro. Stop with the bitch stuff. I'm just saying, let's stop that part.
I can't stop that part, bro. She's not a self-respecting woman, bro. That's how bitches and hoes behave. Like, what you mean? You want to call them out, call them out.
Bro, just for the sake of the show, can you please?
Okay. If you can't curse on the show, let me know. Because I didn't
just calling women bitches. I'm just saying, can you please just not do that? That's all I'm saying.
I didn't call women bitches. I called her a bitch.
Can we just refrain from that? That's all I'm asking.
Wait, hold on. You can call somebody a loser, but you can't call somebody a bitch.
I'm trying to say,
call him a bitch, but I can't.
You can call him a bitch, but
I can't call a woman a bitch.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
I'm calling her a bitch, bro. Some bitches
deserve
to be called bitches. You got a man at home and you on stage grinding on another man half naked. You're a bitch. Period. There's no respect there. Now, if you disrespecting the man for complaining about it, but you giving her a pass, like, come on, bro, take the cape off. She was out of line. That's how I feel about it. I'm not even tripping on outfit.
I'm just saying she's a woman that's always out of line. She's one of those type of women that don't deserve no man. That's all I'm saying.
She's not always out of line. I've never known Keke to dress like that.
I will keep it a bean. This is the first time I've ever seen Keke Palmer dressed like that.
First time I've ever seen her dressed like that. And
but do y'all think she's dressing like that because she got an ass because of that baby? Because now she's a little finer.
But the baby, when she was pregnant with the baby and she was in her bra and panties, that's the first time I've seen her that naked. And then when she had on this outfit, that was the second time I've seen her naked. She never dressed like that.
And let me say this to Paris. Paris, I want to ask you a question. Because it sounds like you follow Keke Palmer. Do you think she's acting differently because sometimes when women have kids, they change in some type of way. You know what I'm saying? Since you don't have kids, it's a possibility that you don't know that when a woman, and this is the reason why I'm giving her a little bit of grace. When women have kids, they change. And sometimes when their bodies change, they can't help by running around acting like a child saying, hey, look at my ass. I finally got some ass. Because you said, Paris, that she had body issues, body image issues. She had all these issues. So now that the issues are somewhat gone, she's just out here just living her life. Do you see that or no?
Well, I'm not going to say she's out here living her life. I am going to say she's out here embracing her changes that she was once insecure about.
Right.
I do follow Keke Palmer, and I have seen her more risque. I've seen her wear a sheer top with nipple coverings and showing her nipple rings. I've seen her
okay.
previously.
I didn't know.
So even though, and the thing was, these are red carpet things. These are, even when she shaved her head, she's had other stylish looks that are risque, this, that, and the third. And sometimes people try different things. They rebrand themselves. She was a child star, so she probably did the Chloe Bailey thing, trying to transition into the adult sector of getting a little bit more sexually appealing. And it just didn't work for her. Keke was never a sex symbol. People never looked at her and go, oh my gosh, she's the Nia Long, et cetera, et cetera. But now that she does have a different image, her face is cleared up. She has the confidence to say she can have children because she's experienced miscarriage like that. Yes, she does have a different level of confidence. I don't think anything's wrong with her confidence. I think something is wrong with how she disregarded her partner. And I think that's what we should be doing.
So that's all I'm saying. I will say the reason why, in my opinion, she disregarded her partner is because he's a bum. That's all I'm saying.
Wait. We don't. Hold on. Wait. We will say this. I will say this. We don't know whether she disregarded him or not. She wore an outfit before he tweeted. Once he tweeted, it all depends on what she says in response and how she behaves going forward, whether she disregarded him or not.
I'm confused.
Which is odd because
the reality is we don't know.
Hold
Sweeney,
on, Sweeney.
Hold on, wait.
I'm just putting two and two together.
No, what
I
I'm
don't
saying is
think
we
he
don't
knew
know
that
that.
she was wearing something with her cheeks out. I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying. That's what I said. We don't know if she disregarded him because she hasn't
Hold on,
said
let
anything.
him finish.
So that's all I'm saying. We don't know if she disregarded him because she hasn't said anything. Said F him. I wear what I want, and we also haven't seen how she's gonna behave going forward. Maybe this is her first time ever hearing of him not liking the outfit that she put on.
It's a fair assessment because she's been knowing this boy well over 3 or 4 years.
Thank you.
But he's also, you even admitted yourself. He's also seen her wear sheer tops with her titties out. He's also posted pictures of her with her ass. So she might have thought. She honestly, so he might have up until she became a mom, he might have been cool with it, right? And hold on, wait.
So we
wait.
Something.
Let him finish. Let go.
So this is his first time actually saying something after she became a mom, right?
Yeah.
So the only way we'll know if she full-blown disregard him is if she goes on to continue wearing what she wears, if she says something about forgetting him, or if they break up for unforeseen reasons. We didn't know where that situation went or how it all worked out. We don't know until we see what goes on going forward. This may have honestly been his first time ever addressing the way she addressed in public.
You don't think him tweeting this instead of saying it to her on the phone is her disregarding? You don't think her phone was on airplane mode out of nowhere and he felt the need to go on Twitter about this? Because
I don't know. I feel down the middle because Keke can say what she want, right? She can get online and say what she want about how she feel about what she feels. You know what I mean? So why can't he use his platform? But why can't he use his platform to set a standard saying y'all need to stop coming out the house with y'all asses out?
Because he's a man. I'm
Like,
sorry.
And I don't think that a lot of people probably would have expected him to, say something because he does seem a little bit more meek and mild, So for him to do this, like I said, I feel like it's a little bit genius because it's like, okay, a lot of people was like, well, who is this? What's his name? Daniel Dalton. What's his name? With Dalton, something like everybody's like, who is
Darius,
he? Now,
wasn't it?
Darius Dalton. But it's like now they know who he is, and so y'all know I always say all this stuff on social media. I don't think that is really real anyway. There's always a gimmick. There's always a gotcha. Keke Palmer has a show. She has a podcast. She's on AMP. She got a movie, right? So all of this stuff is done in a ploy. But why does it always have to be with the ass out? Like, why, why is it all, why do we got to go there? You got the other lady with an areola showing an areola. Like, why do women have to just put their body parts out there to be noticed by people?
I'm gonna tell you the exact reason.
She was disregarding him. She posted directly after that and made this caption, like completely ignoring him. He's on this tangent, and there are so many people, so many blogs posting
shit.
What was happening. She literally posted the pictures of her flashback of the night and caption that said, "I wish I took more pictures." So she did disregard him. It was a very
you know what she didn't show?
I don't agree with it.
You know what she did? You know what she didn't show though? That backside. Every picture she posted was from the front. Every last one of them she made, she ain't post that backside again. He said with your ass out. She ain't turn around and poke one in the picture.
She would antagonize herself. She would antagonize herself by doing that.
Picture of her ass, though. Remember, we took a picture of her ass. She probably didn't have a picture of her ass. She didn't say, "Girl, take a picture of my ass." We took a picture of her ass.
We know women know how. If she really wanted to show, like, if that was her response to him, as far as like, oh, if you're gonna get online and talk shit about me, I'm gonna show you. She would have been in the mirror and showed her backside. She had plenty of people around her to take pictures of her. She would have showed her ass if it was really a shot at him. She would have showed her ass. But that's not even what I want to talk about.
She already showed her ass.
Here's the problem that I have, and this is more or less with the people who've been responding. I've seen two things that have been said on all platforms from everybody: that she is single until she's married, and that she can do what she wants because she makes the most money.
I agree.
Here's the thing.
That means that we should no longer hear anybody complain about the things that transpire within relationships that are when they are not married. So if he's out there cheating on you, but you're not his wife, you can't say shit. If he's out there at the club throwing money on strippers and he's not your wife, he's not your husband, you can't say shit.
I agree.
So all these times when we be seeing these celebrities in these regular ass relationships and one of them cheating, everybody want to get up in arms about it. Nah, he ain't in no relationship. He ain't a husband. That ain't your woman.
Exactly.
Because that's the standard we all trying to, and the thing is, the problem that I have is people always try to move the goalposts when it's somebody that they like. So because everybody likes Keke Palmer, now all of a sudden y'all want to bring up the fact that they're not married. Or now all of a sudden y'all want to bring up the fact that she makes more money than him. So that means that so basically what y'all are saying is that Kevin Samuels was technically correct when he said that high value men do not cheat. They exercise options because he who has the bag makes the rules. Because that's what y'all are claiming out there. Y'all claiming that she should be able to make the rules. No, y'all are claiming that she should be able to make the rules because she got the bag. So he can't say shit to her because she got the bag. Well, then that should go across the board to men as well. Men who go out there and pay bills and they pay all the bills in the household and they take care of everything, then you should keep your damn mouth shut. You can't tell him shit because he pays the bills. Because that's the argument that they're making online.
Women are making that. Women,
it doesn't matter. That's who I'm talking to because they're the ones.
But you got to understand, we got to at least in some type of way inform the women that nobody gives a shit about what they think because the shit they be talking about is
because you have to deal with women.
I get it. But think about this, Sweeney. Just think about this for a second. This is how women think. They think, oh, I make more money. I can do what I want to do. Well, go out here and do what you want to do. Because that's my whole thing. Let Keke Palmer's goofy ass go out here and be goofy because that's who Keke Palmer is. We got to let goofy people be goofy. I'm not saying it's right. What? I'm just saying we got to separate the stupid people from the classy people. That's all I'm saying. Paris, you agree?
No.
I want to get some. I'm gonna get some other people in there. Let me get Lady Brown Trev in there too.
And say, oh, because you make more money, you have the power dynamic. First and foremost, I don't want nobody looking at me and judging their respectability politics off my wallet. And I'm not gonna look at no man and judge his respectability politics off of his wallet because the money gonna come. Your character is supposed to upstand first and foremost. And for all those women that said they showed their true colors, because them the same women talking about, oh, when men find out you make more money than them, they're insecure.
Thank you.
I don't appreciate that, and I'm not going to uphold that because in order for you to be a wife, it's got to be in you and on you at all times. You don't just pick it up when you get the ring on your finger.
There you go.
That's exactly.
That's all.
That's the thing that they're forgetting. How can you even get to that point of being somebody's wife if you can't respect me as a boyfriend, as a lover, whatever you want to call it, up into those phases? That's part of the vetting process. And when you start to look at people and examine how they react in certain situations and their normal behaviors every day is what's going to make me decide if I want that to be my significant other for life. You can't act a certain way and then just say, oh yeah, nah, we ain't married. Nah, you never will be married if you exhibit behavior like this. No woman that I've ever had in my life would do that. And I don't think that any woman on this panel would go outside and do that, gyrate on a man with half your clothes off, even the women who came to her defense. I don't think so. I don't think any of y'all would do that.
But would y'all agree that Keke Palmer is not the type of woman that somebody's gonna she decides in her situation because she's one of these goofy ass women? One, ain't nobody gonna marry Keke, or either two, her cornball boyfriend is gonna marry Keke because she wants to get married. It's one of those situations. Does that make sense?
What may do the cornball? You keep calling him a cornball. What did he do?
Oh, he tweeted about it instead of talking to her.
He tweeted about it instead of talking to the woman. He's a cornball.
Do we know he didn't talk to her, or we assuming?
His action shows that he's a cornball.
I'm not. That's true. I was just wondering why you was calling him a cornball. Now I don't agree.
His actions show that he's a cornball. One, being with Keke Palmer, impregnating Keke Palmer, and then tweeting about Keke Palmer's stupid ass actions, knowing that she's one of those stupid ass actions women, and you had a baby with her. All shows that he's a bum and a cornball. Go ahead, Lady Di.
90% of the people out here, 90% of men.
The reason why the guy, Darius Dalton, tweeted, like I think Viral said, we don't know if he had a conversation before, right? But at the same time, the reason why he tweeted is because she was all over Usher, like that was her husband. So he's humiliated about how close she was and how she was all up on him, putting her crotch all on him, on his leg, everything. So that anybody looking at that, like when I seen it, I was like, wait, is she not with her boyfriend anymore? Because I see that they are very exclusive together. So now all of a sudden you all over Usher like a damn groupie, as if you can't meet him and hire him to sing at your damn, events that you have. You're all on him, being seductive, doing all that stuff that you could do for your man, but you do it for him. And then you're going to swipe your hand. No, like you can't have it. That is disrespectful. You don't have to be a husband to get respected. You need to be respected in general when you are with somebody and you're exclusive. And then on top of that, you have a child. So that part, he probably just didn't like that she was all on him. He probably was okay with her showing her ass, but that you're on Usher, and it don't have to be Usher. It could be any man. You're on a man and it's not him. And if he did that and he let, let's say you in the club and you let girls dance on your private area, right? Now you upset that he's getting twerked on because, oh, she's touching this and that. That's what I'm supposed to do. So it's the same thing. So the reason why he tweeted really is because he was humiliated, and because they are celebrities. He is related to actors. He's in the industry as well. He felt this is the best way to approach it, because now her ass is all over Usher. Damn, what am I supposed to do? Now they're going to say I'm not a man and I'm letting her walk out like this. So he felt that's just how he did it. He wanted to protect himself. So
at the end of the day, because she did it, he's a bum because she did it. So I look at it as a prerequisite. He was a bum before she did it because she knew she could do it because he's a bum. If she was with a real nigga, she would have never did that. That's all I'm saying.
Shit. There's people out there that do shit to real niggas all the time, bro.
I think
women who don't want to listen,
any woman who respects a man, though.
Bro,
if a woman respects you, that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
There's women out there that don't care who the man is. They're gonna do what they want.
Let me get Penny in there. Go ahead, Penny.
I said I think he should have talked to her and she should have posted. She is the one who embarrassed him publicly, so she should have defended him publicly about it. So she should have been the one that said, "Hey, I embarrassed my boyfriend, and I apologize for that, and I didn't mean to make him feel that way," or whatever they agreed to. But she should have posted that. He shouldn't have got up there and had to do anything. And that's what makes him look bad, but it doesn't make him look better by him posting it. It just makes him look worse. So I don't know why famous people, when their wives or girlfriends go out and they embarrass them, the men come out and they have to apologize or fix the situation. Let her fix it. So she should have fixed it.
Bro, these are celebrities, y'all. So here's the crazy, like, this is what they do. Most of the shit, like, there's a reason why Real Housewives of Atlanta exists. All these reality TV shows, they literally do this is how they communicate. They communicate online and public. This is what they do. I don't know why we're so confused as to why he posted online rather than calling her phone. This is what they do. But also with
the expectations, it's people that don't live traditionally or the way that you think they should live. When they come out and they do these kind of things, you take it personally because that's not the way that you would rock. But I think people looked at Keke Palmer, at least I did. I looked at her as sweet and innocent. You know, she was becoming of age. So yes, she wore some things that was, appropriate for her age. But I've never seen her. I mean, she said she's seen her with, her nipples out. I've never seen Keke Palmer with her nipples out. I mean, maybe it was because he let it slide because she was working, or maybe she's at an event or something like that. But I've never seen her.
She was talking about
that.
Janelle Monáe showing her nipple and essence test.
Way before she was in a relationship. It was like when she was having that after the True Jackson VP thing, they subsided that little preteen show, and she went to revamp her whole persona and things like that because she was a child star, much like Raven-Symoné, much like Kyla Pratt, much like Chloe Bailey. Then you see those people trying to transition. Same thing with Lil Bow Wow. He had
but do you remember Megan Good did that same thing, and she said she regretted it. Megan Good said she came out, she wanted people to think she was sexy, and she said it was a mistake. She shouldn't have never did that.
it's not my thing whether or not people agree with it or not for them, for their brand and their transition and how they make their money. But I can say how he went about the situation. I can't uphold you of embarrassing your partner, regardless of who she is. I wouldn't do it for a man. I wouldn't do it for a woman. I get sick of these rappers, baby mamas, getting online and they want to embarrass they baby daddies when the checks ain't cut. But any other time you quiet and you silent, you're not saying anything about how you blowing up their phone. So don't come bothering us about it. Even with the Mariah Mills situation, the basis of this conversation is there was disrespect on both ends.
There was.
Like it was.
All right. Some of the quiet folks want to take us out on this one. Precious, want to add anything? Trev?
I've been quiet.
I already spoke on it. I like Keke, but just because you're likable don't mean that you're invincible. You know what I mean? Just because people like you don't mean that you can do whatever, you know. But this is the media and they are a part of that world. They're branching out into that world. She's, you know, doing her things with her network or whatever she has going on. So I think it's more so to, you know, put the attention there. It's just crazy that your body parts got to be what sells it.
Hey, I'll say ultimately they both failed, right? Because it took a few things to happen for this to even be a big deal, right? First off, she had to go outside with that dress, and I feel like she did it because she doesn't have any respect for him. Because I know what it feels like when a woman respects you, and women who respect her man, you don't have to consult with him. You already know that this is a no-go, especially you have children. That's out, right? And then, of course, his reaction was horrible. You don't do that. To me, we call that corny, right? Period. There's no, if you have a problem with somebody, you deal with it directly. Corny. I was about to say something
corny.
else, but I'm trying to keep it. I'm going to keep it YouTube friendly. I almost said something else.
Bitch ass nigga shit.
No, you can't use bitch. You can't use bitch.
Bitch.
So
are you over there with your cape on?
When you start tweeting things out into the world, it just screams feminine. That's not how masculine men react. Masculine men who are actually secure of themselves and sure of themselves, he would have been like, she's gonna come home, we're gonna deal with this. I would have made her go ahead and address this and apologize publicly.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's what he should have done. You do not go ahead and put that out into the atmosphere and then make yourself look like a further sucker for allowing it and then acting like a little chump after that.
So what
that shit would have never happened to me, but if it would have ever, well, not. She got a baby with me, so I wouldn't be able to, you know, do anything about it because she's my baby mama.
You wouldn't be able to do shit.
Would literally do a video with a goddamn whole dress on.
Bruh.
I want to apologize to everybody that see me with my cheeks out. You will never see my cheeks again, even in a bathing suit. Thank you.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Yeah,
the fact that she went out there with her cheeks out, she not doing that damn video. Come on, bro. She's not doing that damn video. So the fact that she already went out there with her cheeks out. Why would she come out with a video saying I apologize for my cheeks out?
I'm just saying.
Palmer went to handle it at home, and a lot of people that see the other video, like this girl just posted 2 days ago, I love my man. I don't really think a lot of people have the context of the person she plays on the internet is not the people that they really think she is. This woman has a lot of conservative views, but people are so blinded by the likability of this caricature she plays, they don't recognize that. Even with her going out into this outfit, there is no way you're telling me she's been with this boy about 5 years. She had no idea he wasn't okay with that.
So I just want to say for the people is that if you are trying to get married, you can't look at her and say, well, she's not a wife. She's a mom. So she already skipped that whole part. She's supposed to have been a wife.
Thank you.
And then a mother. So we can't say, oh, well, she's not a wife, so she can do whatever she wants. She's not in that category. You have to look at her as a parent and a mother and someone that she's, you know, raising a child with now. So just take that wife part out and make it like, okay, well, they're not married right now. Who knows if they're going to get married? They're celebrities. Most celebrities don't even get married anyway, especially the young ones.
No, they don't.
So don't categorize marriage into this situation. That's already out.
And
Well, I think we
I
can't
don't think it was
categorize
mentioned. I don't think it was.
you need to stop minimizing marriage, because to sit here and say, oh, I can have a man in the house with me who can be an active parent and an active father, I'm going to uphold him to this standard that he cannot cheat on me, he cannot embarrass me, he needs to be able to input into my life, I want him to be this present figure, but I ain't got to respect him, I ain't got to do what he say, but I don't lay down.
Exactly my point, Perry.
Yeah,
exactly my point,
And
Perry.
the one thing that I don't think was mentioned here is that you can't force women to do anything or not do anything, right? Everybody has their own will, but you have to be careful when picking. And like Paris said earlier, she had nipples out before, and we always forget this in the vetting process. You can't pick women who behave like this and then decide to have children with them, or get married, or permanently tether yourself to anybody like that.
Trev, the only thing I gotta say, bro, is we gotta understand it's still Keke fucking Palmer. She's worth $7 million. At bare minimum, you know your kid is good for the rest of their life. Even if you like, that's a reality.
What?
Like, it's still Keke Palmer, bro.
What angle is that?
My point is that he's saying like, well, look at her, like, look at what she dressed. I'm like, it's Keke Palmer. You talking about a woman,
and that's what I'm saying. You don't pick women like that. You don't.
No,
pick
I
them.
get what you're saying, but we talking about this as if like most of us ain't got opportunities with celebrity women, or you know what I mean, these type of women.
True.
So I'm just saying that to sit here and be like, hey, look, I don't see anybody picking Keke Palmer. Come on, bro, it's Keke Palmer.
I'm not saying nobody's going to pick her, but as a man, I don't care if I had an opportunity with her ever and I was single. I would not pick her because I pick women based on their character. I don't really care about a woman's status. I've never cared about a woman's money. I pick women based on the content of their character. I don't care about your money or status. Yeah, I could save it with that one. I don't need it.
We say a lot of stuff.
Can you please elaborate on what
for
is
real? I really like that.
What does that
mean?
mean?
That don't mean anything. That don't mean anything to masculine men. I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't mean anything to a man who's sure of himself.
I'm saying that majority of people on this planet would still pick Keke Palmer.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would, bro.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would, bro. Majority of men on this planet.
So you said she had a hard time finding a man, and she had
a hard time finding a man on her level. There ain't no shortage of men.
She went on dating sites.
Can't find no man, bro.
Oh, there's no shortage of men shooting their shot at Keke Palmer, bro.
Yeah, she can get the average guy for sure.
Keke Palmer has dated white boys like that.
Right.
That used to be her realm. To say that she could have had anybody, she could have anybody. No, the reason why we're just not seeing her after this pregnancy, after this public, she had a lot of insecurities. Her face was messed up. Her skin was really bad.
Acne.
Weight. She couldn't gain weight. She had a lot of issues with her health. It was a lot going on with her. Keke Palmer was never on no Ebony Jet magazine. She was never no swimsuit figure. She was never in Sports Illustrated. She wasn't giving, oh my gosh, every time I see her, wow. She was never that girl that go, she was not a Megan Good. She was not a Kyla Pratt.
Mm-hmm.
There are guys who love Megan Good, love Kyla Pratt, even though they are Disney stars. They was feeling Raven-Symoné until she did that creepy stuff. You get me? Keke Palmer was not that girl. It was just like your little cousin that you know. She just
And one thing we have to remember about the selection,
Keke Palmer would be a female cornball.
Even with that being said, there is no shortage of men shooting at Keke Palmer. There's no shortage. Even more.
How about this?
Hold on, wait. And even more so now. More so now, there's no shortage of. Even more so, there's no shortage of men shooting at.
Yeah,
Keke
but
Palmer.
guess what? I'm gonna tell you what.
Stop it.
Women could get any. Women could get.
There's a chick right now.
Women can always get men
right now on Instagram right now who's fat as all get out with goddamn pizza rolls on her face, and she ain't got no shortage of men.
You already know we're talking about somebody wanting to be with Keke Palmer.
Women, and that's the whole thing.
There ain't no man out there want to marry Keke Palmer. Y'all crazy, bro.
Nobody wants to marry no damn Keke Palmer.
It will be the man that she wants. That's the problem. Women can get men, but can they get the man that they want? That's the problem. Can they get the man that they want?
Go ahead, hold on, Paris. Paris, go ahead, Paris.
When she had the situation with Trey Songz, she was blacklisted. And you know how black men feel about allegations. The moment that you put them on them, you're a catalyst. She was definitely not this person that guys were going like, I need to deal with her. No, she was a liability. She didn't get a lot of respect and she didn't get a lot of courtesy. And this is the same girl that defended R. Kelly. So it's like when she had that situation with Trey Songz, a lot of people stopped turning to her and stopped shying away from her. And she went back into her Hollywood circle. She was getting out of the black circle of cool things, et cetera, because of the fact of her going against Trey Songz. It was him and his own reputation that had to supersede to get her back on top. When the basketball player, the WNBA player came out and the Real Popular Model girl said that he had sexually assaulted her, that's how Keke Palmer started getting all of her notoriety. People started coming out saying, I'm sorry, because it was another very attractive woman that was able to say it, and then everybody went, oh, well, maybe we should have listened to Keke Palmer. But no, guys were not dealing with her. They basically made a mockery of her. Even when she went on Wendy Williams, that she talked about the fact that how many people really turned their head to her. It was hard for her to date. People wouldn't deal with her. She wasn't getting invited to places. So we got to stop making this insinuation that this girl was just so wanted. Black women like her personality. Gay men like her personality.
Yep.
There.
Hold on.
Keke Palmer is a female cornball.
The point was, hold on real quick, bro. Hold on. Trev. That's what I said earlier. I said on her level, she couldn't find somebody. That's why she may have had a hard time dating. But that doesn't. But that was my point. I was saying that there's no shortage
to do that's on her level.
I said,
but what's it matter if she could get men that she don't want? What's that even matter?
No, that was my whole entire point. All I said was there ain't no shortage of men trying to shoot at Keke Palmer. So when I said, "Hey, it's still
marrying her," though,
when I said there's probably plenty of men that'll be willing to marry her. That doesn't mean that she wants to marry them.
And that's the big difference, right? Like let's say I got a whole bunch of shark meat. You don't eat shark meat. What's it mean to you? Nothing. Right? Unless I get you some pork sushi, it don't matter.
The whole point was that he was saying that don't nobody want to marry her. That's not true.
You make a mute point. Let's move on.
I responded to your point. I responded to your point. You said nobody want her, and you're lying when you say that. And you're lying when you say that.
That sounds like a groupie. That's groupie.
Hold on, Penny, you about to say something? Because y'all just jumping over her.
Oh, you don't get to talk all that and then say, all right, well, let's move on.
I ain't said nothing all night.
Hey, Mr. Let Go wipe her right now while he up there capping.
Yes, he would. We know it.
What is he talking
about?
Come on,
I would smash Keke Palmer goofy ass, but I wouldn't want to be with her ass. I'd smash.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, I would smash.
Okay.
You say try to get that paper viral.
Yeah. Why is he?
Like, that man would be like, man, let me get a hold of that 7 million for myself, boy. He gonna and
I don't want none of her money. She's a cornball. I would smash, but I would no.
Oh,
real cornball.
Thank you, JR. Oh, really? Thank you. That
She's a female cornball.
Keke Palmer jumped in your inbox right now. You be trying to talk to her.
I can sleep with her. I'll give her a strong 4 months.
Says the guy that pays for that buys tires and eat ass. Come on, bro.
All right, y'all. Let's let Penny and Casey take us off home with this one. Go ahead.
I think they done beat this conversation all the way. They done beat it to death. The only other thing I would add to it is that, with men, I think I wouldn't say she don't respect him, but if you're a female and you do love your partner, the person that you're with, and you do see yourself with them, you're gonna ask your man, does this look good? He is your friend. He's the one who's gonna, tell you the truth about how you look. So if he says, some men will say, you can wear that, but with me, and that's just the way some men are, So I think, she should have, considered him when wearing that. She knew it was risky because, like I said, I mean, regardless of what, Paris said, I've never seen her dress like that. I've never seen it. So I think she was being a little risky. And if that's her partner and that's someone that she loves, she would have reached out to him and said, hey, what do you think? I FaceTime my boyfriend all the time. And I'd be like, what do you think? All the time. So I think she would have reached out if she did have a care for him to, she would have reached out.
Does she have any upcoming projects coming up or anything like that?
She does, and that's another thing.
Why is nobody
Keke Palmer responds to things? She didn't respond to this, but if people are looking on her platform to see how she's going to respond, but all you see is her upcoming movie about what she's doing. So
that's what she had that ass out on purpose.
Always
purpose to have that ass out.
That's all we're saying.
Look, she the talk of the town now. She got a project coming up. They're in the entertainment industry. They do this shit all the time, man. Like, why are we playing crazy? Like, they just two normal ass people. Like, dude was posting her ass himself on his story I was seeing. So he didn't really have a problem with nobody seeing her ass.
I actually got a running theory on what actually happened.
Like, come on, bro. It
really doesn't matter what the reason was. If her partner had a problem, he had a problem. Even if he changed his mind this morning and he said, "This morning I liked it. This morning I don't like it tonight." Still.
I got a running theory. I think they might have actually got into an argument before then. That's my running theory. I think they might have gotten into a little spat before she went out. She wore what she wore, and he thought he can just tweet at her like, "Hey, yeah, you out there looking this way or whatever." And I think they might have just been fighting before then, and he was just throwing shots at her, and she threw one back with her little tweet and her Instagram post, because that's the only thing that makes sense in all.
And all over Usher the way she was too.
She went up in there. He gonna see this shit. You gonna piss me off today? I'm about to wear this shit.
Look at Sweeney Williams over there.
Season 11 hip hop.
This is what they do though.
Custody of my child. That's what I would have did.
She worth $7 million. You ain't getting that child.
You ain't getting shit.
Never seen that child again.
That ain't how the court system work. That ain't how the court system work. You got to be on at least 2 drugs.
Why Mr. Lego just be on here talking, y'all? He just be talking.
Me.
You ain't doing none of that. She ain't posting no apology videos. She ain't doing none of that, and you ain't getting the kid. You gonna sit there with your $400,000 net worth and sit your ass down somewhere.
When
she ain't
a
gonna
woman
listen
comes
to
up under my hierarchy, she sits her ass down.
Sounds like bullshit. Sounds like bullshit.
Let me ask
nobody got time for that.
Let me ask a question. With the type of platform that she has, wouldn't you feel slighted if your woman decided to go out and make an apology and kind of slight you in that, or open you guys up to that type of public ridicule and scrutiny? Because that's no different. If she responded, that's no different than a guy getting on Facebook and making a whole message about, "I know you did me wrong, but I know I did you wrong, but you held me down, and for that I'm sorry." Like, I think the way she addressed it was appropriate behind closed doors. She took her ass home.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't feel like her address. Go ahead, Bob.
No, go ahead, bro. Because I don't agree with her making no apology video. It just would have been worse for dude. It would have turned into some whole it would have turned into that whole Derrick Jackson 2.0. Everybody would be talking about the apology video. Like, she should just make a tweet like, "Yeah, I was out of pocket, whatever case," and leave it at that.
That would have done it, because
they would have said he's putting her up to it, or she is just doing
whatever.
whatever.
Right, he's putting her up to it. Exactly, she in trouble.
Made an apology video. I think the way she handled it really shows that she does have a sense of respect for him, because she turned around and she basically ignored all the blogs, and she was like, "You know what? We're back to business. Like, I'm going home to my family," because she knows she's not leaving this guy. She knows it. And I respect her for that, because she's not going to get online and make a mockery of her man because the internet wants her to, like these other gullible women.
Because they asking for it too.
She already made a mockery.
Yeah,
How do we know?
I feel like she had a
What are y'all, lady?
I feel like she had a very limited opportunity to mitigate this situation reactively. It all boils down to what she would have done proactively. You just can't do that in the first place, because it's not much you can do damage control post offense.
You're right. You're right.
All right, go ahead, Lady Di. We're gonna finish off with you. Go ahead.
So to Paradise, how do we know that she's not going to do that? So right now we see that she's kind of feeling herself, because it's her first time that she actually probably feels good about herself due to the factors that you were mentioning earlier. So at this time, you never know. She's very vulnerable at this space. Now she has a level of confidence that she probably just gained later in her life. And now she's kind of running with that. So we don't know what she's going to do or say in the next coming year about the situation, or even how she's dressing, about her parenting, about her boyfriend, maybe husband one day. We don't know. So I wouldn't give her all of that glory and say these things, especially since she's in the spotlight. So that's all I wanted to say.
I would, because she just recently did an interview where she was discussing the Summer Walker situation with Darius and her mom. And she was basically saying that if a woman DM'd her about Darius, that woman would basically, she would pretend she didn't see her. So to me, it's already set the precedent that she doesn't like being embarrassed. It's already set the precedent. She don't like being questioned about her man. So I'm going to have just a smidgen of faith in her, just a little bit. Because you really don't know. You're right. She's very vulnerable at this time. People are waiting to see what she's going to do next. And it could just be something where somebody catches her slipping, slightly hugging Usher again. He's Usher. She does have access to him.
All right. Yeah, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Flex Talks. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor again, T Channeling Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Let me go ahead and dive into these super chats real quick. Treese Main LaFleur says Aquila got some jiggle to that. Who was that?
Aquila
and the Bee. She played Aquila.
She played Aquila in the. You said who that?
Yeah. Oh, she was in a movie. What was that?
Yeah, that was like one of her first. Was that one of her first movie?
Her
Right?
first primary box office role. Her first, where she was the main character. She had a few on Disney, but that was the first one where she was the main character that went to the actual movie theater.
Her last movie was I'm a Female Cornball.
Did you guys see that movie that she played in? I don't think it made box office, but she was a stripper, a dancer, or something like that. Yeah.
You remember she just got a booty, so didn't nobody want to see her as a stripper before she had a baby.
It was a very low budget movie.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was just like, oh, I just never thought she would do something like that. So ever since I seen that, I really didn't really think the best. I'm like, damn. Voice of Reason for my people, $10 says, there's no way in hell my woman would be representing me or the family like that. Y'all have lost y'all ever-loving mind supporting that ish. Reverse roles and play it back.
We already saying what the reverse role looked like. Just look up Chance the Rapper.
Yeah, he did the same thing.
TO499 also member says, her dude don't like it. She obviously don't respect her dude. JCap 199 says, much love to the panel. You guys are great. Everybody, psychology 499. Mr. Let Go, would he be more of a man if he leaves her like you did your wife?
First of all, I probably would have left her ass for real.
Sir Shy 87 $2 says, basically Keke Palmer is the big piece of the chicken. Ronnie 499 says, make good girls great again. Race Anderson 499. So she's showing some cheeks. So what half of us didn't even know she had anything back there, and the rest of us, y'all chicks, ain't no nuns either. TO199 also remember says HO3 behavior deserves to be called HO3. Chad Poole 199 says it was Usher, not the dress, respectfully. Clips 914 $2. Any of you reach out to KP yet? So many opinions. Eugene Steele $5 says we sure know that Keke boyfriend does not play quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Uncle Stepdaddy 999 says one thing that I've learned from this is that you have to be a husband and get respect. Jesus Christ. Z Jackson 499 says Keke baby daddy is banned for tweet. Keke always been extra SF. He knows her outfits proves he's weak. Keke gonna run all over her men. They both low class. It was also reported too later on that he deactivated his social media. I don't know if
he came back and he made a couple troll tweets. He definitely came back. He couldn't find a way to control his mentions because they kept quoting him, but he figured it out and then he reactivated his page and made some troll tweets.
You know everything, Paradise.
I definitely keep up in the know.
Oh, okay. Z Jackson Med 199 says money does not give people class. want to thank everybody that has contributed. We almost to the meat, man. We got one more topic, then we get to the meat of the conversation. The ladies like the meat, so we'll discuss that later. And other news. Next topic is this true about the accountability women should start taking during dating? Yeah, I thought I had the video queued up. Let me go ahead and put this in there real quick.
Mr. Lego look like a kneecap.
Hearing the way y'all talk about us, ladies, I do. Y'all say we not smart, y'all say we not smooth. So how do these that's not smart, not smooth, not keep finessing you? How? If it's not you, how do that's not smart? How do that don't do don't give you? How they keep getting over on you? Who is it? If it's not smart, if we got no game, if we don't know how to cheat, who is it? Like I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying y'all not vetting these, bruh. Y'all do invest. You let him tell you he got some plans for you, and you start investing immediately. Y'all don't require no type of evidence for. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like, who was you before you got here? What do you provide yourself? Do you feel safe in your own skin?
Hey,
like, what does that? Y'all don't have none of these answers from nobody, and then y'all come back outside and talk about it's a shortage. Beloved, you never had the answers to the test.
Let's go ahead and dive into it. Is this true about the accountability women should start taking during dating? Go ahead, Casey. I see you like you ready. And then we'll go to Penny.
Man, he had the audience going crazy. I think he was speaking facts. It doesn't make sense that women always end up in relationship with men, but then always saying that there's no men. It's either women that don't go outside saying that there's no men. So how would you know? You don't know. So because you don't go outside and meet, you don't join clubs, you don't meet quality men, or there's women who meet trash men, like he was saying, that down men, and they're dating them. So what are you attracting? Who are you? You are what you attract. You are what you attach yourself to. A lot of times, or there may be some childhood trauma in there that may be attracting those type of men. So I think he was speaking a lot of facts. I'm interested to know what y'all think.
All right, we'll go to Penny, then Precious.
I think he was telling the truth about saying that there are no good men. Men are not smooth, but yet you get smoothed out your panties, or smoothed into a relationship that's not good for you. But I was just having this conversation with someone earlier about men that come in different ways. I think when you experience a fuck boy before, you think that you know what that looks like until it comes in a different form. And then when it comes in a different form and you think to yourself, you're like, am I tripping off of over my past? Am I carrying on that baggage? Or should I give this person a chance, And I think some women, they do go off of their baggage and they say, okay, I'm tripping off of my baggage, but maybe I should look at this differently. And then they tread that way, and then it becomes fuckboy number 2. So I do think that, some women do need to take accountability for, repeating the same habits. But I can say that some fuckboys come in different shapes and different perspectives, and they look different. And, he might come and he looks responsible and he takes care of his family and he pays his bills, and he's still a fuckboy. So I do think women should take accountability, but I do think that there's some fuckboys out there that can give you a run for your money, for sure.
Oh, okay. We'll go to Precious, Trev, then Lady Di.
I saw something once that says we need to teach our daughters how to love and how to stop. I think a lot of times women will, because they don't want to be lonely, not alone, but they don't want to be lonely, they will continue a vicious cycle of being with a guy that they talk about all the time. Girl, let me tell you what he did, and let me tell you how he didn't come home till 3 a.m. I had to cuss him out. And they continue that cycle instead of just stopping it. Instead of just saying, I need to leave him alone. I need to walk away. So that's where the accountability needs to come in. It's like, you stayed too long. You knew he wasn't worth anything. You knew that he wasn't right for you or whatever the case may be, but you decided to stay. What you allow will continue. So if you're going to continue to allow it, don't complain about it. Don't say, he's this, he's that, he's this, when you're allowing it. So I think there needs to be accountability of when to actually say, this is not for me, and I know it's not for me, so I'm not even going to waste my time and entertain or lead them on, and I think a lot of women, because we do hold such of a power, I think a lot of women try to manipulate men instead of just keeping it moving. They try to manipulate men. They try to see as much as they can get out of a man before they then, hand him back to the street. Now this man is destroyed because you don't know what you want to do with your life, or you don't know how you want to feel towards him. So it's definitely accountability that needs to be taken. But I think a lot of times women just stay too long, and then they get to year 10 and they like, I knew in year 2 that we wasn't right for each other. I knew that he wasn't the one for me, but I stayed too long. And then they don't even want to leave the situation. At that point, it's just like, oh, well, we done got this invested. We done got these assets. We done got these kids. And it's like, but you knew. And I always say, women always know. Women always know. There's never a chance where you can say, oh, well, he's surprised. He changed. No. There are things that we see that we choose to ignore. There are things that we see that we choose to just deal with because we want everybody else to think that we living in this perfect world that we're not. So I think that women do need to start taking more accountability and speaking up and being real with themselves.
All right, we'll go to Tread Smooth with Lady Dad and Sweeney.
Yeah, so women generally move according to their feelings, right? And and that's understandable. We know that women are more emotional, but sometimes they look for men that make them feel good in the wrong ways. And what they don't do is pay attention to the men that can make them feel good in the right way. So a lot of things that are physically attractive to them, they might go for that. Or maybe this dude, he's a bad boy, he's exciting. A lot of times women will generally go for that. And the homeboy definitely said my favorite word in there, vetting. They don't take the time to vet. You rush into relationships without properly vetting. You're not taking the time to get to know this person, get to know their personality, see how they react to some of the worst situations, and see how they love you. So people recognize that 80% of men are deemed unattractive to women. So women look over many good men because maybe they didn't have the look they wanted, or they didn't have enough swag, or whatever. But this would be good, loving men that would have taken care of them, would have appreciated them, would have treated them like a queen, and they'll just skip over it. And a lot of times when these guys come into their manhood, they now a passport bro, or they went to the other side, and they don't want to hear it no more. And they're like, damn, why is he doing that? Why does he only date this type of woman? Why does he only date that type of woman? What's wrong with him? And they don't understand that he's probably been through too much rejection. And after a while, you get frustrated and you don't want to even deal with it anymore. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna just find a different type of woman. And they'll miss out on that because they're not taking the time to look at what's really good, what's really important a lot of times. And females do realize that a lot more when they are older. And in retrospect, they realize, hey, you know what? I passed over him. He was actually cool. He was actually like, he really cared about me. This dude that I got right now, man, he got the look, he got the swag, but he don't care about me. He out here cheating. He doing all types of nonsense. He don't care what's going on. He can't keep a job, and that's what we run into. And you'd be surprised. Right now, I'm seeing a whole bunch of videos about women talking to dudes in jail, and I'm like, that got serious bids. I'm like, come on, why are you entertaining men that can't do anything for you? Because women, it's no denying that they have opportunities with men. It's what you do with it. Don't squander your youth. When you are at your highest market value, then you probably want to search for a man that you can keep for a long time and stop looking over him.
All right. Lady Da.
So to Precious's point, you said women don't know. I'm sorry, women do know if they have somebody that's bad. I would say that they don't know until they get a good man. So if you just think about dating, you date men, you're like, oh, this seems fine until he does something that's, you might not like, but then you sit here and you deal with it because you don't know any better. So when you get that good man, if you ever are able to get that, then you're like, okay, now I know the difference. So to Penny's point about, when that F boy comes, they come in different forms. I would say that that's true, but all F boys have the same traits, right? It's just they look different and they might approach it differently, but they all got the same type of traits, right? So if you think of somebody that's bad, like a bad person, right? You're like, no. If you think of a bad person,
I would say that normally, but I didn't seen some recently. And they different now. They're different. So
they different now. But
yeah,
but what I'm saying is the same traits I'm saying is basically if you're looking for, let's say, a family man, someone who is not selfish, they look making sure that their girl is okay, their kids are okay, and they respect their parents. They might have an upbringing where, maybe their upbringing wasn't good, but now they want to make sure that their current life is not like how they grew up. You have to look at it in a large spectrum. We're looking at it more like a small one. So yeah, they have different traits in the sense of, okay, this F boy did this. Okay, but this one that I'm with didn't do the same thing, but he still did something fucked up, right? That's all the same shit at the same day. At the end of the day, it's the same stuff. It's bad. People that are bad for you do bad stuff. So that makes them different. People that are good for you, they all have similar traits with that as well. Good people care about you, right? So they show it. They're selfless. They do things that are not just in consideration of themselves. It's in consideration for everybody. So when you look at it at a large spectrum of just people in general, you're like, okay, well, all right, I know what this looks like, but you have to experience it first. If you weren't trained, meaning like if you have parents that teach you and they show you with examples, a lot of us didn't have our parents teaching us anything. They'll say, oh, just don't get pregnant. Oh, just don't do this. But they're not like sitting down with you, showing you stuff and explaining exactly what it is or what it looks like. So sometimes if we didn't have that training, we have to go through it with experience. Once you get something good, you don't go back. You know what to look for, you know what to say no to, and that's how that goes.
I was speaking more like, someone first experiencing love bombing for the first time and they've never experienced that before. When you first experience it, because I've experienced it and I've had nothing but great exes. All my exes were great. But when I first experienced love bombing, it did look the same. It did look similar, something different until, it hits you that it's not. So I was speaking more of that. Not that you have to go through with it, but in the first form, it seems the same. It seems similar. And so if you doubt it too much, you'll start to think in your head, am I carrying my baggage over, something that looks different or it looks different, but it could be good. But then I treat it as if it's bad or skeptical because it's different.
I'm not saying that in the beginning, right away. No one knows that. Yeah. You have to be with somebody for a little bit of time. It don't have to be a year. It could be however long that person want to reveal themselves. I'm just saying that overall, the person does come out and you have a choice. Like what Precious was saying is to leave. You don't have to stay. That's just choices. And then, the next time you date someone, you just have to look out, really look out and know what to say no to and not, make sure that you're just in a situation for no reason. So.
And the more you know yourself, the easier you'll be able to see those things. I think a lot of women who don't take the time to actually get to know themselves don't even pick up on that F-boy behavior because they think it's cute or they think You know, they need that to, you know, keep that stimulation between them and a man. And it's like you do have to know yourself in order to know when somebody trying to play you, or when somebody trying to run over you, or when somebody not taking your feelings into consideration. When you don't do that for yourself, it's going to be easy for you to just keep it moving with somebody else abusing you.
All right, we're gonna go to Sweeney then. Paradise Paris. I see her shaking her head.
I don't think women need to take more accountability. Here's why I say that.
Because they're children. Talk to them.
Because we are under the assumption that they are aloof to a lot of the things that happen to them. Women tend to do this shit on purpose. They know exactly who they're dealing with in majority of the cases. They know exactly who they're dealing with. What we have here normally when women start to talk about, and it always leads down this road, right? Where we say, oh, well, you shouldn't have picked them. How do we get to the point where we tell them they shouldn't have picked them? It's because when we start asking them about their previous relationships, they start to say things that make the other person look bad and make themselves look good. It's done on purpose. A lot of people break up for dumbass reasons. Most of the time, it's not even like me and my wife was talking about it today. I see women all the time stay in relationships for the worst parts of the Bible. They will stick it through, and then the moment he doesn't buy flowers on Tuesday, now all of a sudden she want to break up with him. So here's what happens, right? Have y'all ever noticed when you ask somebody why? If you ask a woman why did she break up with somebody, right? I always believe the first thing that they say. Oh, well, he didn't know how to communicate with me. How didn't he know how to communicate with you? Oh, well, he didn't like to talk to me on this way, or on this day he said this and it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So when I tried to talk to him, he didn't really want to talk to me. So I felt the need to break up with him. The moment you respond and say, that's not a real good reason to end the relationship, what is the very first thing that woman does? She tries to come up with another reason that's worse. Oh, well, that ain't the only reason. He also cheated on me. Oh, that ain't the only reason. It was also toxic and he beat on me. Or he was abusive. Or it was, you know what I mean? Like, they do this shit on purpose to make the other person look bad, to make themselves look better in a relationship. Most of the time, it's not even about accountability. They know that they broke up for a dumbass reason. They know that they ended their relationship for no reason at all. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to make the other person look bad in the situation, so that they can, so when it comes out and they have to go to their friends and they have to go to their family, they have to go to their mother and they brothers and all them and say, hey, yeah, me and such didn't work out. And they have to ask the question, damn, y'all been together for 6 years. What happened? And instead of telling them the truth and saying, look, I'm very finicky, I'm very fickle in how I deal with people. The moment they do one thing that I don't like, I kick them, I leave them alone and I kick them to the curb. And you're afraid of the judgment you would get by being that fickle when it comes to relationships. So what do? You lie and you say that the other person did some nefarious shit to you, or they were the worst person in the world, which leads us to asking them this question: then how did you wind up with them? If they were this bad, when did you find out that they were that bad? Was it the first year, the second year, third year? And once you start holding their feet to the fire, that whole thing falls apart. You realize, damn, the person really wasn't as bad as you made them out to be. You're just saying this shit because you upset that you broke up with them for a dumbass reason. That's why I don't think they need to be held accountable, because they doing the shit on purpose. Most people lie about the reasons why they break up until you get them the freedom to tell the truth. And most of us don't give people the freedom to tell the truth. Because the moment you say some dumb shit happened in a relationship that you broke up with them for, I'm going to call you out on it. And so now you're forced to tell me, oh, it was something worse, or it was something different, or he was toxic, because I'm not going to let you get away with breaking up with somebody for something dumb.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Paradise.
Women lie to themselves and we lie to each other. A lot of women don't know each other. Women do not know their friends when you are in love. The same way men be around men, and we know being a deadbeat ain't never been cool. There's always been a code of ethics amongst men. You don't hit women, you don't abuse children. They don't know that because they're not around men who are acting comfortable around them. The same way you don't know your homegirl in love, you don't know she a cheater, you don't know she be lying, you don't know she be manipulating this man, you don't know she do none of that. You prop her up on a pedestal and you tell yourself she deserves all of these glorious things, but you're having relationship issues with her too. And you're not able to actually see how this man has the tolerance or the patience that he's dealing with her on, because she's far more comfortable with him because she's having sex with him as opposed to you. She's still shunning and hiding parts of herself from you. So when we're sitting here, women need to be more accountable. We absolutely do, because majority of it is a lie. I have sat and listened to women, and I have sat and listened to men talk about women manipulative and intentionally doing things. And another thing, we don't know conflict resolution. A lot of the times these women will leave a man she'd have been with umpteen long time, years or whatever, and turn around and still keep going back door to that man because she like him. She like the way he make her feel. And while everybody else sitting here telling her she's better than him, she really not. She's exactly what he deserves, and he's exactly what she deserves. And she kept that door open, which is why she lied, she hid. She's not going to tell you she keeps talking to him because she wants balance. Like everything she's doing is okay. We do a lot of lying to ourselves, and we don't need to learn ourselves in order to understand when a person playing us. That's called discernment. You know what it looked like when a person is lying or their body language or things like that. And a lot of us date the same people in different bodies. She has a type. She has that same repetitive pattern, those same triggers, those same traumas. She went from one man to another, and it's the same thing. Ain't no way you've been with a person, and every person you've been with, now all of a sudden you can classify him as a narcissist, and you ain't never been to psychology school. Something about that is wrong. So when you're sitting here saying, oh, we have to accept more accountability, the accountability starts with stop lying to yourself. Stop dressing everything up like you're a goody two-shoes and you can't admit that, oh, I played a part in this, because I can tell you one thing, after a woman is completely done with a man, here's certain type of language you're going to hear her say. I knew I should have left X, Y, and Z. And when he did, I should have left. And I knew when I seen him doing this, I should have. You hear that when she really done with him. When she really said, I don't want him no more. I don't want to sleep with him no more. It ain't nothing he can do for me. I done leveled up. I done elevated. I done got this new enlightening. I'm on a different level. It's another man to take my mind off him. She started recanting all the things. Girl, he did this and I still stayed like a fool. She'll sit there and tell you that because she knows. But Sweeney's absolutely right. When she's still feeling him, she still got a little care about him. She still want to allow him to come in and right his wrongs, or may have a little bit of empathy for him. She's going to tell you the story is that she's done nothing wrong, which is why when we're talking to women about women and we're speaking to each other in our circles, men go, y'all really not good friends to each other. Because if she call her homeboy, he gonna tell her, hey, you need to leave dude alone. But if she talked to one of her homegirls, a lot of times we're going to either say, girl, F that dude, et cetera, and knowing she going to go be back right with him and be like, girl, he texting me now. You got your spend the night bag. We're either going to enable the behavior or we're going to sit there and lie to her too, because we know better. We know that she's lying. We know she's not telling the truth. And we can't have no explanation for all of these nuances every time. Oh, why he keep on ditching you on the date? Oh, girl, we was out at the club. Why he ain't come over and say nothing to you? Why he ain't do this? Why he ain't do that? All of this be lying. Half the time we don't even be in relationships. It be sneaky links. It be people in our past. We don't never close the door. A lot of women are not completely single, and a lot of women are waiting on their next level up. You'll go over here to this man who make you feel good, but the one who really like you, he got to dance and jump through hoops, and you know all your boundaries.
That's what Trev was saying. That's what Trev was saying. When the right man is there, they're not looking at him at all. They don't have any eyes for that man. They're not thinking about him, especially in the youthful years.
They are invisible.
I need to be on my school, on my grind. I gotta go to grad school. I gotta get my doctorate. I gotta do this. I gotta do girls trips. I have to do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, your husband was trying to talk to you in psychology class or social economics or whatever class that y'all had together from freshman year, and he was sincere and he was kind and he came from a good family and he wanted to take you out on a respectable date. I asked you officially, can he take you out on a date? But he was called lame and he was called weird because he wasn't the flashy guy or the guy who had 15 chicks in every classification, right? So women choose wrong to begin with because their mind is in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Women choose wrong to begin with because of our feelings. Everything is about a feeling. How does he make you feel? Attention is our currency. I'm not gonna make excuses for women because I'm a woman and I know better. The same man that's sitting over there, he's got his head on straight, he's disciplined, he's budgeting himself, and he want to court you and date you. You will come up with excuse after excuse after excuse how you ain't got no time. This same man be like,
because he corny.
The first time all of a sudden she act like she ain't got no job. This girl was working 2 jobs and she was doing hair on the side and going to school. Now all of a sudden she got more than enough time for me. As soon as I gave her that purple pickle, come on now, we ain't gonna lie about it.
And the tripped out part is
purple pickle.
and the tripped out part is, I guarantee you, women experience more good men than they experience bad on a daily basis.
I'm sure they just
experience way more good men than they experience bad. There's a lot of dudes that shoot and well, you know what I mean, that they encounter that are decent men, and they would be like, "No, I'm not ready yet. That ain't the time. I'm not on that time yet." And like you said, they be on the time that they want to be on. Like I had this conversation. Go ahead, bro.
So the biggest issue is a few psychological issues. Women only date on their own at their own present level of self-worth. The problem with that is women are taught that they are perfect the way they are. So there's two sides going on in their heads. I'm amazing, I'm a queen, but I'm trash and nobody wants me. So due to the fact that she has this emotional dichotomy going on in her head literally every day, she wants the good man, but she knows that the good man most likely is going to either leave her or spark her insecurities or her abandonment issues. So because of that, she's going to date the man that is actually on her level and not her Disney level. You know, the Disney level is like, you're this and that, right? She does not believe that, but she keeps hearing it. So she loves to get on social media and says, where are the good men? These aren't good men. Why aren't men doing this? She says that to herself to make her feel good, but altogether, she's going to always date at her own level of self-worth. And she knows, like, women know the nasty, disgusting, stupid shit that they've done over and over and over again in their lives. Y'all all have been around women that have did the craziest, dumbest shit, and nobody knows about it. But when you know you did it more than one time, you know that this particular man over here ain't going to deal with that shit, or when he finds out, he's going to leave you. So because of that, you stay dating men that you know that you can either control or that you can mother. Because when you find a man that you can mother, because most Black women were taught to be mothers and not wives because they were raised by a woman that wasn't married, and she just mothered you and you most likely as a child, as a woman, mothered your own siblings because your mother made you the second mother. So all you really know how to do is mother. And then at the same time, your own mother made you feel bad about yourself. The main person that taught y'all or made y'all feel like y'all weren't enough wasn't a man. It was your own mother. She talked down to you. She talked shit to you. She told you she didn't like your hair when she's combing it. She treated you like shit. She competed with you when you started growing titties. So now you're at a point where I think I should get this man, but at the same time, I know I can't get that man because internally, my mom taught me that I ain't shit. So she's going to go for the man that isn't shit. But at the same time, you got to remember she has this dichotomy. So when he treats her like shit, she's going to go back to the Disney Channel and say, oh my God, I'm such a good woman. Why would a man do me like that? I was good to him. And that's her mother tendencies. So she goes from mother to Disney to I ain't shit. Mother, Disney, I ain't shit. Mother, Disney, I ain't shit. Over and over and over again. And she literally gets to the point where she doesn't know what she wants to do because she knows what she wants, but she can't get that because she doesn't think she's worthy of it.
Does anybody have a count? Does anybody have a count how many times you said mother? Does anybody?
Yeah. Well, to add to everybody, because I don't think no one has said this part yet, is that there are women who complain about men who don't want to settle down, and you don't want to marry me because he's not ready. He wants to sit here and go out there and have sex with a whole bunch of women. But women do the same exact thing. Most women, I don't want to say most, some women, they see a man that wants them. It don't even have to be that he's cute and corny. It's not even about that. They're not ready to get married because they still want to see what else is out there and see, who they can attract. And, oh, do I still got my thing? I still look good. They want to make sure that they are available to be with multiple men because they just want to test them all out before they sit here and say, I do. Because when you say I do, you with that man. You are committed to that one man, especially if that's the agreement that you guys have. You cannot, you shouldn't go out there and cheat and do all of these things. And then you get pregnant by another man while you're married. So they know that they're going to be locked down. And some women don't want to be locked down. They're just like men in a different way. It's just that, they need to be real and be accountable for that part. Instead of sitting here saying that these dudes are lame and corny, no, you just don't want to be married right now because you want to go and have sex just like that man wants to have sex. And be real with yourself and understand that you are that type of lady. Not every lady's like that, but there are women who are like that. Be real with yourself. I don't, agree with you just being that way and getting pregnant and having 5 different baby daddies. Like, be responsible. Be free if you want to be free, but be responsible and don't be creating kids doing that. Because then that's going to create another issue that's in the community.
You call it penis envy because a lot of women, they have this thing about men. And when you hear them speak about their bad behavior, first thing they go is men do it too. So they really want to be excused for the bad behavior. You really don't hate that men do it. You hate that you can't get away with it. That's why you want other women to bandwagon you. And anytime some woman speaks out about it, oh, she's a pick me. Oh, she's, doing everything for male validation. It's like, no, I got common sense. I don't need to get validated by men in order to say, this don't make sense to me if I'm utilizing my body like it's a gardening tool or whatever the case may be. Like, I'm not gonna let no man sit here and use me like a sock. I'm just not gonna do it.
What? But the reason why
not a sock.
Not a sock. The reason why women are doing that is kind of like what Let Go said about women not knowing their worth. Women who know their worth know that you have to learn that. It's not something that you just, I'm 18 years old, I'm out the house, and now I know these are the things I'm supposed to be doing if it wasn't taught. It's all about what you were taught, what you see, and all of that. Once you have a level of understanding of what you are worth, what you should be, and what you should not be, then that's when those mature decisions start to come into play. So some women are just not mature enough. Some men are not mature enough. So they make these bad decisions.
Women taught our work early. We are taught like, a lot of times, even Black women. So the whole struggle of thing, I'm gonna dismiss that too, because most men will tell you if he ain't doing that for you, you don't need to be with him, whether you a kid or not. We know better. We actively choose. Like, when you a girl, all them little girls who were dealing with R. Kelly. We know, every one of us know a girl that was 16, 17 in high school dealing with a grown man, and you knew she knew better because she was sneaking to hide. You knew she wasn't supposed to be doing it. Or she had a boyfriend. And everybody at school knew, but her mom and her daddy did not know she had a boyfriend. She knew she wasn't supposed to be doing it. She knew she wasn't supposed to be dating a drug dealer. She did it anyways because she wanted to. We consciously know better. Same way Black boys grow up and they know they ain't supposed to steal. They know they ain't supposed to rob. We're all taught these things, but we make the conscious decision in our ignorance because we choose to, and we think we got time. We're not going to get caught. It doesn't matter. It feels good to us in the moment. It's very ignorant.
That's
Women use men to cope
I don't
with
think
their
every woman
own
grows up that way.
insecurities.
I know Penny. I know Penny was trying to get in there. That's the.
I don't think every woman grows up that way. Right now, I'm like trying to do this little girl that I know hair, and her mother puts her hair into braids all the time, and she's frustrated. She wants to wear her regular hair, but she doesn't like her hair. So I have to, teach her that her hair is nice and that she should love her hair and to embrace her hair.
Do you think her mom taught her that?
Huh?
Or no? Do you think her mom taught her that? Who you think
No,
taught
her
her
mom didn't
not to like
teach
her
her.
hair?
Her mom didn't teach her that. Her mom doesn't know how to do her hair.
No. Who do you think taught her that she doesn't like her hair or shouldn't like her hair?
Because the way that she grew up. If her mom gets her hair put into braids all the time, her mom gets her hair put into braids all the time, and she doesn't help her do her hair, understand how to do her own hair.
Yeah.
So she won't learn that, and someone else will have to teach you that. And so you'll grow up not liking your hair, and then that's when you say like all women grow up knowing their worth. All women don't grow up that way. It is something that some women have to learn.
And that's the reason why I said most women blame men for their issues and childhood trauma, but their own mother is the one that taught them to not. It's a self-neglect thing. It's not even not loving yourself, because I hate love. Love yourself is way worse and nasty than just loving yourself and not loving yourself. Women are taught to neglect themselves. That's why they get with dudes and they say, I gave my all to this man and he did me like this.
I wouldn't
because
say women
you
are taught.
taught that by her own mother.
I wouldn't say they're taught.
Put your needs behind, put your needs aside and tend to your siblings. Put your needs aside and tend to your mother. Put your needs aside to give whoever around you whatever the image, like just like you saying with hair, right? Instead of her just wanting to be herself, she has to live up to her mother's image of what her daughter should look like. So she's neglecting her own needs and wants and getting braids in her hair in order to look good, in order to maintain the image that her mother wants her to have.
Well, it's an image that she, not only her mother, but the children in her school, because she goes to a majority of a Caucasian school. And so she wants to look like the girls at her school, but her mama hasn't shown her to embrace the way that she looks. So it's that. But one thing I wanted to put to the accountability, I think that some women don't need more accountability, because I think if you've ever messed over a good man or lost a good man, it's going to haunt you for the rest of your life. You're going to get a new man, but you're going to always think about that one that, I wish I would have understood him more. I wish I would have knew what was best for me. And you're going to think about that man, even with your new man. If you get a new man and the man is not what you could have had, but what you have, you're going to think about that man that you messed over. So I think that's enough accountability for some women.
But do you think women actually think they messed up? Don't you think?
It'll hit you when you had a man.
Formulate a reason why he did something wrong.
Marry someone else. It'll hit you. It'll hit you hard.
But I don't think women see where they're going wrong.
Hold on, everybody's talking at the same time.
I'm sorry. I was saying I don't think women see themselves as doing anything wrong in the past for missing that man or losing that man or something. I was saying it from a point that they don't even give that man a chance. But they don't realize
it depends on the level that you're dating.
But when they mess up with the man, do they ever look at themselves and say, damn, I messed up? Or do they say he did me wrong?
On the level that you're dating, right? If you're dating someone that's not on a higher level, then you won't see it. But if you're dating a man that you thought you were going to marry and you messed that up, and then you see down the line that he married someone else, or if that happens to you twice, and you see that the men that you've given up have married women past you, and you still haven't gotten married.
Yeah, once you start to feel the consequences, that's when it becomes a reality.
You'll feel it.
I think it comes in different forms though, because I've even had a friend that goes, I hate I messed him over. Or I've had a friend that went, you know what? I let him go because at the time I felt like he was too good for me. And we don't talk about those things out loud.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, some conversations men do not hear. Some conversations they're done when a woman has sat down, she's self-reflected, and the accountability portion of it came when she had to sit there and get disappointed again by a whole nother man to make her go and admit her fault. Like, I should have stayed with him. You'll hear it in passing. And Casey was right. A lot of times we're sitting around trying to spare this other guy, like, oh, I'll run over him, I'll do him dirty, I'll drag him through the mud. I just want to be on my, single girl, hot girl ish right now. We do that, but a lot of times men are not a part of those conversations, so you guys don't see it.
So when women say that, hey, this man was too good for me, the translation to that is really, I was not ready for this type of structure. I was not ready to be disciplined enough to be able to deal with the man who's going to have those high expectations of me. And that's too much for them because they don't want to put in the work to have to maintain a man with that much structure and discipline.
Or just unaware.
Women are inherently lazy.
It's some things like in your past, you thought, oh, he did this, he did that. And then you got with a new man and you was like, okay, this is something that men do. It's not something that he did, but it's something that men do. So you might start keeping track and you're like, I try to clean up and he wants to watch the game and he wants to do this and he never, feeds himself and things like that. And you get with another man and now you're mature and you're more flavored, in relationships. And so now those things that seem like a bother are not a bother because those are just things that you do in relationships and things that men do.
Or it comes out of a level of comfort, because what you will see is that women who are willing to risk take, women who are willing to date outside of their type, they're more successful in relationships than women who are not. So when we're saying, hey, he was too good for me, more times often than not, that guy came at, he was like a thief in the night. He was unexpected. You grew an attraction for him. You grew an admiration for him, but something withheld you back from being with him because of maturity. You know that you like nigga shit. It's simple put as that. Whatever that looks like, that umbrella of that term, nigga shit, you like nigga shit. He was ready. He was willing. You weren't. And so you played and you let him go. And then he leveled up. You knew it should have been your turn.
But also women in 2023, Black women, because not all women, but Black women don't prioritize relationships at an early age, you guys. Like, they just do not. It's not pumped in the media. It's all about Black girl magic and focus on you and how to be your best self. And women are the future and women need to lead. Everyone is trying to be in this rat race that a man is in as far as providing and building himself for a family. Women are trying to do the exact same thing in corporate America with their own business and entrepreneurship and everything else. And they're not prioritizing relationships. They're not prioritizing marriage, and they're not prioritizing family. Period.
And it goes back to the same penis. It goes back to the penis envy that Paris was saying. I always just look at women like something's wrong with them, because a woman would go through 6 years of college but wouldn't spend 1 year in therapy, because to a certain degree, this might sound crazy, but college is part of the penis envy. College will help me justify why I don't need a man. But going to therapy would help justify that I do have issues. So you run away from the things that justify something's wrong with you.
What are you talking about?
And you go towards college in order to say, well, these men ain't shit anyway. These men ain't gonna make enough money anyway. I'm just gonna go to college. So if you're going through 6 years of college, really, and to be honest with you, 4 to 6 years of college is only going to make you $40,000 a year. And then you graduate, now you got all these college loans and you still can't find no man, and you can't even pay all your bills. And most likely by the time after 6 years, you got a child. All you actually have to do as a woman is spend 2 years in therapy to let go of all your childhood trauma, and you actually wouldn't even need college if you don't want it, because you'll easily be able to
women aren't going to college because of men.
Is a coping mechanism.
A lot of women go to college in order to keep their mind caught up in something instead of being
No,
free.
that's not correct. The reason why Black women go to college is because, based off of what Casey was saying, we're not allowed to date. So if you look at the structure of the Black family, right?
Not allowed to date?
Give me 1 second. Looking at the structure of the Black family, going back to even what you said, more times often than not, we're picking up responsibility in-house. This is where we're coddled. Somebody's always watching us. Somebody's always telling us we have to watch other people. We're rocking babies before we even have one. And while they're doing that, they're saying, hey, you need to focus on school, keep your mind off them boys, which is how we end up in precarious situations where we're dealing with the rough boys, where we're dealing with somebody who will pay us attention, where we're dealing with somebody who's telling us we're pretty, and we're making indecisive and bad decisions when it comes to men because we're not told to date out loud, love out loud, bet out loud until we're getting out into the house. You got to be an adult that is going to college and is going to school before you can actually get ready to court a man. You don't have no skill set for that. So college becomes the focus primarily because you're trying to learn how to balance all these things. Whereas the men, you done had a girlfriend. You sneaking girls in the house, so you got a girlfriend out loud, and you know how to go to work, you know how to deal with your family, and you know how to deal with women. We only learn two things: deal with family, deal with work. We learn how to deal with men later. And so when some women are going to college, yes, they do use that as a coping mechanism. But education has always been a focal point for Black women. It's always been, you ain't got to show your body. You're smarter than that. You ain't got to do all that. You go get the education, and you know that's something they can't take away from you. That's what we're taught as a culture. So we got to stop pushing this, that we use college as an escape way of us getting away from men. No, that's not.
She's right. She's right.
You just said that, though.
Period.
Hold on, I'm just really confused. I'm listening to what you said, and you literally went right along with what I said. You're taught to go to college instead of taught to go to therapy, because college will help you make money, which will actually help you not need a man.
Therapy, why do you keep saying this, Mr. Let Go? Therapy is not a substitute for college.
Therapy
That is not a substitute.
College is a substitute for therapy. Like I said, if you actually hold on. Listen,
No matter where you go, what you do,
listen. We all have dealt with childhood trauma. Do y'all agree? We all have dealt with childhood trauma, right? So instead of focusing on letting go or fixing what happened to us, getting rid of something, we go out and try to attain more shit, is what I'm saying. The number one thing we have to do as men and women, Black people, period, is to go to therapy and put that in the forefront so we can get rid of shit that is holding us back before we start adding more shit. Because having all this shit is almost like a piece of shit and you spraying perfume on it. It's still shit.
Mr. Lego.
Okay, so you're thinking of so you're saying therapy instead of college, right?
Prioritize. No, you can do both. Just prioritize therapy before college is all I'm saying. You can do both.
You should probably just say prioritize therapy because
what I'm saying, women go to college but never go to therapy. I didn't say that. I'm just saying they never go to therapy. They just only go to college.
Mr. Lego, people do not go to college to escape therapy, bro.
I did not say that.
All right, wait.
If Black people were to start prioritizing therapy, because like I said, you'll dedicate your whole life to college, but you wouldn't take 2 years out of your life to go to therapy every Wednesday. That's all I'm saying.
How about we just not
Mr. Lego?
As soon as they get out of high school.
Hold on, Casey.
Hold on, y'all. Let Sweeney go ahead. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Is you making it way more complicated than it has to be? The reality
How? Go to
is,
therapy.
Hold on. Let go. Let him finish.
The reality is that college and obtaining a job and education, everything is prioritized over family and relationships. It's as simple as that. We making this way more complicated. But you saying therapy, it ain't got nothing to do with therapy. It's literally prioritized over relationships. It's prioritized over relationships. That's it.
We're traumatized. We can't obtain or either cultivate or either maintain a good relationship if we're fucking traumatized. And I mean all of us. What are you talking about?
prioritize a relationship, but you don't know what a relationship look like because you didn't see that growing up or it was toxic. So
exactly
I get
why you got to go to therapy.
I get where he's saying, like, okay, you need to fix your traumas, right? So the ones that have trauma, go ahead and correct. This is part of you becoming an adult, because we complain about these adults who don't correct their trauma and they make terrible decisions. So it's basically saying, make this a priority, just like you want to fix your credit. That should be part of the list that you need to cater to, instead of catering just to making money. You can make money and still be jacked up. How many people we know that are celebrities and they off themselves because they did not fix the thing that they were going through?
I think we're assuming.
We gotta start transitioning, y'all. We gotta
Repairing things has to be the priority instead of obtaining things.
Bro, majority of us aren't that traumatized, man.
Majority of us, bro. Let's go to somebody else because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We all traumatized.
Most people are normal people, bro. Most people ain't this.
Oh my God.
You won't know that you're traumatized until you go through those relationships, and so I think that therapy needs to be prioritized. However,
I'm not saying that therapy should be prioritized. What I'm saying is that the way we're making it seem is as if it's either therapy or go to college, when in reality we've already been told. We've already been. You said it, but here's the thing.
I didn't say that. I said, bro,
people are choosing college over therapy. Was that not your words?
I said they're not going to therapy at all. Is what I'm saying. You can do both. They're not doing therapy at all.
Like they're prioritizing college.
But
they're prioritizing college and not going to therapy at all.
But what does that have to do with the position and reason why they go to college?
Because it's okay. We can only focus on one thing at a time. Okay. And most young people, when they come out of high school, they put all of their emotional, financial, and time into college.
Why?
And they've been traumatized by their childhood. So you're a traumatized person looking to obtain more knowledge, which is cool, but there's a whole bunch of shit that you gotta dump off before you start adding more shit to your life. So now you got college, you got a job, now you get into a relationship. You don't know how to maintain a relationship. You don't understand the opposite sex. You don't understand yourself. You don't know what your triggers are, and next thing you know, you don't fucked up at least about 3-4 relationships by the time you're 28, and now you got a fucking child.
But that's a part of growing and being an adult. I'm sorry, Paris.
On campus. That's the first reason why it don't make sense. Anytime you go to any accredited college, you actually get medical and you get a therapist on the campus. Secondly, even if you're talking about,
I ain't never heard nobody getting therapy on campus.
You do.
You do.
No.
Yet in
You
my
do. You do.
You don't nobody use that shit.
But that's what happens. They're not prioritizing it. They're not looking for it, but it's there. Just like every mother.
That's what he was saying. They're not prioritizing it.
No, it's my point.
Prioritize it. Yeah.
They're not doing it.
Also, again, you said, I asked you a very specific question where you said they're going to college. And I said, why? Why are they going to college? Because they were taught to prioritize college over relationships. It has nothing to do with trauma. They ain't being traumatized. If you're being raised by your parents and they tell you go to college, get an education, that ain't you being traumatized.
You are traumatized without knowing it, is what I'm saying. You're not aware that you're traumatized when you're 19 years old, y'all.
Huh? Everyone is not going through dark childhood trauma.
No, it's not. What y'all don't understand is I'm not talking about no crazy shit. You grew up in the woods. Some of you wolves. We all were traumatized. Listen, we all were traumatized in some type of way. All right. We all were taught wrong. We all dealt with some type of poverty.
What?
We all dealt with some type of neglect. All right. Those things have to be.
No, I did not. I did not deal with that. I popped up just to ask you what the hell are you talking about, Lego? I am not traumatized.
So what do we think?
Okay,
what do we think the percentages are?
How
many people do we think are actually
I didn't go
traumatized?
through that. Y'all sound like idiots when y'all say that.
Hey.
Just because you didn't go through some shit don't mean
Mr.
other
Lego,
people didn't.
Mr.
What are you
Lego.
talking about? Black people are traumatized.
We are the only race of people who think when you get married that you have to have life completely figured out.
Thank you.
No other
Oh
race
my
of
God.
people think that. No other race of people raise their children
therapy.
to say before you walk down the aisle, you need to be a full professional, full adult that have everything figured out. You know everything, right? Like that's not life.
Casey, what do you think
You're
college
supposed to
is?
find a
Wait.
partner.
Casey,
You're supposed
what do you
to
think
find a
college is?
partner and grow
Casey,
and
Hold
learn.
on, Lego. Let her
together.
finish. Lego.
What do you
You're
think?
supposed to
What do you
find
think
a
college
partner.
is?
You're supposed to find a partner and grow and learn together.
Casey,
That's
what
how
do you
God
think
designed
college
it.
is?
You don't go and grow for 40 years and then say, "Oh, let me go attach myself to another person and then we build a family." That's not how.
Casey,
That's
I just
not
want to
how
ask you a question. You just said you don't have to be a professional in order to do A, B, and C. What the hell do you think college is? You go to college in order to become a professional something. What are you talking
go to
about?
college to further your education and
Oh
to
my
become
God.
an adult.
Okay.
That doesn't
That's literally
negate
the whole
you
point,
becoming a spouse.
All right, y'all. We gotta
That
get to the meat.
doesn't
We
negate
gotta
you
get to the
becoming a
meat, y'all.
spouse.
We gotta get to the meat. We gotta get to the meat of the conversation.
I'm getting a headache because what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
You the one saying outlandish shit.
Y'all are nuts.
According to you, everybody traumatized.
Yeah, y'all are traumatized. Y'all
No,
asked me
you
some damn
traumatized.
therapy.
You
All right,
had a
y'all.
bad
All right.
Somebody
y'all.
hurt you, let go.
All right,
Yeah.
Y'all need some therapy.
Okay.
Somebody hurt, let go.
All
Me
right.
with you, bro.
Before we get to the meat of the conversation, that's what HR sent me. We talked about it.
Oh yeah, I said that. The man is all. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Cheeks.
Yeah, shout out to HR for sending that. Man, I didn't think that discussion was gonna go that way. But now it's time to get to the meat of the conversation. We know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
With that being said, let's go ahead and dive into it. The main topic of the night, the meat of the conversation, is the problem with being a people pleaser. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
If a woman feels like she's with a guy who's a people pleaser and will just want to keep the peace, I can't call a guy who's a people pleaser and ask him for advice. I just can't. He's just going to tell me what I want to hear. And I might feel soothed for 2 minutes, but I don't actually go to him for honesty and leadership. Whereas when you have a man who's very nice, who's very good to you, but he's also honest and he's also sincere, he'll say to you, "Oh, that looks terrible. Oh, you shouldn't have done that." Even though it might be hard to hear, you start to trust their opinion. You start to recognize they're not a people pleaser. You recognize their masculinity. You recognize that this is attractive, and you recognize that truth means something to this person. And we're always attracted to people who attach to the truth, not people who attract to peace. Because in order to establish true peace, you have to fight for truth. Yeah?
Why is she lying?
All right. The problem with being a people pleaser. We're gonna go to Paradise. First, Trev, Penny Sweeney.
People are attracted to things that make them feel good. They're not attracted to the truth, but they typically attach themselves to people who will tell them the truth when they're ready to accept it. Problem with being a people pleaser is that you end up lying to yourself like you lying to them, and then you end up stretching yourself thin. And once you realize you can't please everybody, it ends up falling back on you because your responsibility was always to be honest in the first place.
All right, Trev.
Okay. She kind of mentioned that it was tied to your masculinity. I think it's more so tied to your maturity, right? Once you come into your own and you see as people age, they care less and less about what people think. I think it's an important characteristic to have, to at least be true to yourself, because if you're not true to yourself, you can't be true to others. So I really don't care about what people think about what I say. I find it much more fulfilling and easier to operate by being truthful, right? Because if you're not going to tell someone the honest truth, it's deception that you're actually doing. So from me, I don't care how you're going to take it, and that's the hardest part to get
I
past
don't
is
care.
trying not to hurt the person's feelings. You don't want to hurt their feelings, but at the same time, what you're not telling them could be much more detrimental to their life. So I don't really care about, and also you have to watch out for being a people pleaser when it comes to dealing with others as far as them taking from you, right? Because a lot of people will give their last just to make somebody else satisfied, not worrying about what it's going to do to yourself. Because if you don't establish boundaries, people will keep going no matter what. That's the biggest part of it. Some people are just natural resource extractors and they don't care. They're going to take everything. As long as you don't say no, they're going to keep asking you. You have to tell people no. And I don't care. Like now when people start telling me sob stories, they be like, yeah, you know what? Damn, I can't even pay that joint. You know what I say? Damn, that's crazy. That's it. That's all you're gonna get out of me now. I'm not gonna entertain it. I'll be like, damn, that's crazy. That's it. But I don't have the solutions for you. All I dry begging, I don't care about it no more. If I understand that you're a responsible adult, cool. Once in a while, I could do that. But as far as me overextending myself constantly, and you're not here to reciprocate, or you're incapable of reciprocating, then no, because you're going to be taken away from yourself. And I never believe in trying to help someone to the point of the detriment of yourself. You can't do that.
All right. You said, damn, that's crazy.
That's my favorite line now, bro.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. I want to say something to Trev. I'm sorry. Can I do that?
Go ahead. You can.
So when you say, damn, that's crazy, I'm just, this is what I'm hearing. That's like people pleasing because you're not telling them the truth. Why are you not telling them the truth?
I'm talking about like sometimes that happens too. But sometimes, but you know what? Because some people won't stop. That's dry begging. Dry begging don't mean nothing. You didn't ask me. So that's dry begging. Right. So in a case if somebody asks me something directly, I will tell you directly. If you ask me indirectly, then you're going to get this indirect. Damn, that's crazy. And that's all you're going to get. But if you were to ask me in a way that's like, hey, listen, I need this, and I will promptly tell you, no, that's not a good look for me. I only loan out money that I can afford to lose because it's not 100% chance that I'm going to get that back. And that's how I operate.
So I say, like, I mean, you can say how you do that, but then when I look at it too, because we all do or have done it, now it's kind of like if, let's say you say it once, like, hey, maybe you should prioritize, or, you teach them something. At least you could say, I taught you this, you heard it. Now you make your decision. And you don't got to keep repeating yourself, because I think in this society, a lot of us are misguided and we're not taught a lot of different things. So you have people that simply just don't know how to research. They'll go through stuff and they don't know how to go and use their phone, use their resources and find information. So I think, we need to learn how to, start doing those things and like kind of just helping people, because some people, they know, but they don't know how to apply themselves, so it's kind of like we teach them. Yeah.
I'll put it to you like this. I don't feel like you should be in anyone's life if you don't offer some type of value. Anybody that's part of my life, they would tell you that I have helped them in some type of way, whether it's how to establish your own resources, how to research this, how to do that. I've helped people get their credit right. I've helped people get into better relationships with their family or their significant other by just advising or trying to help them in some sort of way. Whatever I can that's not going to take away from me, I'm going to do it. And I'm always an advocate for helping people and teaching people and schooling people, the young people, the old people. I don't care. I'm all for the knowledge, and I make sure that I offer that type of value no matter what, because that doesn't really take away from me, right? I manage my time, and whatever I can do in between, and that's not taken away from me. So that I don't feel like that's being a people pleaser as much. I'm feeling like being a people pleaser is when it starts to extract from you and your resources.
Gotcha. And just also to know too, people say, damn, that's crazy when they're not listening to you either. So.
Probably because I don't hear none of that nonsense you talking.
That's the word. Don't come asking me how to feel, and then you go and do something opposite.
Yeah. You guys get that moment of silence, like, damn, that's crazy. The moment of truth coming, like, you didn't listen to me. What I say? Go ahead, Sweeney.
First and foremost, I want to say that was straight bullshit that she said. People love to be lied.
Bruh.
They love a good lie. If they did not, all these MLM schemes, these pyramid schemes, these janky ass coaches online that's making all this money after these people wouldn't be a thing. Even when you give them a partway truth, hey, you suck in your life, but I can make your life better. Knowing damn well ain't shit you gonna get them that's gonna make their life better, but they're gonna get you paid though. We know women love a good lie. They love a good lie. Man, yeah, like there's a reason why they tell you don't tell a woman how she really looks. Never ask a woman her weight. Never, you know what I mean? Because they love to be lied to. Women out here, dudes love a good lie. How many times you done heard a woman tell a dude he was the best she ever had? Lie. And he got a big ass smile on his face. Go to his partner and he's like, yeah, I'll put it down. Why are we sitting over here like she is full of shit? Oh, we're attracted to a truth teller. Then why is it that Derrick Jackson was able to get away with what the fuck he did all the way up until the truth finally came out?
Oh, damn.
He was able to pull that bullshit on y'all for 6 years. Talking shit online until the truth came out. Now all of a sudden everybody who's following him looking crazy right now. Because he can tell a good lie.
Eat every day.
And then can
we talk about that Nutra drink that everybody that went
like, the Nutrigrain, the teas, the body, the damn thing that you paste to your body and everything. You think that shit's gonna go away? The goddamn Mary Kate and Ashley, not Mary Kate. What is that? Mary Kate, the damn fucking whatever this, the guy, all of that shit. None of that shit works. None of that shit works. But all you need is somebody to tell you a good lie. You're gonna believe that shit. Take all my money. How many people done got off? How many people done got off on everybody with this whole Bitcoin shit? Yeah, you're gonna become a millionaire if you follow this. How many people go in the comments? Yeah, give me the information. Send me the information. Getting scammed out their bread because they love to be told a good lie. As long as it sounds good and you make me feel good when you tell me that lie, I'm gonna rock with you until I find out what the truth is. Because the reality is, if we all sat there and told people the truth, hey, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I know I made a nice little chunk of change off this Bitcoin thing, but it was only because I got a lot of stupid motherfuckers like y'all to buy my class.
Damn. Yeah, but Sweeney, does your wife like to be lied to by you?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Shit.
Oh my God. Come on now.
I'm gonna be real with you.
You don't know.
Bruh.
Some shit you lie about, some shit you tell. No, I'm just playing. But
you can't expect. It goes back to what Paris was saying earlier about women and friends. Like, women will know that they need to sit there and be like, you know what? It's not him that's toxic in a relationship. It's you. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna sit there and say, "Wow, for real? That's crazy," and they're not going to tell the truth. Meanwhile, they're the ones that's the problem in the relationship. They want the lies. They want the, yeah, girl, I feel you. They want the amens. They don't want the truth.
And we need more people telling the truth.
Yeah.
Sitting across from your friend and telling them the truth. Why would you, pacify bad behavior, whether it's on either end? You know what I mean? And I don't think we have enough. I don't think people are bold enough to lose somebody from telling them the truth. If I gotta lose you because I told you the truth, then it is what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
We're in a situation now where everybody is in the participation award era. So if you're not doing things that go along with their bad behavior, if you don't move like a monolith, even though you're an individual person, when you don't agree with them, anything you say in the adverse of it automatically is deemed as hate. You can criticize. It's like you going to Walmart and saying, you know what, y'all need to open some more of these lines, and they'll say, well, you just hate women. It's a victim mindset. You literally cannot say anything. The first thing that you say is, I don't like this song. or when you voice your disagreements with something, it's you hate it. You're not able to admit things out loud because everybody wants the participation award. Or why did you think this way? Or what made you say that? And it's like, you're asking me to lie to myself so you can feel good. How does that help anybody? When you telling me I can be myself?
I think let me say something to what Casey was talking about, where you said women lie to each other. They do. And I think that's one of the reasons women don't keep friends very long, is because, even to Sweeney's point when he said that people love a good lie, sure, but it's temporary. It wears off. So people pleasing is very dangerous. Most of the problems we have in society today are because of people pleasing. It's dangerous because that person that is trying to people please, they actually lose themselves because they stand on nothing. They're malleable. Their mind changes with the wind. All right. They're very conflict avoidant. So even when they need to tell you something that may save your life, if it doesn't sound good, they will avoid conflict with you rather than giving you pertinent information that would be helpful for you and might even keep you out of danger. That's very dangerous for people to be doing that. But the one reason I would encourage people to tell the truth anyway and not be conflict avoidant, because when I got in this YouTube space, I said I'm going against everybody and I don't give a fuck what nobody think. I say anything I feel like. And the one thing I can tell you that just warms my heart is that you may not agree, but you got Trigger Mike at the end of the day. That is how I actually feel about what the hell I said. I don't care if it was about dudes. I don't care if it was about women. That's the way I freaking feel about it. All right. And why that is important is because the people that you will actually look toward as you mature that told you the truth, they have never lacked authenticity. So you can lie to people, but you're going to damage your credibility and you will not be viewed as authentic. That's why you let those people fall off. That's why when they're still trying to talk in your ear after years, you're like, girl, you go ahead, man, because you didn't say some. You're not really authentic. Now you're craving the truth from people who had the ability to tell it to you over and over again. I only rock with people that want to give me bad news. I can bring you a whole idea that I slaved over for a month, and if you tear it to pieces, but I know your credibility is intact, I will listen every time, and I will choose to listen to you over this person over here who just tells me my idea is 1,000% correct every single time. All right. So I would say that, as far as people pleasers are concerned, get them out of your circle. All these people hyping you up on Instagram, telling you the bathing suit fit. All of the dudes that got yes men in their circle because they know you bring the pretty girls around and all of that. They're not good for you. All right. That's all I got.
All right. Let me get to Lady Di impression.
Yeah. So I don't, being a people pleaser is not, I think it's just too safe. Like, you don't know how to get out of your comfort zone to just correct somebody. Like, if you are uncomfortable, then let somebody know you're uncomfortable. You feel uncomfortable telling them that you're uncomfortable is weird. Like, you want to make sure that you have your best life. And if your best life consists of you always saying yes to somebody because it makes them feel good, but what about you? It's not a selfish act. It's just, you want to make sure that you consider yourself as well. And if you don't consider yourself, then you're doing yourself not a favor. You're just doing stuff for somebody else, which is not living. You want to make sure that you're living for you and then consider people around you at the same time.
I think being a people pleaser is more of a tool than I think it is a personality trait. Because a person that wants to people please tends to know when to lie, when to tell the truth, tell you what you want to hear versus telling you what you don't want to hear. I think it's more of a tool that people tend to use, and I think a lot of people fall victim to it. But that's part of the game that they like to play. I'm gonna tell you what you like to hear just so I can get whatever I need to get out of you. Or, I don't think it's more conflict avoidance. I think there are areas where, it can be considered conflict avoidance. But I think a lot of people who are people pleasers in a sense that she's trying to make it to be, or what she's defining it as, is more of a tool than it is a personality trait.
That's more like manipulation, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely
That's
manipulative.
exactly what it is.
I was gonna say that
Yeah.
because somebody said Derek Jackson, and that's the perfect example.
Yeah.
Because when people ask me what route I was gonna take on this YouTube, Instagram thing, and I will never pander to women because I think women are the worst fans to have. Actually, male fans don't really switch up
Yeah.
on you when things. Women are the worst fans to have because I knew what happened to him was gonna happen. You make one mistake because you're manipulating.
It's
He doesn't
over.
really believe what he's saying.
Not
Right?
even
He
a little
just
bit.
yeah, he pandering. He's literally just being a people pleaser, and he did one thing, and what did it do? It damaged his authenticity. It damaged his credibility. Now he has to keep telling more lies to keep those fans that he got. So
Yeah,
And
it's
then
definitely manipulation. And like Sweeney was saying, it's almost like they know when to do certain things. They know when to say certain things. They know how to say certain things and put a LOL at the end so it don't seem like they, really going in on you, but they want to make it a joke because they don't want to be direct. People pleasers don't they stretch themselves thin. Somebody else said that they stretch themselves thin and then they have nobody to blame in the end but themselves. A lot of people pleasers are like secretly depressed, I feel like. Some of them. They have like like
I do think that they seek a lot of validation through other people. Like that's how they get their thing. That's how
but
they
it's
get
like they're never good enough. They never really feel, good enough. That's just in my opinion,
they
people
keep
pleasers.
feeding off of it like it's a
Right.
parasite. But it's
Right.
that's why they always put themselves in to a degree. I think they're a little bit of sociopathic. To a
yeah,
degree.
I was gonna say that I don't even know if it's really that. I think it's one of those high risk, high reward type deals where it's a setup that they have that's just built on the house of cards, and either those cards gonna fall from underneath them or it's gonna stay until you know what I mean, and they're able to stay and rest in those lies that they tell. Because you're right, I think they do spread themselves thin. If you keep lying and lying to everybody, you're gonna have to keep coming up with new lies, but it can be very rewarding for a very long time because let's keep it real. Like we said, just using Derek Jackson, he made a lot of money lying to people, and then it blew up in his face. So like it was very high risk, high reward, and you know what I mean. But and the only time can tell whether and honestly, we're starting to show that he's able to bounce back from it. Now you talking about following God, and he done got he's trying to get a whole church behind him to follow the same bullshit he's been saying. Like
that's a whole nother hustle.
It's a
People
whole that's a hustle.
pleasing
They
is
know
hard.
how to
They go buy it, bro. They go buy it.
they know
Oh,
how to wiggle
with
in and out.
lies.
When one house
Lies,
of
you
cards
gotta
fall,
keep
they just
going.
follow to another one. They just go into
That's
another
the
and build
problem.
another house.
Once you start lying, you have to keep it going. And the main thing about people pleasing, especially when you're telling people things, we have to
They
realize
have their
that it's
own agenda.
deception. It is deception,
Mhm.
and it should be treated as such. So it's going to be detrimental to at least the party that you're telling that to, if not yourself included. Because if you need to tell this person, like, let's just say you got your significant other, you're like, hey, you getting a little chubby over there. Like, you should tell people, because if they don't know, if they thinking they cool and they thinking you cool with it, then there is no reason to change. If you don't like the way your partner handles their money, then you should definitely articulate that, because it's going to be detrimental to both parties. You can't just say, oh, no, we could go ahead and get that. Oh, you want another vacation? Yeah, we got it. If you don't have it, then you need to tell them, because otherwise you're going to go broke trying to play a certain way just to please people.
As a matter of fact,
People pleasing is about there's something called enmeshment, when you become more attuned to another person's needs, where you end up neglecting your own needs. And it goes back to what I said earlier, being taught to neglect oneself. So people think they're in love, or people think they love their friends. People think that they love their family members, to a certain degree. It's enmeshment. You're enmeshed with these people. And to a certain degree, you feel indebted to people because you don't think you're worthy of people being around you, people loving you, people just giving you attention. So what you do is people please. And you are, of course, neglecting yourself every time you people please, because you're putting your needs before And it's about we don't even understand actually is, because we as Black people were taught that love is about some Jesus type of shit, like sacrifice, and it's not about Jesus, but Jesus gave his life up for us, right? So next thing you know, we start growing up thinking that we supposed to do the same shit for everybody. It's not about us, it's about our sacrifice. So the person that sacrifices the most will be loved the most, and that's dysfunctional.
Jesus popping.
And we don't really want to talk about
Jesus the homie.
these people pleasing pastors, though, do we? Ooh,
all of them.
They online now. They call them social media influencers. They false
Ooh. All
prophets.
of them lying. I'm telling you, all of them lying, bro. They all lying, and people eat it up. That's why every lie got 1,000,001 followers behind them. Shit, Derek Jackson was so good at it. He even got his wife paid. She out there getting $1,000 a class.
This $1,000, her coaching sets to go up to 5 G's or something.
3,500. Yep.
I think you guys are miscategorizing, or I think you're misunderstanding people pleasers.
Oh, do you now? You think we're
Hey, Fantasy Island girl, where you been?
I do think that. I've been on vacation
That's what's up.
with my fiance and our family. And it was wonderful. It was the best vacation of my life.
Don't fall for it. She
But
trying to throw that
anyway,
white man in our face. Don't throw that white man in my face.
I'm gonna brag on him. I'm gonna brag on him. But anyway,
ain't nobody here to hear about your vacation.
It was a wonderful vacation. You asked.
Do not throw
that. So anyway,
Is he a white man? Yes or no?
Yes, he's a white man.
No, he's legit a white man. He cool.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, moving on.
No judgment. Okay.
White.
Yeah, like he like John.
Wouldn't matter.
Like John.
Anyway, all I'm saying is people pleasers are not necessarily feeling like they aren't good enough or that they don't like themselves so much as you get this dopamine hit from the joy that you bring others sometimes and the excitement they get around you because you're bringing them joy. Like there's an energy that people give off and it makes you both feel good in that moment. And the more you can give that off, the better you feel. And a lot of people walk around not really trying to get energy from other people and not trying to give energy to other people because they have a lot of negative energy. But when you don't have that and you're able to bring joy to people, it makes you feel good. I don't think it's a bad thing. And I think I am a people pleaser and I'm all right being that, but I don't think it's, you guys were saying like, oh, they're liars, they're making things up, and you don't have to lie to people to make them feel good, to make them get that energy that I'm talking about. So it's like Derek Jackson has an energy.
There's a difference between having a pure heart and then having a heart that doesn't have other people's good intentions in mind. People,
I agree.
Having or getting joy from doing things for other people, that's just a part of who you are. I'm the same way. If I see somebody down, I do want to, make you smile,
exactly,
or give you a hug or whatever. But people pleasing.
But that's not people pleasing, though.
Right. So
how isn't it?
Lying to someone to make them feel better because you want them to work better or you want them to, do something for you is then people pleasing. Getting joy out of making somebody smile is not really doing anything for you, but putting a smile in your heart or whatever. But trying to get somebody to come into work on time so you don't write them up when they're late every single time they come in, but because you need them to come in and you don't really have nobody else to do the job, you're going to not necessarily reprimand them or discipline them when they're supposed to be doing something just like everybody else. But because you need them, you're going to, adhere to pleasing them to keep them.
But as much as people,
I think that's just one side of it. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. As much as people like to say that people pleasing is about pleasing other people, it's also very much so self-serving because you inadvertently do it to get your own ego off. And at some point it becomes a thing of where it's feeding like a parasite. I think it's different for children because sometimes children, kind of like what Mr. Lego was saying, like we're taught to be in servitude of other people for whatever reason. You're basically having to do these things because people are telling you to do them, and you have to do them, and you can't really just complain about it. But when you start realizing, like, oh, my whole identity is wrapped up in making other people happy, and I feed off of this, and it at some point it transitions from being genuine to you're doing this for a self-serving reason. It's no longer about the people.
That sounds like you're being very before you. It
Go ahead.
sounds like you're being very general about this, as if that is the commonality, and I don't believe that.
It is a commonality. It's something called narcissistic supply. Dysfunctional people, mainly women, men too, but men people please mainly in order to get something like monetary out of it. It's not really attention and validation like women do. But
for instance, in a relationship, a woman
That's
will
not true.
When a woman has been in a relationship and it's not going the way she wants, or how we gift men. We gift men and say, oh, I got this for you. And it's nothing he never wanted. Or if you sit and you tell a man, well, I did all of this for you, you should love me, etc., etc. You
right.
were pleasing, but you were doing it for the wrong reasons. And although you're saying it's like a commonality, this is something we're doing unconsciously. When you sit there and you to your kids' needs so they can give you something back in return, or you're sitting there going, I'm your mom, you should love me. That's people pleasing.
And that's actually called mom guilt. So hold on.
But listen, you guys are only talking about the negative side. Both of you.
Girl, hold on. Let's digest what she just
That's
said.
the problem.
That is called mom guilt. So women, they literally people please their own children. That's mom guilt.
I understand what it is.
Okay.
Fantasy Island Girl, did you read it? It says the problem with being a people pleaser.
You're actually.
Oh, I didn't read it.
Yeah, the reason why we talk about the negative aspects of it.
I was just talking about that's the point that I was bringing up because of the conversation that I came in on. I was like, wait a minute, people pleasing isn't necessarily a bad thing, and it sounds like you're only talking about the bad things, even with children. And I was like, children, not all children are necessarily. Wait a minute, Mr. Lego, let me finish. Children aren't necessarily people pleasing because they're in servitude because their parents are forcing them to be.
No,
my son, listen to me. I'm talking about what Miss Paradise said, not what you said. She's talking about people pleasing in children, and how it is starting off from parents that are forcing their children into servitude. So those children are naturally pleasing to try to be good servants. And what I'm saying is that's not necessarily the truth either. Some children have wait a minute. Some children have very little to any boundaries, and they still go out of their way to people please, like my son. Everybody, he likes to do it. He's a joy to be around. He's been like that from the time he was a baby, and he's 5 now. He's just that way. And I don't force him to be this way. His sister's not that way. If I taught him to do that, why isn't his sister that way? He's naturally this way. That's his demeanor. Do you understand that? He's untainted, so that's his demeanor.
Past your own interpretation of stuff in your own life. Okay. You came in here to everything. No, that's wrong. No. Okay. What we're saying is true. If you aren't seeing that, that's your life. I hate it because a lot of y'all did that shit. Y'all will turn around and say, well, you're wrong because I didn't grow up like that. And the shit is crazy. When you got 6 to 8 people up here talking about their own experiences, it's dismissive when people say, well, I didn't do that. My child didn't do that. I didn't grow up like that. And the shit is crazy. Can we learn as adults to have conversations and be open to other people's experiences?
I think the disconnect.
I am open to other people's experiences. I was just saying you're not.
Let's Sweeney talk.
That's
you can't
the problem.
Just take over the show. Go ahead, Sweeney.
The disconnect here is that Fantasy Island is right. She said, now she's basically saying there's another side to people pleasing that is also positive. Now the
from the very beginning to now.
That's what she
being a people pleaser, Sweeney.
That was her whole argument. Now the thing is that she did
People
say she
pleasing
didn't read.
itself is dysfunctional.
Come on,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Lego. How you gonna criticize her and then you do this? Come on, bro. But no, though the thing that she missed, and she admitted to it, was that she did not read the question. That's the reason why we were talking about the negative aspects of people pleasing, and the reason why it's been coming off that way is because that was the whole point of the question. What are the problems with being a people pleaser? Which she did admit that she got. Come on.
There was also the context within the video, because we watched a video of what a woman was talking about, the negative aspects of being a people pleaser and how she was losing attraction to them. So we had the video context as well, which led us in this direction.
So yeah, but they were talking about the negative aspects. Mr. Let Go.
That's not the damn topic.
The negative aspects, and Mr. Let Go is adamantly telling you that he believes it is negative. Period. So do you understand why, like, I'm saying you're wrong? Not there are no negative sides to it, but you specifically are wrong in your mindset about it as a whole, because you see it as only a negative and you do not see how it could also be positive.
Well, that's the easy way to
term is a negative connotation.
Yeah.
It can be looked at differently, but it wouldn't be people pleasing. Just like what I think Paradise said. There's different aspects of I think Precious said it. You can do something nice for somebody that's not people pleasing. There's certain aspects of it that you can do that isn't people pleasing, but it wouldn't be that. People pleasing itself is negative, but there are certain aspects of it that could be positive, but itself it's negative. And we're talking about the negative side of people pleasing.
That's not necessarily true, Mr. Lego.
Okay. I'm about to go to bed. I'm sick of arguing with y'all.
He doesn't care.
We're tired of
It seems like you guys are talking about like the most toxic part of it, which now it doesn't become people pleasing. It just becomes manipulation and everything in that category.
Thank you.
Y'all like putting it in. I'm learning stuff from y'all. Like, wait, I didn't know it was that deep. Like people pleasing.
People pleasing is a form of manipulation.
It is. If you haven't,
it can be a form of manipulation.
Close relation with a people pleaser, you wouldn't think it was all those things.
It's dependent on your intentions. What people pleasing is.
If your intentions are different,
that's what we were saying. That Paradise said that. Paris said that. She said, a lot of people have their own agendas when you're people pleasing. It's like it's
agenda driven.
Parasite. You got to keep feeding it because it's based upon how you're feeling and how you want to feel, as opposed to just genuinely being nice and kind and loving towards someone.
All right, so
it doesn't matter if you get joy out of it.
Fantasy Island girls, stop.
All right, we can put a nail in it right now.
That's not going to be a people pleaser, right?
Saying it doesn't matter is dismissive. Go ahead, Sweeney. Stop.
To please people is not inherently a negative thing. But I guess what we're saying and what we're alluding to is for somebody to be a people pleaser, i.e., it's an actual thing that they're actively seeking for their own form of whatever the reasons that they're doing, it could be a negative thing.
Yes.
And it also could be wonderful. I think we need more people pleasers. I think we have enough assholes. We have enough murderers. We have enough all these other things.
Murderers.
We need a lot more people.
We need more
pleasers. You know why?
You want to know what's crazy, Fantasy?
Guys,
based off of the video, the lady
I
was
just said we
talking
need more. I know we
the
have
lady
them.
was talking about people pleasers being liars, right? That's one of the things she was alluding to in the video. You want to know who you want to know
and
who
Mr. Lecco.
You want to know who I've always heard people call assholes? The people that told the truth.
Yep. Thank you.
And let me also add this, because Fantasy, you're saying we need more. Let me ask people who know clinically what this means. Can we say that people pleaser is synonymous with enabler? Can we say that?
Yes?
No.
Say yes. Stop.
I think they're pretty synonymous.
I'm gonna
All
say
right.
no. You need to put them in the category you just said. You putting that onto people pleaser. Like people pleaser is.
Thank you.
I don't know. To me, y'all put
It's
Derek
its
Jackson
own
in this
thing.
situation, and he's not part of this. He's in a whole nother level of toxicity. Like that's not a people pleaser. He's a liar and all these other
Manipulator.
things. People pleaser is someone, right? Manipulator. People pleaser is more like they don't want to hurt someone's
Scam
feelings.
artist.
And don't want to hurt someone's feelings. They want to make sure that they are not uncomfortable telling
Out
them
of fear of
something
what?
Truth.
Out of fear of what?
Most of the time, they don't want to have confrontation. So some people don't want to say, "Hey, yeah," they don't want to have
But
the
isn't that
conversation.
a negative connotation?
No, I didn't say it was all good, but I don't think it's like the most toxic shit that y'all talking about.
No, I'm just saying
it's not
a negative
necessarily
connotation.
it's
What
not
is a people
necessarily
pleaser?
negative.
A people pleaser is someone who tries hard to make others happy. They will often go out of their way to please someone, even if it means taking their own valuable time or resources away from them. People pleasers often act out of insecurity and lack of self-esteem. That's about as far as I got.
I.e., negative connotation.
No,
I got
everything
another one.
that definition says
According
is
to
positive up until the end.
Dr. Suzanne Newman, people pleasers want everyone around them to be happy, and they will do whatever it takes to keep them that way. They can often be perfectionists, rehearsing what they're going to say before phone calls, styling their hair meticulously in the mirror, and spending hours browsing the internet for the perfect smartphone that defines them. For others, it's almost an addiction. The constant validation gained from being a people pleaser makes them feel like they are
Selfish.
needed and useful. Is there?
It's a selfish.
Yeah,
It boils down to being selfish.
No. The first part.
Self-neglect.
Which is why I said it.
The first part was not self-neglect.
Oh my God, Fantasy Isle girl, you just want to come over here and argue with everybody. That's all you want to do. I know what you're doing.
You're just not listening to the definition or me.
Validation, and everything you do is for other people's approval, because that is how your ego, your confidence is elevated. So even if you're saying, hey, I did this for a good reason, it was out of the kindness of my heart, you have to be able to sit and reflect and say, I did this because it served me too. If your insecurity is based around people pleasing and you get secure by people pleasing, it's self-serving.
Yeah, because you're still satisfying an urge. You're still
It
satisfying
is
an
self-serving.
urge.
It is self-serving. That is self-serving the way that you're defining it. However, you are missing the definition. He just read the definition to you, and in the definition they said it is often, not always. It is often. And often people don't point out people pleasing unless it's in a negative way. So that's why they think, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not about not all women, Mr. Lego. And you're
not all women
in the conversation flow when you're cutting me off when I'm trying to have this conversation with her. We already understand your stance. Do you understand mine?
You don't want to keep talking.
Seem to.
Yeah, Fantasy Island Girl is not wrong.
She's not wrong.
Yeah, she's
I'm
not wrong.
It's per the definition. I'm not wrong. I'm having wrong
we were
came up here. So instead of you, Mr. Lego, being rude and cutting me off, not letting me land, you might as well just chill out, sit down, and let me finish what I'm saying.
Can you let Precious finish?
I was literally in the middle of a conversation with her, and you decided to be rude for no reason. Well, you don't even understand what I'm saying.
Finish her statement, please.
Mature of you? It's not. So, like I was saying, it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that there are people that are doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're not going to have any negative connotation from it. They're not going to necessarily have a negative connotation from it because they don't have negative intentions behind it. And usually when you're pushing out positive energy and you have positive intentions behind it, you get positivity back. I'm 31. I'm almost going to be 32 in September, God willing. And I've been like this my whole life. My life has been pretty wonderful in my eyes. My son is starting out like this, and I'm like, if you keep that rosy outlook, you're going to have a pretty positive life. People like to be around you, and you like to be around other people. And I think that's very natural and humanistic of us. And I think the only reason that people are missing that is because of the negative shit they've experienced in their life.
Spoken like a people, please.
All right.
Well, let me say this.
We were saying it was selfish because when you started out, you said that you get a dopamine hit from serving someone. So that still falls back on the person being selfish because it makes them feel a certain way before the other person.
No, it's not before. It's and
a
you think
drug.
that only the person receiving something should feel something positive from it, and that is false.
But if the person is
both people feeling something positive from it,
but the intent,
if you're pleasing them, the point of it is to please them, right? So that's bringing them positivity. Let's not try to do
because
that.
it's bringing
So if we're
you a
pleasing
feeling.
them,
It's bringing
wait,
you a
but it's
feeling. It's still
also bringing
self-serving.
you a feeling.
That
But it's
doesn't make it
self-serving.
It is
unselfish.
it's not self-serving.
It's mutually
It is self-serving
beneficial
because it's mutual.
but it's
Exactly. That's
potentially
the point. Self-serving and
mutually beneficial, but it's still always
Oh my God.
self-serving, no matter what. Because you said you said you get the dopamine hit. That was your opener. You said that's why the person would do it, is because they get the dopamine hit. It makes them feel good. This is your language. That when they are doing something for someone else. So that by definition would be self-serving, no matter how you spin it.
Self-serving when you're having sex with somebody.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
When you're having sex with somebody, or are you
Certainly.
or are you
Hell yeah.
why are
Asking
you
a bunch of
serving when
dudes?
somebody's already there trying to serve you? That doesn't make any sense.
God
See,
damn it.
this
asking
is
a
the
bunch of
difference.
dudes?
We
If
obviously
we-
have a difference in mindset, and that's
You
why
know,
we're not going to understand each other. Because that doesn't make any sense at all.
That's how it
I'm
goes.
just
Can you shut up for a second?
fantasy. Realistically, men climax 99.9% of the time. We are definitely serving ourselves when we have sex.
We don't have to
95, but it's
climax to
close.
enjoy sex.
Paris. Go ahead, Paris.
What?
Other things that
Shut
she
up, Paris.
were
Go ahead, Paris.
also being a socialite, saying things like you enjoy being around people, or you wake up and you have a positive attitude, how she described her and her son. Those are things that are typically associated with extroverts who are socialites. So it seemed to me not necessarily that you are a people pleaser. You just like being around people, because if you were a people pleaser, I would promise you would not be as confrontational in this
Not in the least bit.
No,
you.
I'm going to be confrontational when you try to say that the way that I'm used to being and have been my whole life is negative and cannot be positive. I'm going to confront you on that. So you trying to say that you trying to say that I'm not a people pleaser because I'm confronting you, telling me that I am negative, doesn't make any sense, ma'am. I am a people pleaser. You did say my name, but you said me. So
it never called you negative, no ma'am. I said that
you never called me negative. You said the behavior is negative. So I'm going to combat that when I don't believe that.
I did not say that. I'm very clear and precise with my words, fantasy girl. I said the things you described when you talked about your son. You said your son is beginning to behave like you. He's showing up. He likes people. He enjoys being around them. He keeps a positive outlook. And those things I said, you're describing
that about my son.
Right, and an extrovert. But I did say if you were actually a people pleaser, you would not be as combative in conversation.
Thank you.
Would not respond
the truth.
And she doesn't
that
need
is
a
the
reaction
point that I'm making to you. That is not the truth. I didn't say that about my son. My son likes to do things for other people. He likes to go out.
Nobody cares about.
I said it wasn't in servitude.
We're not talking about the damn son.
She just brought up my son. Please stop it. We are talking about the conversation that I brought up with my son. It's an example now. Relax. It's not anything negative. Listen, I don't have to respond to it, but this is a conversation, and there is a one side and the other side, right? Which side are you? You want to only hear from the people on your side, or do you want to hear
other people other than
fantasy? You did say that about your son. You did. You did. Now, I mean, you can go back and read. You can go back and read
about him.
But the things that you mentioned were the exact things she said.
No. But one of the things I mentioned were that he likes to do things for people. And it's not because, and I know that I mentioned it because I also said, and it's not because he has grown up being taught to be in servitude of others.
You didn't say that.
Not what
she didn't say that.
Yes, I did say that.
No, she didn't say that.
Who doesn't care about Fanning Island girl's son?
Mr. Lego, hold on, wait. Mr. Lego, hold on. That's not what Paris said that you said.
Not at all.
At all.
That's not what she said. What I said. That's what she said in the beginning. That's
No,
when I
she
made the
did
response to it and gave the story about my son. And then she came back and gave her response, and I just responded to from the beginning and now why it mattered, why I brought it up.
I never said that, and I think you couldn't hear me because the men were trying to get me to speak, and I was attempting to jump into the conversation and say, based off of what you were describing, you described an extroverted individual. That's what you described. Everything that you described with your child and yourself, you're describing an extroverted individual. You like being
I
around.
know that.
You get high energy.
I know that. I know that I'm an extrovert also.
That's not people
She
pleasing.
already said this. I was the one that was finishing.
A people
She
pleasing.
already said this. I was the one
Shut
that was
up.
finishing. Mr. Lecco, you shut up. Are you in the middle now?
Paradise, go ahead.
We're trying to have a conversation.
Paris.
A people-pleasing individual, they're typically not combative. They're typically not really a person who would like to enter into conflict. A people-pleasing individual is a person who is going to do whatever it takes to appease. They camouflage themselves to everybody's individual personality around them because they want to get satisfied. So if I were a people pleaser, I would always agree with Lady Di. I would always agree with Casey. I would always agree with Trey. I would always agree with Mr. Let Go. And anytime they say anything, I would go, you know what? I got an
What
example
about me?
of how I act. Or anytime they talk, I would immediately get shut up and shunned down because that's what people pleasers do, how they respond in conversation. People pleasers typically do not have overbearing personalities. They're typically not dominant. They're typically not aggressive. They're not leaders. They take the backseat and everything. Ma'am, what you're exhibiting is not a people pleaser.
Ma'am, you keep saying typically, and then you're not understanding that there is another side to it. So you keep saying typically as if that doesn't in itself
majority
prove
of the time.
what I've been saying. So like I'm saying, usually people only go to the doctor about something when they're getting negative responses from others about it. They're getting negative feedback from others about it. So they go to the doctor, and that's when the doctors usually see it. But people see people pleasers like me, the doctors, the people that actually write these studies, the people that actually write these studies, please shut up, Mr. Lego. The people that actually write these studies, they learn these things from the people that come in for help. You're not going to come in for help if you don't have a problem with the things that you're experiencing. So like I said, the other sides of people pleasing, there are extroverts that are people pleasers, and there are introverts that are people pleasers. My fiance is an introvert and he's a people pleaser. A lot of the things that you describe sounds like my fiance. I am a people pleaser, but I'm an extrovert. So a lot of the things that you describe doesn't describe me because I'm an extrovert. I love to make people smile. I love to make people happy. I love to bring people flowers. I love to bring people candies if I know they like candies because I like to make people feel good. That doesn't mean I'm not going to get you together. Look, that doesn't mean I'm not going to get you together if I think you're wrong about something. And I'm going to continue to be that way, regardless of the fact. Wait, I'm going to continue to be that way.
Me and shut up. So other people can
Please shut up. Why is it that everybody else can land their plane, but when I'm trying to land my plane, you're so disgruntled, you're so upset, you're so mad? He just put us in the middle. Wait, he just put us in the middle so we can have this conversation. And as soon as I started speaking, we got put back in the setting, and I couldn't even land my plane.
Fantasy, can I ask, what is an extrovert?
You shut up, Mr. Lego. You being rude. You acting exactly like that sound.
Stop. I had an extensive training on this at work, and I've been defining extrovert and introvert wrong pretty much my whole life. So what is an extrovert, Fantasy, as you describe it?
An extrovert is what she just described.
No, you describe it.
But she also described it, and you obviously like listening to her, so you obviously know what it is, right?
Well, yeah. So
your problem. Please stop cutting me off. You being really fucking irritating, and I'm trying to be.
We usually define an
cool, but you're being really petty.
Damn question.
Shut up.
I
can't answer the damn question because you keep talking. You're being a little. Make the sound. God, leave.
Why y'all making this people pleaser a diagnosis to something? Like y'all just taking
Exactly.
Everything is a
Weird.
diagnosis.
Weird.
Everything is a diagnosis.
With the shit.
I tried to get away from it being a diagnosis earlier when I was speaking. I said I think it's more
Everything
of a.
with people today.
She
is
trying
a
to make
diagnosis.
people pleasing like herpes or some shit. Like, what are you talking about?
All right, y'all. We got to go ahead and close out so we can go out of there. If anybody else want to figure around, they can get to these super chats. Matthew Washington 499 says some young black women need validation in every decision they make. The good guy doesn't generate enough attention for them. Point blank. Period. To 999 says even if she actually got to the point of noticing she did something wrong, women don't care because she got a horde of men still chasing her, validating her and her wrongdoings. Matthew Washington 499 says, and a lot of black women date to receive validation from their friends more so than the actual guy they're with. There's Chere. Trish Main LaFleur $5 says, can't believe I'm saying this, but Lego is absolutely right about women placing blame on men instead of getting to the root of their own insecurities. BZ, formerly Baby
I'm
Zach,
always right.
woman says, can Lego just let women talk about women's issues? Shut the F up, bro. Ladies are finally working their issues.
No, they're not. They're just arguing about people pleasing.
199 also member says, this is Mr. Let Go. You know he just be chatting.
Just be talking shit.
199 MLG is projecting. Who hurt you? Your mama black.
Your mama black.
Choosing to be stepdad is a sign of trauma. Z Jackson, my coach made us go to therapy in college. TL499 says most of these therapists don't even help. People be going for 10 years and still ain't no better. TO says Sweeney facts. Tree Man LaFleur $2 says Trigger knows about lies. He's lying.
What did he say?
What did he say?
He said
Nigerian.
Lies. He's Ligerian.
Ligerian. Oh shit.
I like it. I like it.
Trigger Mike lied to me the other day. Shit. Talk about he don't lie.
Trigger might be lying all. He came up
I
here
like
lying.
it. I like it.
Z Jackson 199 says Trigger Mike saying why lie? The uneducated lie. But they say let go be lying to these ladies smashing and changing tires in the parking lots of Atlanta.
I already know, man. Listen, let go be full of shit.
Trees Bain LaFleur $2 says everyone give congrats to Fantasy for getting married. You got married?
No, she didn't get married.
I thought she said fiance.
She had a fiance. You know how that shit go.
499 says don't talk about
I'm engaged.
YouTubers are the biggest people pleasers of all. Y'all will do what you have to do for your sub. Stop the cap.
Oh my God. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
And congratulations, Fantasy Island girl. You just came up here talking shit, but congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll take my congratulations back.
Yeah, I mean,
I said thank you to you.
Don't get her started. You're gonna get argumentative again.
Man, Fantasy, y'all two ain't cool. Man, Fantasy cool.
We've never been cool.
Paradise Paris.
Damn.
No, not you. Not you.
I was like, that wasn't for you.
Oh, like damn.
No, she's a homie. She's a homie.
You just caught a stray. That wasn't for you.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. I want to thank the people on the panel for contributing tonight. Paradise. I'll probably stick around a little bit, but you guys can leave if you want to. Casey, Lady Di, Let Go. I know it's your bedtime, but if you want to stick around, you can.
Oh, it's past his bedtime.
What?
Okay. That's what you. But thanks again, man. It was an excellent show. I'd be ready to go into after hours, no doubt. All right, Casey, same you, Lady Di, if y'all want to. But I'm going to hang around for another about 5-10 minutes.
Are you telling people to get out and without
No, I'm just saying I just want them to know that if they want to leave, it's okay. I was put it in the back chat, but maybe some people didn't read it.
Oh, okay.
Just eat your grapes, bro. Just eat your grapes.
Great conversation, even with the disagreements. Hopefully, I can come back.
I'm out of grapes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, come back, Paris. Come back.
Yeah, come back.
I really liked your
You
conversation too, Paris, even though I disagree with you.
No, Fantasy Island, we ain't talking to you. We're talking to Paris. Paris, make sure to come back.
Yeah, I'm still going to be back though.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night.
Good night.
Well,
Good night, Fantasy Island girl.
Okay, so
Oh, you're
can I
still
plug
there?
my show that I'm gonna have tomorrow?
Uh,
No,
It's after hours.
This
I
is shit
gave
I'm
I
talking
gave a
about.
lot to the show too.
Oh my god.
Damn, you got an
No.
after hours like voice too.
Spoken like a true people pleaser.
Thank you.
After
Thank you very
hours.
much.
People pleasing ass.
I'm relaxed. I'm trying not to be in that state. And look at Mr. Nico. He wants me to be nasty. So like I said,
People
I just
pleasing
wanted to
plug
plug
her
my
show.
show.
Ain't that some shit?
It's just one show. I think it's a good conversation to have about dialect
No,
discrimination.
no.
Mr. Lego, this is not your show.
No, we're not gonna be
Not
doing
your
it.
show either. You try to come up here and make your show.
Oh,
Take it
I'm
over damn
not. I'm
show.
not trying to make it my show. I was just asking if it was allowed.
Yeah, no, this is after hours. If anybody wanted to get some final thoughts about what's being said on the show, you know.
Okay. So I wanted to give some
The
final
proper
thoughts.
etiquette is to allow the host to give opportunity to shout out. So that's the
In
proper
other
etiquette.
words, Fanny Salad Girl, shut up.
Mr. Lecco, you are disgustingly rude for no reason. It's so annoying. I just need you to know that about
You
yourself.
came up here just
I
taking
just
over
need
the
you to
show,
know that
and it was
about yourself.
disrespectful.
I'm unintentional. I might be
Oh.
unintentionally rude, but you are disgustingly, purposely rude, and it's very unattractive.
Does anybody else see what she actually came up here to do? To be purposely divisive, and she literally took over the whole goddamn show the second she came up on the show.
Let's
Nope.
have a conversation.
I actually came up here.
It's
I
what you
actually came up
do.
here. I actually came up here to have the conversation about how I saw it was being perceived as only negative. That's why I came up here. And I have no qualms with having the conversation with you. The only problem is you're being childish as hell. You acting like the children you say women are.
Okay.
He pleasing his people.
I guess. I hope your subscribers like it.
I'm people pleasing you, Fantasy Island Girl. I'm
Oh,
being a
no,
people
you're
pleaser.
not. You're failing.
Oh, so what would you like for me to do?
Act like you have some common sense. Act like you treat the women that you say you're protecting and not acting like the bully that you're protecting them from.
Well, I was actually protecting the women from you. I was saying, let Paris talk, let this person talk, and you just kept talking. If you think about
You're a
when I was
liar.
telling you shut up, I was trying to get you to be quiet so other people can talk. Which is
Stop it, Lego.
protection.
Starting as I was
You be
having
using
the
other people
conversation, when
against
you play it
the
back,
person you fighting against.
you're gonna see how you kept cutting me off every time I was speaking from the very beginning before I could say anything, and you're gonna see that you were being an asshole. That's what you're gonna see.
Oh, he knows he's an
So
asshole.
non-people pleasers are looked at as assholes. Think about that.
Yeah, but also people like you are looked at like assholes. And it's not because you're not a people pleaser.
All right, JR, you got another topic for the
Right.
after hour?
Because Fantasy Island, she's looking for
Hey,
other reasons to
I just
talk.
dropped the number. I just dropped the
You gotta
number.
get out of that one.
I just dropped the number in the chat if anybody want to call in. So y'all can call that number right there. Yeah, I have a couple more topics. I got to kill the video though.
Yeah, I was watching off and on. Y'all talk about Keke or what?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, y'all talking
Oh
about
yeah,
Keke?
we sure did.
And her
talk
bum
about
boyfriend.
Damn. It's. I mean, you know, I'm actually I'm happy that stuff is happening in society because women get to defend it out loud. They used to just keep this stuff to themselves, but now we got it on record. You can never take it back. The stuff that you are in favor of. So I actually love that we're at this point.
I'm
in
telling you,
society.
Trigger Mike. I'm telling you, when they started saying that,
that's
oh, they
wonderful.
not married, and that
Yeah.
he makes all the money. I say y'all don't even understand that. The check y'all writing right now. Because y'all
We're
basically
writing
about
the
to
check
y'all.
that y'all told us to. From the very beginning, y'all been saying that to women, right?
Man,
No, we don't care how much.
I mean.
We talking about how much. We don't care how much y'all make. We say that.
Yeah.
No, y'all say I'm the one making the money, and I'm the one.
We don't.
Hold on, wait.
And I'm
supposed
not
to
in a
make the money.
relationship
We're
with you.
men.
You're just a baby mama. So I don't
Men
owe
are
you nothing.
reality,
I don't
though.
owe you no
Here's the
loyalty. I
reality.
never said I wanted to be your
Hold
husband.
on, fantasy. Here's the reality of the situation. If we're just gonna keep it based on how she was dressed and how she was interacting, do you like your man playing in another woman's face in public? Yes or no?
Why she don't answer the question?
Are you? Wait. Are you talking about celebrity or just a random woman?
Oh my God.
I want to make sure. I'm saying if it was a celebrity.
This is shit I'm
Wait,
talking about.
if it's a
Just
celebrity,
personally.
I would expect him. He's not gonna fangirl, but I am. I'm gonna fangirl over Beyonce when I go see her in August.
You know what? A non-answer is an answer because not a woman has answered it yet. So that means
women and children.
I don't care if
Mike.
he's. I don't
So
care
if
if he's fangirling over a celebrity.
So
I
if
think
your man-
or
if your
fanboying
man-
over a celebrity. I don't
If your
think
man
that's
was
a
on that
big deal.
table, if your man was on that
It's
table,
the behavior. It was her behavior more than anything that
Yeah.
was just out of
Bruh,
pocket.
let me tell you, if my wife
It was her behavior.
Yeah.
I tried to
If
get
my
everybody
wife
to give me a line of the
is-
dress code, but it was
Exactly.
her behavior that was out of pocket.
If my wife
But he
is
doesn't have a
fawning-
problem with her
hold on.
behavior. He said it was her outfit.
If my wife
Well,
is fawning
that's
all over a dude, winding on him and shit, y'all gonna figure out why they call me Trigger Mike. Like I ain't dealing with that.
Hold on.
shit.
Yeah.
Trigger.
I don't-
hold on
I
real
We know
quick.
you're
Hold
not
on.
Trigger
Hold on
Mike.
real quick,
We
Trigger.
know
So
you're
fantasy.
not.
So fantasy. You remember that video?
Usher would have had holes.
You remember that video of Janet Jackson during her performance where she had a dude strapped to the table
Yeah.
and she had like dance on him and you know what she
Yeah.
was doing, grabbing on him and everything. Could that be your husband?
Oh my God. I would feel so proud for him. I would feel so happy for
People
him.
pleasing.
All right.
God damn it.
That is
Yeah.
freaking amazing.
That's
And
it
if
right
that were
there.
me, I would feel so happy for me. Like, not him. If it were like,
And that-
hold on, you guys.
That's
If it
not
were,
even-
wait, but
that's
it has
not
to be
even
your
the
favorite
thing.
celebrity. That's the point that I'm
No, I was
making.
gonna say,
Like,
that's not even the
everybody
same,
has a
though.
person where they're gonna fan out over.
No, that's not even a thing, Sweeney. The way you can get it to kind of be equivalent is the Chance the Rapper thing. Is like he just out and he just jump on and
He was
jump
just
on ads, right?
dancing. Yeah.
And you
Nah.
just
Wait, you
feeling
cool
it,
with
you
that
getting
too?
into it, right? So it's like, hey,
There's
He
no
was
way.
literally. Did you see where he was?
Well, I'll put it this
People
way:
go out
men
there
and women don't
and
feel the
hold
same
themselves
about that,
still
even
and don't
if.
touch anyone and don't dance. Come on, man. She knew he was
So
going to
you
be
feel
dancing
know
on
what?
women
you feel
out
like
there.
that behavior was acceptable? You feel like
I
she was in
do.
the right? Yeah, that's out.
Or he
That
shouldn't have
could be no
been
wife of
there.
mine.
Like, that's the
Never.
point I'm making. You don't go to something like that and you're not allowed to indulge, in my opinion. Or
Well,
you
we
should
talk-
just
we're
stay
talking
you are
about-
not
at
allowed
home.
to indulge. Let me tell you something. You about to get married again, fantasy. I'm trying to help you stay
I
married. All
am.
right. This is actually
again.
what I want to tell men because now everybody, because I've been putting stuff off all day and people fight with me in my chat on Instagram all freaking day. I'm about to send them all.
I was about to fight with you today.
To the request box, okay? Even because some people will say, well, some men don't care. All men actually care, and it's just a delayed reaction because some men simply because they love the woman. That's it. Eventually, their instinct is going to take over, right? You love the woman, so you just want what she wants. Man, it's all right. She just doing her thing right now. That's how you hear a lot of newly married, very excited to be with the woman men talk. But then all of a sudden, it's like now you're married, now you got time in, and the love, the honeymoon phase is over, and you wearing that out. I mean, shit, where y'all even going, right? He's going to lose his taste for that 304 style of look, that 304 style of behavior on his woman. Every man will, or he's a cuck like Adam 22, straight up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or
men are territorial. That's just how we feel about it. Men have to. That's us. We're not playing that with anybody.
And
The
even
way
Adam-
that she could,
But
the way
listen,
that
there's a
Keke
difference.
conducted herself is disgusting, and to me, because for one, she's a mother, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. She's a mother, and that's supposed to be my wife, and that your body is not for the rest of the world once you become somebody's wife.
Yep.
She is
Period.
not his wife.
Well,
yeah.
either way,
Well,
that's a baby
She
daddy,
is not.
and that's what
No,
they're
but
working
here,
towards.
exactly.
right?
Do you care what baby mama,
They're
baby
together.
daddy
They're in a
say?
full blown relationship. We
They're in
get
a full
no,
relationship.
We're that
We're
you
not
being in
gonna-
a full blown relationship.
They got a child
like
together.
y'all say to every woman that comes on this panel, because I've been in a full blown relationship all the way up until I was engaged, and every fucking time I try to say something, it's you ain't in no real.
You ain't
Are you
never heard me
married or
say that.
single?
You
Are
ain't
you
never
married or
heard me
single?
say that.
Okay, you specifically,
this-
Sweeney, but like that's the okay. We're not gonna do the
I don't care
you
what
know
these
that's
other
the
people saying.
commonality.
Shit, I didn't say that. I'm the one speaking.
Okay.
I didn't say that shit. I looked at it as straight up. They in a full blown relationship. That's why if you was here early, you would have heard me say This is why I have a problem with the reason why people are trying to bend and twist their relationship now and say, oh, well, she's not married, so therefore he shouldn't have any say so. That's bullshit, because we've never accepted that in any other scenario where we seen some dude out there acting a fool, even if he wasn't married to the woman, but they were in a relationship, and people still went down and got on him about what he was doing. So
like the JT incident. Like the JT incident at the BET Awards, when she was throwing her phone to him because he had a conversation with another female, and all these females were online talking about that. Like, yeah, I would have did the same thing too.
That was more than just a
Yeah,
conversation.
because they're crazy. Those women are crazy. Like, you deciding you're just gonna verbally abuse somebody or physically abuse somebody or assault somebody because they're speaking to somebody. Like, you're obviously unhinged, and you justifying it. But that's what I'm saying. The people justifying it, they're justifying it because they just as goddamn unhinged. When people tell you who they are, believe their asses. When these girls say these random things like, I want to key his car, I want to key his car, I need you to know that not every woman thinks that when they get mad at somebody. So the women that are saying that in the jokes and the jest and the comments, they're saying that shit because they really think that. And if somebody pushes them to the point where they think it's valid, they're gonna actually do that shit because they're unhinged.
No, I think you're missing the point of what he's saying. What he's saying is, just a week ago, when we seen JT get mad at him for just talking and having a conversation with somebody else, there was no, oh, he should be able to do what he wants because they're not married. It was that's your woman, and they was like, I would feel the same way if my man was sitting there doing that, even though they weren't married. But now today, when we have somebody else who vocalized how he was disappointed in his girlfriend and the mother of his child and doing something, that very shade room, all those blogs where they came right behind it and said, well, they not married, they not this, they not that. So you know,
wait. There's a difference in this thing that you're missing, though.
There is no
I'm
difference.
gonna point it out. Let me point out the difference. The difference in this situation is he came out and said, this is wrong and this is what was wrong. They came out and said, from JT's camp, they came out and said it was not that. That was just a rumor. It was actually some random guy was in her seat and he wasn't trying to get him out of her seat. And that was the problem. It wasn't about him talking to another girl. So they were making it some, wait. They were making it some petty, this is just a rumor thing, versus him coming out of his mouth and saying, this is the problem specifically. So people can jump on it because that's the problem. Them speculating against what the JT's camp and Uzi Vert didn't say that it was because of what's her name. Nobody's saying that. So we can't really validate that. That's just a rumor. He's saying for sure this is
fantasy.
That's why he's getting
that's called PR work.
Wait. Let's grant our argument. I grant your argument, and it was over him not saying something to the other dude. And you want to know what the similar response will still be? Well, they not married, so why should he sit up there and try to kick another man out that chair over her? You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, from the men. Y'all could have made that argument.
No, what I'm saying is that they would make the argument, oh, that's his girl. He should have done that. He should have got that dude out of her seat because that's his girlfriend. My whole point is that what we do as a society is that we try to pick and choose when we want to make relationships serious and when we want to make them not serious. When we want to make marriage the catch-all for being responsible in relationships, and when we don't. And we're noticing that we see it in real time from one week to the next. Everybody, and like I said, the reason why I use Shade Room is because that's where you see most of these people who tend to have the same followers, and you can read through the comments and see the difference in the behavior of what they say on one post versus what they're all basically in mass are saying on another one. So that's the whole point. That's why I said you've never caught me saying, "Hey, look, he's not married, so therefore." He should be able to get away with these type of behavior. I've always felt like relationships are just as serious and just like marriages are serious. Now I would say that I want people to get married more so than
why
in relationships, because it's a we ain't gonna get into that. My point is, goddamn,
well, it's still practice. No, oh my bad. Go ahead.
No, I said I wanted to
practice
Mojo and Juan Solo. You know?
What's going on?
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, man. I've been fascinated by this topic all day because the hypocrisy that I keep seeing it's the three talking points. He insecure, he don't got no money, and he not married. But like he said, if you switch that around, because he a what 6 foot something, light skinned dude, good hair. You know, he can pull. So if he was to go to a club and he had women around him that she knew was checking him out, and he was being a little too friendly, I guarantee you she would say something subliminally on social media, because that's what people do. So when I hear people, and I find it funny because the only ones that seem to be supporting her disrespect are the ones who ain't doing nothing, and the ones who play for another team. So all of the straight men look at it as it's disrespect, and all of the women who don't want to have no discipline and no morals and no values look at it as controlling. I'm gonna need all those women who don't understand what the word control is to actually understand what that means. You know what control is? Control would be that you say you don't want your man to go do something and he actually don't go do it. That's controlling. Him having a suggestion about a dress that she put on and she still decides to wear it is not controlling. It's him. He's basically letting her know I'm not cool with that. And he didn't even say it in a mean way. He said that dress though, but you're a mom. I guarantee you go back and look through all her tweets and all of her messages online, you will find something that she said about that man way worse than that, on a situation way less than this.
Where? Show us.
Go through her tweets, go through her messages, go through whatever she posts. Anytime that person has an issue with their relationship, they don't go talk to the person first. They go to social media.
But she doesn't, and that's the problem.
How do
she
you
literally
know?
Came
Do
out
you know her?
Because she
Do you know
literally
her?
came out. But the point is, she literally came out and had a discussion about how adamant she is about keeping these things.
It's like how women say they have discussions, and then they turn around to do the same thing. They'll say they'll do one thing.
You haven't substantiated your claim, and I'm trying to substantiate mine.
Okay, well, let me finish, because you're basically saying that she said on a podcast that she would keep it in house. People say a lot of things on podcasts that they don't do. Go back and look at the work. Go back and look at her actions. It's online.
That's why the internet is in an outrage, because it's Keke Palmer. Wait. If it was Cardi B, nobody would even really be doing all of this. Everyone is saying something against him.
People were outraged. People were outraged. A lot of things
I'm on the Keke Palmer side, and I wasn't on the Cardi B side. So, like I'm saying, she has a larger group supporting her doing this than Cardi B.
What is the largest?
Not to mention, I mean, Cardi B has done a lot. More egregious things.
This is the biggest public collective dragon they have seen, and that's what you keep seeing. That's why you keep seeing it everywhere, because this is the most collective people have been and telling this man it was men too. While you're saying it's only women,
no, it was zesty men.
No, it's men that said they wanted to be with her, not zesty men.
You can't get a woman like Keke talking about that it was cool with it. Any man that has balls was not on it.
It was a man that had balls, that had a check mark, that said he was interested in being with her. I only know this highlighted tweet because it was in a series of tweets. I've been watching this whole story like you were. So I'm seeing these highlighted tweets, and these are verified people that are straight saying they would like to be in his situation, and he's fumbling the bag, acting like overly acting like an overly acting like
those are simps though. Fantasy.
Here's the problem. You know what you're doing.
Those are
what you're doing is
so now there's more people that agree with her, right?
You're trying to equate the money and the check as actual masculinity. That's different, right? Status and money are a great part of what makes you desirable to women, but it doesn't make the man. It's the character of the man. And any man with real character, real morals, is never going to put up any nonsense like that. That's just how it go. You're not.
I understand what you're saying, but he said that they were zesty. I was combating the
yes, they were. The main ones who was talking crap about that dude, because you just missed the whole point that I just said. The ones that was talking crap about that dude and belittling him because he had a problem with what she were zesty. The ones who were trying to say, I'll be with Keke, those are simps. But anybody else, including women, were saying that she was in the wrong for how she handled that. You can't come out.
Women were saying that she was in the right.
Let me finish. You can't come out here and say, "Oh, he embarrassed you publicly," while you're publicly embarrassing that man. Who seen his tweet more?
Embarrassing him.
Who seen what more? Did they see his tweet more, or did they see her ass more?
I'm positive that they saw both because of his
No,
tweet.
I'm positive they seen her
positive that
first.
that whole situation is viral because of his tweet. I'm positive of that.
No, it's not. It's
positive
viral.
of that.
It's viral
He
because
made this incident
people
viral.
want to take it upon themselves to try to get in the middle of a person's relationship because he had an issue with what she had on. The same people
took it upon himself to put the world in his business.
The same people.
Hold on real quick. Listen, Fantasy, let me ask you a question. Do you approve of her behavior? Get all the tweets and all that stuff. Do you approve of her behavior?
I already told you. If I were Keke, I would have been Keke. I would have been Keke.
That's
I would have
not
been.
answering my question.
If Usher, yes, I approve of her. Yes, I approve of her behavior. I do. I think there are certain once in a lifetime moments, like me going to see Beyonce. I know I am going to be. Look, I know I'm going to be dressed. I know I'm going to be dressed. I'm not going to wear that, but that's because look at her ass. Like
that's her behavior.
If my ass looked like that, I would wear that. But anyway, I'm going to be dressed how I don't normally dress. I'm going to fan out when I finally see Beyonce. And you know what my fiance is not going to say? And I'm bisexual. You know what my fiance is not going to say? Oh my God, you embarrassed me because I know that you're bisexual and you got to see Beyonce and you were acting like you saw Beyonce. This is Usher,
let me
you
ask you a
guys.
question.
Are you serious?
What if he said? That's how I know that he's being disingenuous because they've been around each other before. They've been in Atlanta around each other before. It ain't like they don't know who they are, bro. You trying to use a cap? You trying to use a cap argument saying that she was being a fan? That don't got nothing to do with her being a fan because she could have wore a regular ass dress and still been a fan.
But
if your fiance said, "I need you to,"
hold on, and I need women to understand that you don't know, and really, we're telling you. You know, I'm your bro. I'm trying to tell you straight up. You don't know how your man is gonna feel. You don't know. You don't. And like I said, when you love a woman, you put up with a lot, especially if it's in private. Most men, I can attest, will let your woman get away with a lot because she's not destroying the perception of the dominance you have over your home. The second she starts to do that and that perception deteriorates because you're embarrassing him publicly, it's going to hurt his ego. And then you're going to start to have problems.
But that's all you have to do is have conversations. My man wait. You're trying to get your big bro on me, right? So I'm trying to give you the truth. I had that problem with my ex-husband. He hated everything I wore. He verbalized that all the time. From the time he met me, he thought it was cute. But once we got together, he wanted me to start changing my clothes. Once we got married, he wanted me to start changing my clothes. He started picking my clothes, right? Mm-hmm. So my fiance, this week, I asked him, I gave him options between a conservative option and a unconservative option for what I should wear just going out with the girls. And he was like, wear the other one because that seems more you than that. And I was like, yeah, but this one is more conservative. And he was like, but you're not conservative. And I was like, well, yeah. And he was like, I like who you are. He was like, I want you for who you are. So I'm saying some people like that type of energy. Some people don't. My ex-husband, he hated it. My fiance loves it. So you can't just make it seem like, oh, he's gonna eventually get tired of it and blah 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 blah. Like eventually I'm not gonna look so damn good in it.
Shout out to your ex-husband for having a fucking backbone.
But didn't you just say your ex-husband liked it at first?
Wear the modest one and it was cute. I would have wore it and been happy.
Did he say that? Sweeney, Sweeney,
the fact that he fixed his mouth.
Hold on.
Didn't I say my ex-husband what?
Didn't you say that your ex-husband was okay with it at first, and then when y'all got married, that's when he tried to change the way you dressed?
No, I said when we got together, like started dating, he started trying to change what I wore. When he met me, he saw what I was wearing. He saw me every time, but once we started dating, he started trying to change how I dressed. So I was like, okay, I'll change every once in a while. Then when we were married, he started trying to buy what I wore.
I will say this though. Sometimes it happens in different stages in life. I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes a guy would do it immediately. Sometimes a dude would only do it if y'all in a relationship. Sometimes a guy will wait till y'all married before he tries to change the way you dress. It happens in stages, but Trigger Mike is right. At some point,
You're saying every man.
I'm gonna say from the majority of men that I've spoken to, and I've talked to a lot of them. At some point, they all look at their wives and be like, "Hey, look, do you really have to wear that?" We all.
But you're talking about when they old. I'm not gonna be wearing.
Age is no guarantee of maturity.
It's when the dynamic of the relationship changes.
And not even your situation. I don't want to use fantasy situation in this because I don't know it. But what I've noticed in modern times, when the man feels lucky to have the woman, like let's say he a 4 and she a 8, or so he will put up with a lot of that. He will say, "I don't care about a lot. You do you, baby," and all that type of stuff. And of course, as men gain value as they get older, and then eventually he either get up there in income. Women start looking at him. He's gonna look at you like, "Hey, man, why don't you put something on?" Now he feels like he has the machismo to say more to you. He's gonna do that. I'm trying to help you.
I will say this.
And that's every man on this panel. Y'all are saying that all men. Y'all are saying that all of you guys, if you're dating a woman or you meet a woman that dressed not even with her booty cheeks out, but I'll use the word provocative or sexy. It can be classy, sexy. You're saying that once you get married and move further along in life, that you're gonna want to turn that classy, sexy into conservative?
It's not even. No, I think that's a horrible idea. I think for real, you should just choose a woman who already dresses like you like.
Well, that's not the question she asked.
That's not what she asked. That's not what she asked. Because I think I know what you asked. Let me try to answer it. A woman who can dress sexy. We all like sexy women. I see Trey even saying, "Oh, y'all wives better be all bundled up." No. Being sexy without being trashy is an art form.
It is.
Women used to know how to do that very well. Now they literally see, because Gabrielle Union did it and Taraji P did it, had the ass cheeks out. They'll just fly to the trashy side because it's easy. So we love the women who still understand that art form.
Okay,
so I will not try to change a woman who is literally leaving mystery. That's really what it's about. You don't have to wear the whole tube top. You can have it over the side, right? Like there are women who know how to do this elegant. You maintain an elegant look. It is sexy. It can accentuate all of your curves, but it's right there on the cusp, but you can never say she wasn't classy about it. Women
exactly. That's how I dress. My ex-husband hated that.
Keke Palmer. That was not Keke Palmer. She went
There's a range in between. Classy, sexy.
You want to know what's crazy?
Once you start seeing a lot of skin.
You don't want to know what's crazy? Take Keke's backside and make it a whole gown, like to the bottom. It'd have been fine. It'd have been fine.
It's the fact that she was highlighting the ass. That's the problem.
I will say this because she
asked her behavior in the outfit as well.
She asked a really good question.
Even worse, I feel like.
She asked a really good question.
The clothing, though. Oh, wait.
She said, "Have any of us guys ever felt like at some point do we expect or do we want our women to not dress as provocative if she was dressing provocative?" And I can speak for myself. There was a girl I was with that, you know what I mean? She may have dressed that way before, but when I got with her, I was like, do you really have to wear that? But I will say this, the proof is in the pudding. How many women have you heard that was in the sex industry or had Instagrams or were sex workers immediately tell you when they were in relationships that their relationship fell apart because he didn't like the way that because of the way or the lifestyle that she had? The proof is in the pudding. They tell you right now, porn stars will tell you right now it's hard for them to be in relationships. IG models will tell you right now it's hard for them to be in relationships because they, you know what I mean, because the type of guys that they deal with don't like the fact that they're posting on Instagram provocative photos.
But
OnlyFans models, all of them will tell you, majority of them will tell you, I have a problem being in relationships with men because of this lifestyle that I live.
Sweeney, that's
every man has a different threshold of investment.
Women.
You said what?
So every man
talking about IG models or sex workers
No,
we're talking about.
just in general, every man, once a man invests
we're-
a certain amount, once a man invests a certain amount into you, he's going to become territorial. Once he's made enough of an investment, whether it's time, resources, whatever, he's going to start to feel like, okay, this is me, and I really don't want this to be for everybody.
And you know what, Casey?
But it's not. You're literally married, right?
Let me give you an anecdote really quick, because this brings me back to somebody saying that you should marry a woman you would not mind your daughter turning into. So I have a daughter, right? So when he said you're a mother, I felt that. When the dude wrote, I felt that. He's like, God damn, I don't know if they have a daughter or a son. Right? I don't want my son seeing his mother that way. I don't want my daughter ever putting that outfit on when she has a man, or at all, really, if I'm being honest. So I think that is what that dude was feeling in that moment that made him step out of his frame, post it publicly when he should have kept it private. But that is the same way women go through changes and their body changes. A man's attitude changes when the woman has a baby.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this work?
He did.
And you know what happened
He
after he
posted
posted
that.
that? And you know what happened after he posted that? They went to a gathering together, and he was on the carpet with her holding the baby.
Y'all see this work?
Still posted this for the world to see. So y'all talking about what
that's
they
crazy.
want women to turn
Wait.
conservative.
Wait.
Wait. Let me
Wait, no, let me
y'all
see what
talking
I was
about
saying,
y'all
man.
want women to turn.
Hold on, no, because you just said right there try to use that against him. You just said right there try to use that against him, and he was the one who took it, and she consented to him posting it to his page. Then they went to a gathering where he was on a red carpet with her and the baby in the same outfit. It's not the same, man. Was he holding the baby
It
at
is the
the
same, because that outfit was scandalous. Would you want your girl wearing that outfit? Because I don't
If
think
I'm
you
with
would
my
want her
girl,
wearing that
yes.
or the
Not
other.
when she's out there with her friends who I don't know what the hell they got going on. No.
So listen, let me answer.
So that
Let
conflicts
me
with what
answer
you
her
already
question
said.
before y'all get.
Wait. That conflicts with what you already said, because
No,
your
it's not.
argument was you would want your girl. Wait, yes, it is. Your argument was you would want your girl to eventually start being more conservative, not dressing like that.
That wasn't my
now
argument,
your
man.
argument
That
is
was
as long
his
as she's
argument.
with you.
That was his argument. It wasn't my argument. I said that he just showed that
Consensus
he
on the
posted it
panel.
on his page. He posted it on his page, meaning they both consented to him posting it on his page.
Y'all see
Then
this work?
they went to the gathering together. Because if you go and look at her page, you'll see the next picture shows them at the gathering in the same outfit while he's holding the baby. It's a
I'm
difference.
not saying that they didn't go. I'm not saying that they didn't go somewhere together. The point is, he is encouraging her doing things that you wouldn't want your daughter
Around
to do,
him.
especially on social
Around
media.
him.
No, on social media.
No,
You're saying
around
you
him.
want your girl to dress like
That's the
this.
point you're trying to forget. That's the point you're trying to ignore, man. Around him. He's not at the Usher concert with her. You can wear all that stuff around me. You know, like when you got a bad chick and y'all about to go out and she want to put on something nice or something scandalous, it's cool if you wear it right now because I'm with you.
Right.
I know ain't no dude's gonna be trying to holler at you while I'm around you. But if I'm not around you and you still feel like you need to wear something to gain attention, matter of fact, real quick, let's talk about gaining attention. Let's say her dude was a baller. Let's say this dude had hella money, and the way that she met him was in the club and he was throwing stacks. And after he get her pregnant, she got to sit at the house, and he said, "I'm about to go out with the girl. I'm about to go out with the guys. We're going to the club. You know, the same club I met you at." And she know he like to throw money. And he's throwing money on Instagram, on females' Instagram, the IGs, and putting it in they drawers and slap them on the face with it, and being nasty with it, disrespectful.
Perfect. Continue.
Wait. That's cool, right? That's cool because they not married, right?
Yes, because that's what she signed up for, right? She
That's
signed
not
up for a
what- oh my
baller
God,
that
you
literally
tripping,
throws
bro.
money on hoes. That's
Hold
like that's like getting with Drake and expecting him not to go to the strip club and be exactly who he is, Drake. We would not feel sorry for her. Actually, the internet would probably tell her to shut up and go take care of your goddamn baby. They would call her a maid. They would call her everything but a child of God.
No, they wouldn't. They would dog Drake ass out if he dogged a woman out. Even if and a lot of people could tell her, hey, it's fucking Drake, and people would still dog out Drake. That is not true. Drake
He'll
would
have
get
to write a
all
whole
the
nother
smoke.
sad song for her ass.
Drake got all the smoke for putting hot sauce in a goddamn condom, trying to protect herself. And you don't think he'd get smoke for cheating on his girl?
No. You're talking about
Y'all
cheating.
done ran
You're talking about
Cassie off.
dogging
I
out
wanted
his
to
girl.
answer her
You're
question.
changing the story.
You're
No,
changing
what
the
I'm
story
saying
from,
is, what I'm saying
from what
is
it
that
actually is to something more negative
no,
to
what
make
I'm
it make sense. It won't
no,
make
what I'm
sense.
saying is, what I'm saying is that what Drake did was literally protecting himself, and they dogged him out for it. So you think the internet wouldn't go after his ass if he was in a committed relationship with a woman and he got caught out there cheating on her? They would not say, "Hey, Drake is who."
That's the problem. You're talking about cheating. That's what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm
They're not
asking. I'm not
married.
talking about cheating.
I didn't say cheat. I didn't say cheat.
No,
I
but
said he's
Sweeney's
out
talking
there
about
doing the
cheating.
same thing he was
No,
doing
you
before
use
they had a baby.
Sweeney's
Juan,
talking about
hold on, wait.
cheating.
I'm making the argument. Hold on, Juan, I got you. I'm making that argument because you just said I would make that argument for a woman. Don't you think if a woman got with Drake, who's this dude who got all these women chasing after him, wouldn't people look at that woman and say, you know what you're getting yourself into? The answer is no. Would nobody say that about Drake, about a woman that's dating Drake? They will hold Drake
Sweeney.
ass to the fire.
Sweeney, no. I'm not saying he goes out there and cheating. When I was describing what he was doing, I was saying he's going out there throwing money on strippers, because he said throwing money on strippers, enjoying the strip club, not going to take the strippers home and have sex with them. I'm not talking about cheating.
I didn't say nothing about cheating. I'm saying gaining attention. Period.
Yeah, he's
how
Drake. He's supposed to be gaining attention. That's literally his job.
They gain attention with their money, with their swag, with maybe sometimes they talent. How do women gain attention? With their bodies. So we're trying to equate their attention. We're trying to equate their attention. No, we're trying to equate their attention, ma'am.
That's what I am. I am equating the attention.
You're not equating the attention. No, you're trying to belittle the attention that he has, saying it's not the same. That's the same is a man can only get attention. A man can only get attention if he has something to offer. Either way, if it's money, so resources, anything. That's the only way men get attention. So if he's out in the club and he has money, he's getting attention because of what he has, just like a woman gets attention because of what she has, and he decides that he wants to go and he wants to flirt around with women, and he's in a known relationship online. Everybody know his girl.
His ass out.
They would dog him.
They would dog his ass out.
Look. And the funny thing about it is, like I said before, Keke would have had said something online. It would have been a subliminal message, but I guarantee you he would have knew what she was talking about. It don't have to be a direct message like he did. He did the absolute right thing. That dress, though, you're a mom. That's it, and left it alone.
He did the wrong thing because he did that. He needs to do that in private. And you doing that in public, and you wait. You advocating for him to do that in private, in public, is problematic, because as
that really isn't problematic for a man. It's not problematic for a man to speak his mind. It's not problematic for a man to speak his mind in a nice, subtle way. It's not problematic for a man to speak his mind in a subtle way.
In public, and shame in private.
It's not public, ma'am. That's not public. Just the thing that you don't understand. What is public? Somebody who's on stage showing their ass, or somebody who wrote a tweet from a quote unquote nobody that nobody knows. So how is it really public?
They only know him because he's their baby daddy.
Because
they only know him because he's their baby daddy, and he's purposely, publicly humiliating
It's not
her.
purposely. First of all, it's been, like you said, these same females be the same females who will look at a man's phone, go through his phone, and go write 30 posts about why he ain't shit.
No,
y'all both right.
Women don't do that shit. Stop it.
Listen,
most
man wrote a couple posts about her being a mom, and y'all got y'all panties in the bunch. Y'all got y'all panties in the bunch because the man wrote that she was a mom. He was speaking back.
Look, y'all both right for different reasons.
Hey.
Y'all both right for different reasons, man. At the end of the day.
Hey,
but Casey, is it Casey or Cassie? Can I answer your question, Casey?
Hey, this last, hold on. Let me say this. It's the last thing. I'm 56, man. It's way past my bedtime. You know, you get up there and you got
okay. So it ain't even midnight out here yet.
Yeah, I got like 30 more in me, man. If you want me to close it up.
Yeah, and I'm on the East Coast, so it's worse.
We're gonna end it after Rojo.
So Casey, basically to answer your question, my wife was actually conservative when we met. I kind of introduced her into being more risque with the dressing and stuff, but it's not trashy. It's more like sexy, but ain't no body parts all crazily out and anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying? And she knows that type of attire will only be worn when we're going out together. So to answer your question, it's actually the opposite of what you were asking.
Yeah, I was just trying to gauge where y'all were, because it seemed like, oh, I'm gonna meet you, but then you have to become a nun.
No, sure.
I don't want nothing.
No.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't want
You know
nothing
what
to
it
do with
is?
no none.
Casey, because
Exactly.
that's such a good question. I sat here pondering,
Uh-huh.
and what it really is, because I won't even put it off just on the men wanting the woman to change. What we realize is that women won't mature. They
Right.
won't mature. They still want to
you literally
compete.
took the word. There is a maturity that has to happen.
Exactly. They won't
Not
mature. So
dressing like
it's
you're
a natural progression, right? You knew she was hella sexy in college. You when they were young, you know, especially when you have the body for it, your shorts are a little shorter. You know, some girls be like cheerleading, so they be wearing athleisure all over the place, tight stuff. And then you realize like she had a few babies, her body's kind of matured and grown in, but now you're still trying to look like the 24-year-old because social media has you trying to mentally compete with the. It's weird. So at some point, I got a whole dad bod, man. I be wearing Walmart polos to work now, and I'm like, you still dressing
Exactly,
like that?
Trigger Mike.
We don't match. I look like your uncle. You see what I'm saying? So,
but does she look like an auntie, or does she look like, hey, auntie? Because
no,
there's
she
a
need to look
difference.
like my wife.
We naturally, the difference is men mature with as they get older, but women, our maturity, like, okay, women who are perceived as attractive.
I thought y'all
women
were more
that are
mature than me.
that are perceived as attractive, their maturity slows down because they're treated as they're looked at as younger more often than their peers that have let themselves go. So they get away with certain things that their peers wouldn't because they don't have the body for it. Their peers tell them, if I had that body, I would wear that, but I cannot wear that. So
Does that make
it's
it
not
right?
that it's not. Yes, the point that I'm making is it's not that they are mature. It's the natural maturity thing. Once your body starts looking different in the outfits, you don't have the same confidence in the outfits. You're not going to wear the outfits. But when your body's still looking good, and there's some women that don't get those cues and they look terrible in their outfits and they still wear them. But when their body is still looking good, like Keke Palmer, and you're trying to say, "Oh, you're your mother," you're falling on deaf ears. That's not going to change until her body start looking not like that.
Right now,
hold on.
y'all women out here right now.
My wife still looks good after 2 kids.
On the page.
My wife
couldn't
still
hear you,
looks good
Juan.
after 2 kids, and she's still sending me pictures from whatever she at the gallery is sending me pictures like, what do you think about this? Because she know I'm gonna come home and be like, the fuck is that? If she don't send me something,
my wife do the same thing.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
because you guys are like that.
and I'll be like, damn, I'll be like, elegant. That's all I keep sending her. That's elegant. I like it. Right?
See, I shop for my wife, so
yeah,
I don't have that problem.
And I'll let her know exactly. I'll coach her through it. The split not too high.
I think for the majority,
What's the for fantasy?
I agree with you guys. I have 3 brothers, my dad, my mom. Like, I completely agree with you saying that, you know, women need to mature in clothing, you know, being a wife and mother. I agree with you there. But I don't agree with you with is that every man has this same line where it's like, okay, you're a mom now. Don't wear this anymore because you're not in college anymore. Or, okay, you're my wife now. We're married. I liked you in dating stage. Now this is no longer acceptable. I feel like that hard line that y'all are saying is not.
No, everybody has a different threshold.
Specific men that have that.
Yeah, every man has a different threshold.
He said, no matter where we're going, I always know exactly what to put on. He's always proud to have me on his arm. We have a daughter. He loves the way I dress our daughter. Like, I'm very stylish. I can be sexy. I can be classy. Like, I love fashion. I love clothes. And like you said, I think it depends on the woman.
There's a difference between that and going out and looking like a hoe.
I think
there's certain things.
That's the point.
Let her continue because I agree with her.
Like,
that's how I dress.
I was just saying that because y'all not understanding what she wore
was
very hoe-ish.
Exactly.
Universally. There's no question about it. Everybody universally agree that is just out there. That whole outfit is just radical, right? Check that out. Look at that. There's nowhere where that is normal. right? There's no way that you're not going to have everybody just turn around being completely rude. Like you already know, like if you go down to Philly right now with that, you're going to fight, right? Because
I think she
somebody's
did
going
that
to
because
disrespect.
Taraji and what's her name just did that.
And
I think it was
did
like
that. I saw it. So you see what I'm saying when I say these women set bad examples and influences. They both just did that last month, and that's why she did that.
Yep.
But
No.
Fantasy already
Yeah, that's
answered
what I'm
this
saying.
question. Fantasy already answered this question on my show. But if they put that picture up at your wedding, how many women would be okay with it?
They would. She wouldn't.
I honestly believe.
No,
Keke
I know
would
you,
laugh.
Fantasy. Sit your ass down. So
No,
I know
Keke. I think Keke would laugh.
No, she wouldn't.
No, she wouldn't. No,
she wouldn't.
She'd be like, I remember that night and it was awesome.
Your grandparents,
wouldn't.
all the people your parents invited from work, all of those people.
Yeah.
Would you want them showing that picture at your wedding?
She would
Hell
not. She would sit there and be mortified.
Don't wear it. That's all we're saying. Especially as a distinguished woman.
I want to say this. I want to say this to. I'm sorry, I can't.
Not the distinguished.
We're gonna be saying this all night, man. I'm the oldest man on the panel, man. Y'all had to have some grace for your elders. I need to lay in my bed. I need to prop my feet up. I sleep with a pillow under my foot.
Shit, that's one thing I'm getting.
JR hasn't rubbed his Geritol on yet, man.
But just so you know, real quick, I just ran across this. They said if you deactivate your threads, it will deactivate your Instagram as well. We basically said,
"Oh, you trapped
what?" Basically found a 360 there. So I'm looking at the screen right now. Where you can always delete individual posts. To delete your threads profile and data, you will need to delete your Instagram account.
What's up with them giving us a jail?
I'm glad I didn't sign up.
Catch
They
22.
locking you in.
Yeah, so they said my man. They said my man Zuck is the Suge Knight at this joint.
You like
360 deal is right, gangster. Everybody, welcome to
He's still somewhere right now looking at them sign up like.
I didn't download it.
The trap.
I'm hooked.
Peer pressure.
I never liked Twitter
because I was asking. I said, like, what's the deal, man, with this? And they got everybody.
He tried to delete it. He tried to delete it.
I didn't try to delete it. I'm looking at it. On the
so that if you create a profile, then you're locked in. Or if you
it'll transfer really quickly. It's like seamless from your Instagram over.
I won't be downloading that app. I've got to keep my Instagram.
Yep, because look, it's actually gonna work because I never liked Twitter. It's too busy. It like hurt my eyes. This is seamless. It's a lot cleaner. So I actually learned how to use it in one day. It's Twitter been out for what 15, 16 years. I still don't know how to use that.
Yeah.
I gotta
read in reverse. You gotta read it in reverse.
Yeah,
read from bottom to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, but y'all gotta understand that it's all a business. So it's yeah. But man, we had a couple of super chats came through.
Oh, you did.
See, said final thought. I'm shooting my shot.
Thank you, because I don't know what the hell Mr. Lego was talking about. Like you, bro, you know, damn, it's Keke Palmer.
So I feel sorry for your white man.
I need to follow Lego on Threads because the stuff to be on his mind gonna get me.
He
through
always
the day.
cut me off.
Laughing.
He's gonna add that to the conversation.
I just want to say thank Rojo and Juan for pulling up. I want to thank you guys for hanging out. Casey,
Hey, real quick, JR.
Go ahead, sir.
Old boy from last week, I hit you up on Instagram. I think his name was
Alex.
What was it? Alex? Bro, I'm in California. Get at me, man.
Yeah, Alex, if you're watching.
That's where, yeah.
I watched. That was really great. That was really great.
Yeah. All right, y'all, man. We out, man. It's
appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I'm out. I did some Ben Gay now, man. All right, y'all. Hit the like button. Also, subscribe to the channel on the way out.
Out.
Shout out to my green gang out there, Jordan's World. Is it Umu? That's how you say it. I mispronounced it, my apology. Twizzy, Mr. BX87, JJ Carver. Hey, Rojo, you make sure you be safe out there, brother. Shout out to all my truck drivers. All my third shifters. I seen some of y'all in the chat. Y'all be safe out there. On my second shifters that just got home. Glad you made it home. All my first responders out there, y'all make sure y'all be safe as well. I want to say thank you on behalf of the Lapeef Network. Hit that like button for me and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Share the stream, man. It was an excellent show. It's the last track, family. I love y'all. Y'all make sure y'all follow everybody on the platform. Make sure y'all subscribe to the YouTube and their social handles. I see you, Prime Time 87, third shift in the building. Be safe. You and your life. Turn up for the track. Let's turn up before I get up out of here.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Get up to run around high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, get up the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still let it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a
E&E. Being me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bring it condoms to me. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.